It was a single orb, a hero's magic crystal that everyone dreamed of possessing. Some would spend billions just to get their hands on one, because using it could awaken a person to become a hero. Yet this man held 7 of them in his grasp. He was originally the strongest sword god from a world facing destruction. Because the world he lived in had been invaded by monsters, he had no choice but to fight against these creatures. Day after day it went on, year after year, for 10 grueling years. I became the world's strongest sword god. In the final boss battle, though I successfully slayed the ultimate enemy, my body was already battered beyond recognition. Before losing consciousness, I felt myself being pulled into something. I thought this was death itself. But when I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a blindingly white space. Before me stood a young boy. He told me his name was Seo Dujun. He was dying. He asked me to grant him one request, and then he would quietly disappear. But I refused him on the spot, because I no longer had any attachment to life. After fighting desperately for 10 years, my country had fallen to ruin. My friends were dead, my family gone. For me, no matter how I continued living, life would be nothing more than this. But seeing Seo Dujun's condition, I couldn't bring myself to be heartless. I agreed to his request to keep his grandmother and sister safe in the most secure home possible. When I awoke, I had become Seo Dujun. To earn money for the safest house, I decided to enter the portal, forcing my way in without hero status. Upon entering, I encountered several people. From my appearance, they could tell. They realized I wasn't a hero. They kindly urged me to leave immediately. I knew they were looking out for me, but I felt no gratitude. My arrogant attitude displeased them. They restrained their impulse to teach me a lesson. Later, deep in the forest, I encountered my first magic beast. The bloodthirsty creature lunged at me, but I dodged its massive frame. In a flash, I appeared behind the beast. With one punch I crushed its skull. Then I searched through the beast's corpse and extracted a low-grade magic crystal. In the past, I wouldn't have even glanced at such inferior goods, but now I had no choice but to take it. That's when I sensed movement behind me. A magic beast appeared, preparing to attack. I simply ducked down and evaded the strike. Then, I hurled the magic crystal in my hand with tremendous force, blowing off one beast's head. But these creatures showed no fear of death. They continued charging at me without hesitation. Meanwhile, since I had entered without authorization, control center agents were rushing to my location. They were all elite B rank or higher. Just as I finished off all the magic beasts and was preparing to leave with a backpack full of crystals, these agents finally found me. They stopped me, demanding I show my hero registration certificate. If unregistered, I would have to come with them. I was thoroughly confused, having no idea what they were after. Seeing I had no intention of cooperating, they planned to use physical restraint, warning me that if I resisted, any resulting bodily harm would be entirely my own responsibility. At this, I grabbed the man's hand, warning them to stop bothering me, telling them to get lost. Clearly, these agents weren't listening. Instead, they drew weapons, ready to use force. So I gripped the agent's hand even tighter. This was my final warning. Go back if you don't want to get hurt. But in the end, they still didn't heed my words. However, they were simply too weak. They couldn't even touch me. I merely lifted my foot slightly, driving my knee upward. One man was sent flying. Then I followed through with a kick, launching him away. Seeing their companion so easily defeated, one agent broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, I turned to face him. The next second, my form vanished and reappeared. My fist connected with this agent's abdomen. His body staggered back several steps, his face filled with disbelief at my strength. Afterward, I learned some things from questioning him. If you're not a registered hero, you cannot enter the portal's interior. The same goes for rift zones. These so-called rift zones are pathways for magic beasts to reach this world. Hunting beasts here yields magic crystals, which serve as the nation's new energy source. Therefore, the country completely controls these passages. The places where magic beasts are contained are called portals, while spatial areas not yet converted to portals are known as rift zones. After learning all this, I paid no more attention to these agents, leaving the place on my own. I planned to sell the crystals I'd collected, so I randomly found a shop and dumped out all the crystals from my backpack. Looking at the blood-stained crystals, the clerk showed obvious disgust, but he still had me wait with coffee. After a brief wait, he calculated the price for these crystals, but wanted to charge a 40% processing fee. With such an outrageous fee, I had to question it. That's when the clerk's attitude completely changed, arrogantly telling me I could take them back if I didn't want to sell. Hearing this, I immediately packed the crystals back. Suddenly, the clerk grabbed my hand, demanding I pay an appraisal fee, trying to charge me $1,000. I shook off his hand, telling him to take it if he could. Now the clerk became even more arrogant, threatening me. He had several C-rank heroes backing him up. As he spoke, several large men opened the door and walked in, asking the clerk who was causing trouble. Their eyes immediately locked onto mine. Before long, the clerk was cowering behind the counter, trembling, because I had easily defeated the C-rank heroes he'd called. Less than 30 seconds had passed since it all began. Then I approached the clerk again, stating the processing fee would be 1%, and future transactions would be this straightforward. Afterward, I returned home with a stack of money. Grandmother and sister looked at me in disbelief, asking what this money was. I had to make up some lies to get by. Fortunately, grandmother believed my story, but my younger sister, despite her age still, my little sister didn't have such complicated thoughts. She happily asked me, "Big brother, are we rich now?" I ruffled her small head, telling her that someday we would be. The little one danced around the house with joy. Watching all this silently, I realized this wasn't so bad after all. But to buy the safest house in H country, this rate of earning money was still too slow. If my power were fully restored, this amount of money would be nothing. Moreover, the monsters in this world were far weaker than those in my destroyed realm. For me, a sword god, this place was like children playing house. But now my strength hadn't even recovered 10%. Suddenly, knocking at the door interrupted my thoughts. I told grandmother I'd answer it and ran to open the door. Upon opening it, I found two small-time thugs. I knew they were here to collect debts, because the previous CO Jun had borrowed from loan sharks for grandmother's medical expenses, but the debt had multiplied tenfold in such a short time. Facing these people, I couldn't be bothered to waste words. With one punch, I sent one of the thugs flying, because just the money paid during this period had already exceeded the principal. Now they should be paying me instead. The thug looked at me and trembled with fear. I raised my fist, telling him to inform their boss that I'd be coming to see him soon. After saying this, I knocked this thug down too. Since I'd earned money, I should take my adorable sister out to play. Looking at the stuffed animals displayed on the counter, my sister squealed with delight, but in the end, because of the high price, she chose a small one. Seeing this, I directly picked up the large teddy bear and took it out. Though my sister didn't say anything, I knew this was the one she really wanted, because she had been staring at it for so long. Afterward, I took my sister for burgers and fries. Just as we were enjoying our happy time, a voice that filled me with disgust appeared behind us. "Isn't this CO Jun? That's your sister beside you, right? What is she wearing? So shabby and messy, just like your mother. Hey kid, do you know what the word bitch means?" Hearing this, I finally couldn't hold back and cursed. "You ugly bitch, hideous as a beast." Speaking of this bitch, I had to recall CO Jun's past as a bastard child, living in poverty. When his mother died at age 7, he barely made it to his biological father's house, living over 10 years in contempt and scorn. After his father's legitimate wife bore a son, he was completely cast aside, then thrown out, living with his grandmother and his stepfather's sister whom he'd just met. I didn't know what kind of feelings CO Jun had endured all of this with, but now, things would be different. Standing up, I launched a verbal assault on this bitch. From her appearance, to her personality, and even her brain, I tore everything apart. Just as this bitch was about to explode, another woman suddenly appeared. "Jun, long time no see now." The bitch immediately ran over with a pitiful face. "Mom, do you know what that bastard said to me?" But her mother scolded her to be quiet. "Don't be so ill-mannered," then very gently greeted me. I knew this was the woman, this utterly hypocritical woman, who had tormented CO Jun the most over 10 years. I showed her no kindness whatsoever, telling her to get the hell away from me. She obviously hadn't expected this attitude from me. In her memory, CO Jun was the type who would bow his head, even after being slapped for no reason. She had no intention of continuing to entangle with me, turning around and quickly leaving. In the car, the younger woman complained to her mother. Why didn't she severely punish CO Jun? But the woman ignored her, instead asking the bald man in front why CO Jun was still alive. The bald man reported that Kong Chul-woo had left CO Jun at the portal entrance. The woman roared, telling the bald man to investigate this matter thoroughly, thinking of how Seo Doo-jun dared talk back to her. The woman wanted to eliminate Seo Doo-jun even more. The next day, I came to a loan company. My purpose for coming here was to meet the boss of those small thugs, to make him compensate me for the mental anguish they'd caused me during this time. The small fry discovered my personality had completely changed, thinking I had awakened inside the portal, believing this was my confidence. He arrogantly told me, even if awakened, I was just F-rank trash. He had plenty of such garbage under him. After speaking, several burly men entered, surrounding me completely. The small fry seemed to see my doom, putting on his coat, ready to leave. Then I coldly said, "Sit down, I'm not finished talking yet." Seeing me still so arrogant, the big guys moved to attack me, but I was faster. One punch landed on one man's face, directly sending him flying. While beating them up, I said I knew. You don't just do loan sharking. You also forge identity documents. I'll need a hero registration certificate to make money. Right now, make me a perfect one without any flaws. I want to see it before tomorrow. Seeing my strength, the small fry broke out in a cold sweat, thinking I was a B-rank hero. His attitude immediately changed, agreeing to everything I demanded. But I still had one more thing to ask him, whether Red Spider had sent him to kill me. The small fry clearly didn't want to answer my question, but I wouldn't indulge him. Applying slight pressure to his shoulder, he immediately screamed in pain, then finally answered my question, saying Hong Hee-ju hoped I'd be buried in debt, and then commit suicide myself. After hearing this, I released him, but he didn't know anything about trapping Seo Doo-jun in the portal. I could see he wasn't lying. So I told him to bring me information about Kong Chul-woo tomorrow as well. The next day, I got the forged hero registration certificate. But today I came to a B-rank portal. Recommended level, F-rank. That bastard had given me a B-rank hero registration certificate, causing the portal to continuously issue warnings. Below recommended level. After my one-sided slaughter, I finally encountered the boss inside the portal. Thinking to finish it quickly and get out, I swung my fist down with full force, but my fist bounced right off. Clearly my fist had no effect on it. Its hide was too tough. My bare-handed attacks were completely useless. Just as I was getting a headache over this, I suddenly discovered a worn sword on the ground. Though it was a bit old, borrowing it temporarily shouldn't be a problem. The next second my form flashed behind the boss, with one sword strike cutting through. The boss also met its end. At the same time that old sword shattered. After collecting everything from the boss's body, by the time I emerged, it was already night. Conquering a B-rank portal had actually wasted so much time. I knew that recovering my strength was the highest priority for me now. Fortunately, my former companions hadn't seen me in this state. I returned once again to the shop where I'd sold magic crystals before. The clerk still wanted to charge a 40% processing fee, but didn't dare say it to my face. However, this transaction amount was too high. He had to report upward for permission. Just as he was halfway through explaining, I snatched his phone away. I asked if the person on the phone understood clearly. Then hurry up and pay. The person on the phone said they understood for now, returning the phone to their clerk. But I directly threw the phone away. With a bang, the phone embedded itself in the wall. Then I had a pleasant transaction with the clerk. Well, only I found it pleasant. 10 minutes later, the boss rushed over in a hurry. The clerk told the boss he wanted to quit. The boss saw the scene in the shop, so he made a phone call. Moments later, a purple-haired woman appeared at the shop entrance. Seeing who had arrived, the clerk excitedly screamed. This woman was called Hyeon Ju-yin. The hero's purpose for coming here was because she heard her uncle mention someone was forcibly buying crystals, so she wanted to understand the situation. In the time that followed, I tried various methods, attempting to recover my past power, but this world's magic was too sparse. Even collecting magic power like this every day, it would take 3 years or perhaps longer to recover my strength. That's when I suddenly sensed spatial disturbances. I immediately grabbed my sister, who was playing in the yard, and brought her back inside the house. Grandmother anxiously asked what was wrong. Before I could answer, violent tremors came from the ground. I knew this wasn't an earthquake, but a spatial rift occurring. I told grandmother it was dangerous not to come out of the room. Then I dove headfirst into the rift space. At the same time, the Hero Association also detected the new rift. They immediately dispatched nearby heroes to the new rift's location. But what gave them a headache was that the rift had appeared in an ordinary residential area. If an ordinary person entered a new rift, until the person inside came out, no one else could enter. If the person inside died, the rift zone would experience 10 days of monster waves. Soon they confirmed news that someone had entered the new rift, an ordinary person named Seo Dujun. This made them all start worrying, because when ordinary people enter new rifts, the probability of monster waves is 99.9%. At the same time, Hong Heju also learned of Seo Dujun's awakening. This made Hong Heju furious. She told the bald man to contact Kong Chal-woo. If he failed to kill Seo Dujun, he'd have to pay 10 times the money. But then the bald man told her there was no need to contact Kong Chal-woo anymore, because Seo Dujun had already entered a new rift. With F-rank power, it was impossible to come out, so they would never see Seo Dujun again. After I entered the new rift, I arrived at a forest. Looking at everything before me was simply unbelievable. This was actually the Parthia forest I used to visit frequently as a child. Everything here, including the magic power in the atmosphere, even the shape of the sky and clouds, were identical. Following my memory, I found a small path. After going out, I saw the world tree. This was an ancient spirit tree that preserved high purity, magical energy flow. The reason my former world perished was the tree was burned down, causing the magical flow to be destroyed. The world tree here still existed, though I didn't understand the reason. I could once again recover my former magical power. With this thought, I began collecting the world tree's magic. Days passed one by one. Forgetting to eat or drink, I concentrated on breathing for 10 straight days. Just then I sensed movement. It was actually Volcana demons. These were the ones who burned the world tree in the past. Looking at the Volcana attacking me, I thought, if only I had a divine attribute sword right now. But it doesn't matter. I'll crush you all completely. With this thought, I raised my hand. A stream of azure magical power flew out, instantly shattering one Volcana. This technique was releasing concentrated magical power in gas form and detonating it. It had been so long since I'd released such a large amount of magical power. This made me feel incredibly refreshed. The Volcana continued attacking me. I didn't dodge at all. Their attacks landing on me had no effect whatsoever, since the world tree's safety was confirmed. The magical power in my body, I also wanted to confirm with my eyes. Suddenly my form flashed. 2 Volcana had their heads grabbed by me. The next second, both Volcana's heads exploded. I wasn't in a hurry to pick up the dropped magic crystals, because I remembered that eliminating these Volcana could yield eternal flame seeds, and the probability was quite high. I just didn't know how many would drop from their bodies. With this thought, I began a one-sided massacre. Before long, all the Volcana had been slain by me. I picked up a golden stone from the ground. This was the eternal flame seed. I never thought I'd obtain this again, though I really wanted to continue absorbing the world tree's magical power. But with my current body, absorbing the world tree's magic would be too much to handle. What I could do now was absorb the eternal flame seeds, transforming my magical power into fire attribute. As the flame seeds were absorbed by me, the magical power in my body also turned yellow. In the past, I would never have absorbed flame seeds. I never expected absorbing this would take 10 minutes. I swung my arms and moved around, looking at the ground. At the remaining eternal flame seeds, I might as well absorb as many as possible. Meanwhile, outside had descended into chaos. Every day, reporters were broadcasting news about the new rift. Fang Cheng, an S-rank hero, was already growing impatient with waiting, though people outside were saying Seo Dujun had entered to save his sister. Fang Cheng believed. Seo Dujun must have believed the rumors about awakening easily in rift zones, then selfishly barged in regardless of others' lives, making them wait here in misery for the monster wave to arrive. Although many countries had experienced new rifts this time, they had controlled them in the early stages. Only theirs remained unresolved. This made Fang Cheng angrier the more he thought about it, thinking if that bastard came out, he'd definitely smash his face. Time quickly reached 28 days. The Hero Association had issued a level 1 monster wave warning. Seo Dujun, who entered the rift, still hadn't escaped. Watching the news reports, the small fry knew that Seo Dujun was the one mentioned. Though he knew Seo Dujun had awakened, he believed this was completely different from surviving a rift, so he planned to take control of Seo Dujun's grandmother and sister. keep them well fed for now. If Seo Jun died, he'd sell his family's organs. Inside the rift space, I had lost track of how much time had passed. Hundreds of eternal flame seeds had been absorbed by me. No, I could freely use fire attribute magical power. My fire resistance had also improved dramatically. In terms of fire attributes, I was now even stronger than when I was called the Sword God. Looking at this towering tree, whether in the past or present, I was deeply grateful to the World Tree. Though we might never meet again, if we were to reunite and you face danger, I would give everything to protect you. Then I emerged from the rift space. I sensed around me, discovering no signs of life within a kilometer radius. They must have evacuated to prevent the monster wave. But there was a strong presence in one direction, so I decided to investigate. I found two tall men. Looking at their gear, I knew they were from the Hero Association. If they discovered me, it would definitely be troublesome. So I gathered fire attribute magical power and hurled it with tremendous force, targeting a distant rooftop. Instantly, the rooftop erupted in fiery explosions. This commotion immediately caught the attention of Fang Cheng and his companion. Both immediately ran over to investigate. Looking at the raging flames before them, they had no idea what was happening. How had it suddenly caught fire? I was quite satisfied with the precision of that flame attack. Then Fang Cheng and his companion sensed spatial disturbances. They immediately realized something was wrong with the rift. When they ran back again, they couldn't believe their eyes. The rift was slowly disappearing. I had already taken the opportunity to leave. The next day, the news reported this incident truthfully, though it was strange why no monster wave occurred. Everyone believed I had died inside. Today, I came to the Small Fries Loan Company again. Upon entering, I heard two thugs discussing my situation. That guy's dead. That old hag and little brat are finished too. That little girl, when she grows up a bit, I think she'll be promising. Pretty cute. The boss is definitely calculating how to get her to play with. My appearance interrupted their fantasies. Hey, where did your boss go? The small fry thought I was dead. Today, he was in an exceptionally good mood. Just as he entered the company, he heard strange noises. Suddenly a thug came flying out of the company. The scene shifted. The small fry was dragged inside by me. I coldly told him to crawl over here, like a dog. The small fry was terrified, breaking out in cold sweat. He could only follow my instructions. I didn't want to treat him as human at all, making him continue barking like a dog. Then I gave the small fry another beating. I had intended for Four Eyes nearby to become the new boss, but Four Eyes was too rigid, saying their boss had extensive connections. If he suddenly became boss, everyone would find it strange. Hoping I'd spare their boss. For this, I suggested stuffing him in a steel drum and throwing him in the sea. Isn't this kind of thing your specialty? If you don't want to do it, I can also throw him into a portal to feed the monsters. Hearing my words, everyone broke out in cold sweat. The small fry begged even more desperately. As long as I spared his life, he'd serve me like a dog for the rest of his life. I should have finished off the small fry here, to eliminate future troubles. I don't know why I'd become soft-hearted, so I extended my hand toward the small fry. The small fry thought I was forgiving him, gratefully reaching out his hand. Suddenly flames engulfed his hand. In just an instant, the small fry's hand was burned away. With that, I spared the small fry. But I still warned them, if my family gets hurt by even a hair, you'll all die. Use your entire lives, 24 hours a day, to protect them. The next day, I took my sister out for McDonald's. I planned to send her to kindergarten soon, but my sister told me the children there always mocked her for not having parents. I didn't argue with my sister. I decided to send her directly to school next year. During this, my sister said she didn't want her brother to be a hero because she heard heroes fight terrifying monsters. Sometimes they even die. She only hoped that she, grandmother, and her brother could live together for a long, long time. Hearing these words, I couldn't help but remember the cruel past. The last humans who survived in that world was what I lost during my long battles with the monsters. Unknowingly, the precious things I had once forgotten had appeared by my side again, and here, it seemed I could protect this small happiness and live on. Meanwhile, on the Hero Association's side, Chairman Ra Tae Wong was troubled by one matter, because they still hadn't determined the reason for the rift's sudden disappearance. This meant it could appear without warning again someday. He ordered his subordinates, even if it took time, to carefully re-investigate everything. This rift incident had also occurred in other countries simultaneously. Ra Tae Wong felt something wasn't simple about this, though other countries had already entered the control phase. The problem was a sudden message from abroad. Ra Tae Wong's eyes widened. A spiritual rift wave had occurred overseas. He suddenly realized something. This man might be the world's strongest hero, because he had used just one punch to instantly defeat the infamous Caecilius. Getting to know this man began a few days ago. Today, I was preparing to dispose of the magic crystals in my possession, so I returned once again to the shop where I'd sold crystals twice before. The clerk, seeing my appearance, looked as if he'd seen a demon, fearfully and incoherently telling the nearby boss that I was the one forcibly selling crystals here. The boss wanted to confirm if it was really me. I had no intention of making excuses, throwing a backpack of crystals on the ground, telling him to process them immediately. Looking at the backpack on the ground, the boss thought it was another pile of unprocessed crystals, so he said he wouldn't trade with me. Moreover, a 1% processing fee would make him lose everything. The more he spoke, the more hostile his attitude became. Seeing this, I kicked the backpack with my foot. The crystals inside instantly spilled out. The clerk and boss's faces filled with shock, because among the magic crystals was one of those legendary, priceless hero magic crystals. Its function was to awaken ordinary people as heroes, or enhance magical power. That's why both of them were so stunned. Seeing this, the boss's attitude immediately changed, treating me as an honored guest with great hospitality. Now the advantage was mine, since they had just annoyed me greatly. I wanted the processing fee changed to 0.5%. The boss apologized profusely for this. Seeing his sincere attitude, I reluctantly changed it back to a 1% processing fee, but the boss still found it somewhat difficult to accept. Finally, I told him I had about 7 more items like this. Hearing this, the boss immediately transferred the money cheerfully, looking at my account balance. At this rate, even a 10 billion house wasn't out of reach. The problem was that to obtain high-grade crystals, portals alone weren't enough. If only I could freely enter and exit rift zones. Then my phone suddenly popped up with a message. It was news about a monster wave occurring overseas. I had no intention of getting involved. If I went there again, no matter what country it was, I would stop the rift zones, but I didn't want to live like that anymore. That evening, I took grandmother and sister out for barbecue. Grandmother looked at the menu in her hands, thinking the food here was too expensive. I told her not to worry. I had made a lot of money this time. My sister didn't think so much about it, picking up a piece of meat and putting it in her mouth. This feeling was simply too blissful. Seeing this, I called the waiter to bring several more servings, thinking we must eat to our heart's content today. But grandmother felt heartache over the expense. Then sister added a piece of tender meat for grandmother. The moment it entered her mouth, the feeling of happiness spread through grandmother's mouth. Just as our family was enjoying ourselves harmoniously, Hyeon Juyin appeared here. She came behind me, asking if she could chat with me for a while. I directly interrupted her, telling her to wait until I finished eating if she had business. Obviously my reaction surprised Hyeon Juyin, that a man would treat her this way. Such a great beauty, but she still sat nearby and waited quietly. Other customers in the restaurant occasionally cast curious glances, because this was an S-rank hero. The world superstar Hyeon Juyin ranked in the top 10 most beautiful heroes worldwide. Hyeon Juyin had a strange feeling. Why did just one look from me, one word make her feel nervous? Could someone who awakened less than 2 months ago be S-rank? Hyeon Juyin was more inclined to believe I possessed some kind of special ability. Just as Hyeon Juyin was thinking this, we also finished dinner. Suddenly a figure blocked our path. The person blocking us was Kong Chul-woo, though he didn't know how I had survived coming out of the portal. Seeing I wasn't dead, he had obviously come to cause trouble this time. I wasn't in a hurry to deal with Kong Chul-woo, but first told Hyeon Juyin, I'll listen to your purpose for coming. I'm entrusting my family to you. Just help me call a taxi for them to take. I'll be going ahead, because I still have a debt to collect. After grandmother and sister were sent away by Hyeon Juyin, I had no more words and directly attacked Kong Chul-woo, slapping him hard across the face. He was instantly enraged by me. Seeing this, a waiter came out to break up the fight, but he was like a mad dog biting randomly. However, I stopped him with my intervention. He became even angrier, asking if I was looking for death. I couldn't be bothered to speak, attacking again with a punch to his face, hitting him so hard he clutched his face in pain. Only then did I ask him, "You brought me into the portal and trapped me, left me there to die, didn't you? Don't we have a lot to talk about?" He said, "There's nothing to say to a bastard, abandoned by his own father." He also admitted it was my stepmother who sent him to kill me. I took out my phone and pressed record, telling him to say it again, but he didn't comply, instead using his ability to attack me. To this I simply raised my hand lightly, slowly opening my palm. The moment his fist touched my palm, his fist was deflected. Seeing this, his face filled with disbelief. Then, my palm released a stream of azure magical power. The next second he was sent flying. I immediately rushed forward, unleashing a frenzied assault on him. The nearby waiter was terrified, hurriedly dialing the police, but was stopped by Hyeon Ju-yin, who had returned. She told the waiter to let her handle it. Then she watched from the side as I beat Kong Chul-woo, her heart filled with curiosity about my strength, because Kong Chul-woo, a B rank hero, was being beaten by me with no ability to fight back. Even A rank heroes couldn't do this. Seeing it was about enough. She called for me to stop, fearing Kong Chul-woo would be beaten to death. I looked down, thinking it was about enough, and spared Kong Chul-woo. Then, Hyeon Ju-yin asked how much I knew about Kong Chul-woo. Kong Chul-woo's cousin was the S-rank hero Kong Un-sok. I told her I knew, asking if there was a problem. My attitude of not caring about consequences made Hyeon Ju-yin think I was too reckless. She asked if I wasn't afraid of Kong Un-sok, but compared to this question, I found it more uncomfortable that Hyeon Ju-yin knew so much about my affairs. Seeing this, Hyeon Ju-yin apologized and revealed her true purpose. She wanted to buy all the hero magic crystals in my possession. I thought selling to her wouldn't be a problem, but I had one condition: take me into the rift zones at the same time. Hong Hee-ju received news that I was still alive and had retaliated against Kong Chul-woo. This made Hong Hee-ju feel somewhat troubled, because if this matter reached her husband's ears, it would be very troublesome, and if exposed by the media, the company's stock price would also fall. But her subordinate had already anticipated this. At the first opportunity, he had taken care of the police and media aspects, and even thought of a solution for her. Have Kong Un-sok handle it. Hong Hee-ju also thought this was a good plan, so she had her subordinate arrange a meeting time with Kong Un-sok. The next day arrived. Hyeon Ju-yin agreed to my condition, immediately gathering team members to take me into the rift zones. With Hyeon Ju-yin's authorization, we entered smoothly. As soon as we entered, movement appeared ahead. Everyone was cautiously on guard. A Tristan dove toward us. Hyeon Ju-yin immediately prepared for battle, but I didn't follow her commands. My form flashed as I charged alone toward the Tristan. Seeing my action, everyone worried for me, because they didn't know my strength. I used just one punch to bring the Tristan crashing down. Looking at the Tristan lying on the ground, everyone felt it was unbelievable, never expecting the Tristan to be killed by me in one hit. Then I lifted my foot, telling them it wasn't dead yet, saying this while delivering another kick to the Tristan's head, explaining that this was how it would die. Watching my actions, everyone was too shocked to speak. Young In-ju nearby asked Hyeon Ju-yin with a shocked expression, who exactly was this person? Hyeon Ju-yin told him he was just a very powerful human. Young In-ju couldn't understand what Hyeon Ju-yin was saying, because there were few heroes who could defeat a Tristan in one strike, especially in aerial combat. The Tristan couldn't even dodge the incoming fist, and was brought down with one punch. This was simply too exaggerated. Hyeon Ju-yin felt the same way, while becoming more and more curious about me. However, after seeing my strength, she felt we should be able to go to the core area. With this thought, she came to discuss this matter with me. I thought she was trying to take a share of my gains, so I decisively refused. She indicated she had no such intention, just felt my strength didn't match this place, asking if I had plans to go deeper inside. I found this quite interesting, so I agreed. Since Hyeon Ju-yin was more familiar with the routes here, she told me to follow her and not get lost. After saying this, she quickly rushed out. At extreme speed, I assumed a diving position. The next second my form disappeared from the spot, appearing several hundred meters away. Young In-ju and the others had no intention of following, because some of them couldn't keep up. Only after we left, Young In-ju looked at the Tristan's corpse, thinking, Everyone says we B-rank heroes are impressive, but before S-rank heroes we're as insignificant as dust. What would Ju Yin amount to before that man? At this time, Hyeon Ju Yin was still sprinting at full speed. Then she looked back, and didn't see me behind her, wondering if she should slow down a bit. Suddenly my voice came from beside her ear, asking if she couldn't go any faster. My appearance obviously startled her, because in terms of speed, she was ranked second in all of H country. Suddenly I stopped, teasingly saying, I didn't expect her to be so slow. Just now she looked like she was trying to shake me off, and not let me catch up. Hyeon Ju Yin's little scheme was exposed by me. Her face flushed red with embarrassment. I had no intention of continuing to tease, but looked toward a mountain ahead, asking what was over there. Hyeon Ju Yin told me it was where the boss monster resided, a creature like a pterodactyl, a massive 20-meter monster, named Caecilius. She also warned me not to think of fighting it, because it would take at least 3 S-rank heroes. But when I heard it would drop legendary-grade magic crystals, I ignored Hyeon Ju Yin's warning, and quickly rushed over. Hyeon Ju Yin was completely stunned, not knowing what I was planning to do, but still chased after me to try to stop me. Unfortunately, her speed couldn't match mine. No matter what, she couldn't catch up to me. When she finally caught up, her face was filled with disbelief, because Caecilius's corpse lay before her. Her understanding of my strength was refreshed once again. She knew Caecilius's power was unquestionable, because there was once an S-rank hero named Park Hae-ryul, who became famous for hunting Caecilius. The first time he challenged Caecilius, he brought 30 B-rank heroes. All the B-rank heroes perished, only he barely escaped with his life. Later, he gathered one more S-rank hero, and 200 A-rank heroes for a revenge battle against Caecilius in an epic confrontation. Though they ultimately succeeded in hunting Caecilius, most of the participating heroes perished, causing his massive guild, Sweet Life, to suffer tremendous damage. 3 years had passed and it still hadn't recovered its strength. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, no one would believe that the infamous Caecilius could be brought down by one man with a single strike. Then, I finally dug out the legendary magic crystal. From now on, I wouldn't need anyone to guide me. Starting now, I wanted to walk my own path. The byproducts from Caecilius were worthless to me, so I gave them to Hyeon Ju Yin as travel fees. Hyeon Ju Yin glanced at them, feeling she didn't need them either. Not much time had passed. Everyone looked at the ground, at a full backpack. They couldn't imagine how I had managed to fill a backpack with crystals in such a short time, because this would require their entire guild to spend 20 hours. And it wasn't just about speed and quantity. They also heard from Hyeon Ju Yin that I had barely any equipment, wasn't even wearing combat gear, and alone defeated Caecilius like this. Just this alone made Young In-ju believe I might be the world's strongest hero. Just as he was thinking this, they saw me return with another backpack full of magic crystals. Even if they told others about this, no one would believe it. They might even be taken for lunatics. So they had no intention of spreading this. Then they saw me and Hyeon Ju Yin talking, thinking we were dating, currently in an ambiguous stage, and feeling only a man of my caliber could stand beside Hyeon Ju Yin without being overshadowed. But calling it ambiguous seemed wrong, because they noticed I was quite rude to Hyeon Ju Yin. Then they saw me place the backpack in Hyeon Ju Yin's hands, and leave without even saying goodbye. Just as they were wondering about this, Hyeon Ju Yin explained to them that I didn't want others to know about defeating Caecilius and becoming famous overnight. I found that troublesome, so I had Hyeon Ju Yin handle the crystals for me. Young In-ju found this incredible, that such a man existed in this world. Hyeon Ju Yin thought the same, and even blushed while thinking about it. Park Hae-ryul, who had once defeated Caecilius, trained at high intensity every day, just so that one day he could become the legendary hero who successfully conquered Caecilius with the fewest people. All these years, he had been proud of defeating Caecilius, believing no one else could do it, convinced that besides himself no one could accomplish this. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kong Eun-sok looked at my personal file. He had received Hong Hee-ju's commission to eliminate me, while also asking about his cousin Kong Chul-woo's condition. Learning that Kong Chul-woo was severely burned all over, blind in both eyes, barely clinging to life, he said, "That's pretty ruthless." But in his heart, he thought if it were him, he would have chopped off Kong Chul-woo's limbs and severed his head. But when he heard Hyeon Juyin was present at the time, he immediately asked his subordinate why Hyeon Juyin would help that kid. But the subordinate only knew that Hyeon Juyin had provided testimony to the police, which calmed the situation. Upon hearing this news, Kang Un-sok told his subordinate to immediately investigate my relationship with Hyeon Juyin. If we had no relationship, there must be some deal. He had to find out what that deal was. The subordinate was startled by Kang Un-sok's reaction, and immediately ran out to investigate. Kang Un-sok, though he felt Hyeon Juyin's interference would be troublesome, thinking of Hong Hee-ju, that wealthy lady with talent, he gradually became excited. On the other side, after a busy day, I was on my way home, thinking that hunting in rift zones was indeed more efficient than portals. But I couldn't always rely on Hyeon Juyin for access. I'd have to think of another way. Just as I was about to rest in the house the small fry had arranged for me, going inside the house, I discovered several uninvited guests. My sister saw me appear and ran to hug me. Then one of them introduced himself. He said he was Prosecutor Park Chul-yong from the prosecutor's office, asking if I knew the small fry, and that he would arrest me on suspicion of participating in illegal, high-interest loan business represented by the small fry, the man who with just one punch instantly killed the infamous Caecilius, recognized as the world's strongest hero. But I chose to hide my identity because I thought being famous would be troublesome. But it was because of this decision that trouble found me instead. I was framed by H country's prosecutor for illegal high-interest lending. Not wanting to make things bigger, I cooperated and came to the prosecutor's office. He took out fabricated materials, various crimes pinned on me. I had no intention of answering his questions because I knew he was Hong Hee-ju's man. Seeing my silence, his attitude became increasingly hostile, nearly making me lose control and attack. As a result, I accidentally let a bit of my killing intent show, which terrified him to his core. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. He didn't know what that feeling was just now, but it made him lose all dignity. To regain face, he wanted to attack me. Suddenly, the door opened, interrupting his action. A subordinate entered with documents for him to review. When he saw the documents' contents, he suspected the machine was broken, because it showed I was just an ordinary person, not an awakened being. While I was still in the interrogation room, I had already made a decision to kill everyone here, then take grandmother and sister away from this place. Just as I was thinking this, Hyeon Juyin suddenly appeared. She seemed to see through my thoughts, telling me not to do anything foolish. She said she would help resolve this, and that the Hero Association had already sent investigators, asking me to be patient. It wouldn't be long. The next day I was released without charges, because Hyeon Juyin exposed prosecutor Park Chul-yong's corrupt behavior and illegal solicitation, getting him dismissed from office. On the way back, the radio was broadcasting that a new type of monster, shaped like a mantis, had appeared overseas. I knew this type of monster was called Maxion. Hearing this, Hyeon Juyin looked shocked because this new monster was currently only known by name within the association. Monster names weren't randomly assigned because within the energy condensed in magic crystals contains exclusive properties. Analysis can yield information about the monsters. Current Earth uses the power of science, while in my former world, we use the power of magic, which means when the same monsters appear in both worlds, most of the time I would know their names. Then I also told Hyeon Juyin Maxion's fatal weakness, that red ant secretions could be used. This toxin was harmless to humans, but had a strong paralyzing effect on Maxions. Hearing this, Hyeon Juyin was very curious about my identity, but I didn't want to tell her. Instead, I asked her back, what would happen if I killed Hong Hee-ju right now? At the same time, Hong Hee-ju had already received news of my acquittal, and that Hyeon Juyin had helped me. This made her feel the situation was becoming increasingly troublesome, so she had her subordinate contact Kang Un-sok. The price was 300 million for Kang Un-sok to act immediately. But Kang Un-sok, receiving the message, wasn't satisfied with her asking price, 1.6 billion, exactly double the price. Even his subordinates thought it was excessive, but in Kang Un-sok's view, it was just right, because Hyeon Juyin was also involved in this matter. If the opponent was S rank, this price wasn't too much. After this explanation, His subordinate also felt Hyeon Ju-yeon was indeed a dangerous opponent, but this response met with Kang Un-sok's displeasure, because not all S-ranks were the same. He believed someone like Hyeon Ju-yeon could be dealt with in just 20 minutes. The subordinate didn't dare argue. Finally, he asked about the association's situation again, learning that the association had already publicly announced the list of heroes being dispatched to provide overseas support, which included him. The flight was in 3 days. 3 days later, though foreign heroes were already defending with all their might, trying to stop the monsters' advance, they were helpless against enemies with no intelligence. Now with the collapse of the final defense line, the monsters were less than 60 kilometers from the foreign capital. Just at this moment, helicopters flew across the sky, suddenly dropping strange liquid. The monsters that came into contact with this liquid all became immobilized. Seeing this scene, everyone on the aircraft was shocked, never expecting red ant secretions to actually work on Maxions. Using this discovery, they easily resolved the foreign crisis. Hyeon Ju-yeon's fame also soared because of this. The aircraft was immediately surrounded by reporters, because in their eyes, it was Hyeon Ju-yeon who discovered Maxion's weakness, thus saving the foreign country from despair. This was what it meant to be a true hero. To thank me for my help, Hyeon Ju-yeon bought me many gifts. The second day after returning home, though she was still curious about how I knew Maxion's weakness, I still had no intention of telling her. Then she tentatively asked me what my plans were going forward. Actually, she was afraid I was targeting Red Spider or Kang Un-sok. That would make things much bigger. But my answer surprised her greatly. I just wanted to buy a house first. After returning home, Kang Un-sok continued enjoying himself. But one thing puzzled him greatly. He felt that Hyeon Ju-yeon was somewhat different from before. Knowing Maxion's weakness was one thing, but she kept hiding how she knew it. And during the return journey, he had tested Hyeon Ju-yeon, mentioning that Kang Chul-woo was his cousin. He had sufficient reason to avenge Kang Chul-woo, but Hyeon Ju-yeon seemed unconcerned, and stated she wouldn't interfere. This made him feel I definitely hid some secret. The scene shifted to overseas. To prepare for the second monster wave, the Foreign Hero Association dispatched numerous heroes into the rifts to collect magic crystals. At the entrance, 2 heroes had been standing guard for 5 hours. Just then, the rift suddenly experienced a disturbance. A scarred man appeared. Seeing this, the 2 heroes knew this person wasn't a member of the attack team. They immediately tried to contact headquarters, but the scarred man simply raised his hand. Green circles appeared around both heroes. No matter how they tried, they couldn't shake them off. One of them drew a knife, attempting to attack the scarred man. As the knife was hurled with force, it bounced off the scarred man's body. The scarred man said, "Too weak," clenching his fist. Both heroes were crushed until they coughed blood. Then the scarred man raised his hand again, his fingertips crackling with energy. The next second, space tore open, revealing a device, displaying 19.26%. Seeing this, he muttered to himself, by this world's time, 10 years have passed, and it hasn't even recovered 20%. Was it a failure? The dimensional rifts I worked so hard to trigger need to raise the magic concentration first. Saying this, he looked at the heroes lying on the ground, not quite dead, then grinned. Before that, let me clean up these insects, weaker than bugs. The scene shifted. This time I came to the rift zones alone, because I had confessed my awakened identity to the Hero Association, and confirmed my overwhelming strength. With Hyeon Ju-yeon's guarantee, I was able to quickly obtain an S-rank hero registration certificate, becoming H country's 8th S-rank hero. Therefore, the Hero Association wanted to publicize my identity and conduct large-scale promotion, but this required my personal consent. So, Chairman Ra Tae Wong decided to meet me personally. Right now I was efficiently hunting magic beasts, though my control over magic power was very precise, completely eliminating all beasts in the rift zones. Still consumed considerable magic power. I needed to prepare a weapon. So, on Hyeon Ju-yeon's recommendation, I came to a weapons shop, having them use materials I prepared to forge a weapon for me. But that kid said the appointments were full, told me to check out other shops. But I wasn't having any of that. Grabbing the kid by the collar, I told him to call his dad immediately. When his father came out, I told him Hyeon Ju-yeon had referred me. This statement clearly surprised Choi Chulgwon. I didn't bother with pleasantries, directly taking out the materials I'd brought, demanding he make me a proper sword, as long as possible in length. But he told me, if this type of metal material was forcibly made longer, the strength would weaken. He suggested I make 2 swords of appropriate size. What I needed was something long, with high magic absorption performance. I felt if he couldn't even do this, then he was incompetent. My tone immediately drew his son's displeasure. His son told me the weapons he made could achieve magic absorption performance of grade 3 or higher. I casually picked up a weapon, gripped it with both hands and began releasing magic power, but it didn't last long. The weapon couldn't absorb my magic power, and burst apart. I told them if they could only make such garbage, they should just give up, but in the end, they accepted the challenge. In the days that followed, for the weapon's strength, I began hunting Cyclops, obtaining Cyclops blood. I brought the blood to the weapon shop, telling them this could increase weapon strength. At this point, the materials were basically complete, but to enhance magic absorption performance, one more thing was needed, something that could only be found in Redwood Country. Coincidentally enough, the association was dispatching heroes to Redwood. Hyeon Ju-yeon and the others were planning to go, because the association's compensation was high, so they wanted to invite me along. A few days later, Hyeon Ju-yeon gave me a car, and brought up this matter. I happened to have the same plan, so I decided to go with them. On the other side, Kong Eun-sok received news that I was S-rank, so he demanded an increase in the commission fee. Hong Hee-ju originally disagreed, but hearing I was S-rank, she could no longer sit still, because this way she couldn't suppress me. No matter how much money it cost, she had to eliminate me. Then Kong Eun-sok received a phone call, learning of my plans to go to Redwood Country. He decided to kill me in Redwood Country. Soon came the day to depart for Redwood Country. On Redwood Country's Hero Association side, though they were happy that H-Country heroes could come, they worried about one thing, fearing H-Country heroes would discover intelligence, that Redwood Country's national treasure level hero had been defeated and killed by an unknown entity. According to footage from black boxes, what killed him was a human silhouette. To this day, they still weren't clear what exactly happened in the rift zones near Santa Ren. After arriving here, all the H-Country people were reading briefings. Seeing I wasn't there, Hyeon Ju-yeon sent me a message. I told her I had transferred. My destination was Santa Ren, quite far from here. She hadn't expected I'd go alone to the most troublesome rift zone, but she didn't hesitate for a moment, immediately preparing to come find me, but was discovered by Kong Eun-sok, who asked her where she was going, since the mission hadn't started yet. Hyeon Ju-yeon didn't hide it, and told him the destination. This puzzled Kong Eun-sok greatly. He couldn't understand why I would go to a place even Redwood Country said not to visit. Soon I met up with Hyeon Ju-yeon and the others. In Santa Ren's rift zones, Hyeon Ju-yeon complained about why I came here, without telling her in advance, and asked what my purpose was. I told her my target was Blue Gator, but she felt my tone toward her was very disrespectful, so we kept bickering throughout the journey. However, in our team, there were some newcomers who didn't know me. Seeing me taking the lead, they somewhat doubted my abilities. Just then our team was attacked. Seeing this, everyone entered combat mode, looking at monsters even more monstrous than in photos. Some were already thinking of retreating. Then I shouted loudly, "Get out of the way," drawing the long sword from my waist. This sword was Choi Chulgwon's treasured piece, because Blue Gator's heart was hard to extract by hand, so he lent it to me. With a weapon, my power became even greater. In just one encounter, this monster was sliced apart like paper by my sword. Those newcomers were shocked seeing my strength, because to them, I was ridiculously overpowered. Time quickly came to evening. We planned to rest here for the night. People in the team were still discussing my strength, finally reaching a conclusion that I wasn't an ordinary hero. Then Hyeon Ju-yeon walked over, asking if I'd finished processing Blue Gator's heart. I pointed behind me, as she could see. Hyeon Ju-yeon actually didn't know what I planned to use it for. Suddenly she saw me grilling meat, but it didn't look like beef. When I told her this was Blue Gator meat, she felt nauseous, watching me eat with such relish. Even Young In-ju nearby was stunned. Hyeon Ju-yeon was also curious, and wanted to try some. Young In-ju watched in shock, as the grilled meat entered her mouth. This amazed Hyeon Ju-yeon. The taste was unexpectedly delicious. Then Young In-ju came closer to me, asking what my secret was for winning over Hyeon Ju-yeon. Because Hyeon Ju-yeon was romantically inexperienced, not the type to easily fall for men. No, she was even willing to eat such meat with me. Speaking of love reminded me of my first love. I wasn't even 20 years old then. My second relationship was when I was in my 20s. The last one was named Veronica. She was once my final refuge. Young In-ju saw me spacing out and called loudly. Snapping back to reality, I told him something. This statement immediately silenced him, because this was the worst line he'd ever heard in his life. Meanwhile, Kang Un-sok had somehow been monitoring our every move. Suddenly Hong Hee-ju called telling him to act quickly, because my grandfather saw that I was S-rank in the news, saying he wanted to take me home. That's why Hong Hee-ju was so urgent. Finally, Kang Un-sok gave her a guarantee that I would never return from Redwood Country, because Kang Un-sok had already decided where to make his move on me. The next day, we continued deeper into the rift zones. Looking at the map, Hyeon Ju-yeon discovered dangerous monsters ahead, called lynx. Seeing I also knew of lynx's existence, Hyeon Ju-yeon didn't stop me, but she told me to put on earplugs, because this would prevent being deceived by lynx's cries, but I felt I didn't need them. No matter what Hyeon Ju-yeon said, it was useless. We walked until evening. That night we finally encountered lynx. Everyone immediately covered their ears, but I made no such movement. I simply raised my head, looking at lynx standing on the tree trunk. It was a canine monster that fused wolf and fox characteristics. This was Lynx. Lynx stood upright on one leg. His blood-red eyes began to stare into Hyeon Ju-yeon's eyes, just as Hyeon Ju-yeon seemed about to be sucked into Lynx's blood-red eyes. A palm too soft for a man covered Hyeon Ju-yeon's eyes. Be careful. Du-jun clicked his tongue, covering Hyeon Ju-yeon's eyes. For the first time, he drew the sword from his back. Swoosh. The sword gifted by Choi Chulgwon slid from its sheath like gliding. Though not on the list, those eyes of yours are quite useful in many ways. Du-jun stared at Lynx's blood-red eyes, his face filled with greed. In the BA-019 Rift Zone, Daniel, Chairman Lopez ran his hands over his face and sighed. Since it's the Rift Zone near Santa Ren, that's unavoidable. The place Brazil's Hero Association most dreaded was the Rift Zone near Santa Ren. Hyeon Ju-yeon's group had gone to such a place. Chairman Daniel Lopez believed this was inevitable. He just hadn't been able to give them classified intelligence, and they had gone to the Rift Zone on their own. This made him feel regretful. That's where Wildcat is, right? Yes, that thing isn't easily detected, so I hope they don't run into him. What would happen if Korean heroes encountered Wildcat? The assistant's question made Daniel, Chairman Lopez, glare at him, as if saying, do you really need to ask? Even our association-approved guilds have a 90% mortality rate. Do you think Korean heroes would be exceptions? Maybe they, Daniel. Chairman Lopez struggled to swallow the words, "will all die." Those words. But there are 2 S-rank heroes among the Korean heroes. The assistant emphasized there were 2 S-rank heroes. But what happened when Narachio first encountered Wildcat? Do you remember? Chairman Daniel Lopez mentioned Brazil's S-rank hero Narachio. Musco. The assistant just opened his mouth. If not for our country's top 3 production guilds making enormous sacrifices, Brazil would have completely lost an S-rank hero. The government and media only announced publicly that it was an unexpected monster attack, causing heavy hero casualties. But the truth wasn't like that. It was a tragedy, caused by an S-rank hero's rampage, under mental control by the monster Wildcat. This truth is classified as top secret, even within Brazil's Hero Association, and the person involved, Narachio Musco, still cannot perform normal hero activities. Due to that trauma, the S-rank heroes from Korea this time are just Asia's poster girl, and a rookie who just reached S-rank status. Don't expect those 2 to come out unscathed. Rather than hoping for such impossibilities, better to pray they're lucky enough not to encounter Wildcat at all. Chairman Daniel Lopez crossed his hands, praying that the Korean heroes wouldn't encounter the terrifying monster, whose appearance and nature were completely different. Wildcat really does look. Violet Guild members unanimously thought he was adorable. Among publicly known monsters, there were quite a few beautiful and cute ones, and Wildcat was cute enough to rank among the top. His entire body covered in thick blue-green fur, radiating a unique and special charm, sometimes like a fox, sometimes like a wolf's face. just the right size for taking walks together, except for his blood-red eyes. His appearance really made it hard to believe he was a monster. While Violet Guild members admired Wildcat's appearance, Dujun infused magic power into his sword. Each time red magic power entered the sword, Choi Chulguan's gifted sword would glow hot. This is the first time here. Using my family's swordsmanship, Dujun's eyes precisely focused on Lynx. Buzz buzz buzz, slight vibrations came from his fingertips, with the humming sound that followed. That's the limit. Dujun knew if he continued injecting magic power, the sword would shatter, so he stopped the magic infusion. Like a sword just pulled from a furnace, glowing red-hot, it began slowly cutting through the air. Bandera's family swordsmanship first form. Miracle Foundation, Milagro Rack. Point creation miracle. Wherever the sword passed, crimson points formed. It was such an intense light that just looking at it seemed to burn one's eyes. The points varied in size, some small as rice grains, others occasionally huge as watermelons. What is that? What did he just do? How can such things appear wherever the sword passes? Violet Guild members also watched in amazement at the points Dujun created. Even more surprising, all the points remained suspended there, as if time and space had frozen. The monsters also stared mesmerized at the red points Dujun created. Dujun's sword stopped only after creating thousands of points. The moment he swung the sword, points were created. When the sword filled with crimson light returned to normal, the instant it was sheathed again, the points suspended in air began moving simultaneously, rushing toward hundreds of monsters. One monster opened its massive mouth, seemingly unconcerned, wanting to devour the red point flying toward it. This was because it felt no lethality or sense of threat, so it could make such a move. Pop! The monster carelessly swallowed the red point. What is this? Just as it thought this, bang! The monster's head immediately exploded like a bomb, before anyone could even voice their shock. At the monster's exploding head, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Bang 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 bang. The crimson points began rushing into the monster horde. Their bodies were mercilessly torn to pieces. The points varied in size, and their power differed accordingly. Points small as rice grains displayed basketball-sized explosive force, while points large as watermelons possessed enough explosive power to completely blow away a blue gator's rear legs and tail spanning 30 meters, shocking everyone. Where the blizzard-like devastation swept through, only destroyed monster corpses remained. Hundreds of monsters turned to chunks of meat before their eyes. In less than a minute, facing such overwhelming devastation for the first time, Violet Guild members stood frozen in place. Some tried to say something, but as if they'd lost the ability to speak, they just stood with mouths agape. In this scene of shock and terror, the only person completely composed was Dujun. Crunch crunch crunch. Dujun walked calmly among the horrifyingly gruesome monster corpses, trembling trembling trembling. The sole surviving monster in the place swept by the bloody storm, Lynx, who hadn't lost even a single hair, watched Dujun approaching, with eyes full of terror. Even in fear and horror, Lynx attempted one last struggle. His blood-red eyes stared intently at Dujun. If only I could dominate that monster-like human's mind, if I could control that being, who instantly slaughtered hundreds of monsters protecting me, I could live here like an emperor. Lynx's blood-red eyes filled with tenacious will and sweet desire. But how laughable. Dujun drove his dagger into the head of Lynx, who was trying to dominate his mind. Lynx was one monster that absolutely couldn't be spared. In the world of destruction, many companions had their minds dominated by Lynx, devastating those who trusted and depended on them. So Lynx was more dangerous than those boss monsters, who flaunted their raw power, and the post-battle fatigue was greater. Dujun immediately dug out Lynx's blood-red eyes. Do you know, Lynx's mind control isn't from brainwaves, but from the unique light emitted by his eyes. What does that mean? It means, as long as you have Lynx's eyes, you can control minds. Of course, you can't take a living lynx with you, so ultimately, you have to extract the eyes from a dead lynx. No, maybe it's not like that. If my guess is correct, the limitation on dead lynx's eyes isn't time, but the number of uses. Dujun remembered the great scholar Rentner, smiling innocently while holding Lynx's head, carefully examining the pair of blood-red eyes in his hands. Normally, the moment life's light extinguishes, the glow in the eyes should also fade, but Lynx's blood-red eyes still emit intense red light. The method of use was also discovered by Rentner. Simply inject magic power into the eyes, then make eye contact with the target you want to dominate. It's very simple, but to accomplish this, the conditions are harsher than imagined. The condition is not being dominated by Lynx's mind, and having excellent enough magic control ability to use Lynx's eyes. Why did you dig them out? Hyeon Ju-yin looked with disgust at the lynx eyes in Dujun's hands. They'll be useful, obviously. On Earth, the only hero who could use Lynx's eyes was Dujun. After hunting Lynx, the atmosphere among Violet Guild members changed. How should I put it? It's like the threat and tension after dealing with boss monsters just disappeared. Though Lynx wasn't a boss monster, he controlled hundreds of monsters. So, looking at the overall combat power of the Rift Zone, the effect was greater than dealing with boss monsters. At least until monsters regenerate, this Rift Zone will become peaceful. That's obvious. That said, the Rift Zone isn't completely without monsters. Grown, reeking of foul stench, a swamp gargoyle appeared before Dujun, blocking his path. That guy completely doesn't read the room. If it wants to die, what can it do? Among monsters, undead really are the stupidest. Other monsters would never think to charge forward alone like this. But these guys don't even have thoughts. That's what makes them more annoying. They completely don't understand the situation. Even if countless companions die nearby, they'll still charge forward. Violet Guild members chatted back and forth. Dujun threw one punch, and the swamp gargoyle's head exploded. Its brief appearance ended there. After the Lynx incident, the distance between Dujun and Violet Guild members grew even wider, because they had never seen nor heard of Dujun's martial prowess. So, they couldn't view him as an ordinary hero at all, an immeasurable monster or a god. This was how Violet Guild members felt every time they looked at Dujun. Thanks to this, they believed this Brazil Rift closure operation would be the most relaxed since they became heroes, at least as long as they didn't anger Dujun or make him dislike them. Where did you learn that swordsmanship? Was that really swordsmanship? Hyeon Ju-yin had been silent for a long time, constantly thinking about something. When she asked this question, Dujun unconsciously, as if by habit, asked back why. Want to learn? Can I learn it too? Seeing Hyeon Ju-yin's expectant expression, Dujun regretted saying those words. If you start learning now, when would you be able to use it? And besides, Dujun frowned. He swallowed back the words about not needing to learn this in such a peaceful place. Even in the world of destruction, Dujun had generously taught his knowledge to those with talent and ability. Though it was family swordsmanship, the family had already perished. The world was heading toward destruction, so there was no reason to be stingy. At that time he only thought of training as many powerful companions as possible to save the world. But even the most basic swordsmanship couldn't be mastered overnight, and the situation then couldn't even guarantee tomorrow. So it was meaningless action. Moreover, after painstakingly teaching swordsmanship, he was still betrayed. In this kind of world, what I possess would become poison instead, because Earth was so peaceful. Dujun believed his swordsmanship, and many things he'd learned, would be poison to the people here. And he was also clearly aware this would bring him pain. So he thought under normal circumstances, he shouldn't display his power. You'd use it at least once before dying, right? After Hyeon Ju-yin spoke, she turned her head away sharply. Hyeon Ju-yin interpreted Dujun's words as, your talent isn't good enough. In other words, know your place. Seeing Hyeon Ju-yin sulking, Dujun sighed and clicked his tongue. He wanted to explain, but felt that would be too demeaning. So he hoped time would naturally calm things down. After wandering the Rift Zone for about 4 hours, they finally discovered the Rift's core, and found an exit not far nearby. If other places are similar to here, we'll waste some time finding routes. Their details are far inferior to ours. Young In-ju looked at the Rift Zone map provided by Brazil's association, and shook his head. Of course, when they next entered here to close the rift, they'd be able to take a more certain path, because Young In-ju had carefully corrected the errors on the map. But other rift zones were the real problem, because if details were insufficient like here, it seemed they'd waste considerable time. But he wasn't worried, because Dujun was there. What's there to worry about? We have the world's most capable bus driver. Hyeon Ju-yin said this, and was first to walk out the exit. What's wrong with Hyeon Ju-yin? Did something happen? Young In-ju asked. Dujun shrugged his shoulders, as if saying, how would he know? Then walked toward the exit. What? Are they already fighting? Young In-ju chuckled. After taking care of all guild members, he was the last to exit. Young In-ju, stepping outside, saw the scene before him. His eyes widened in shock. You arrogant bastard, are you tired of living? What shocked him wasn't the man shouting at Du-jun, who stood defiantly, but the true identity of the cold-faced man standing behind him. Ryoma Takashi, a Japanese hero, and an S-rank hero at that. Ryoma Takashi was his true identity. What the hell is happening? Faced with this unusual situation, Young In-ju couldn't help frowning. After Du-jun's group departed for Brazil, they left by plane. Kang Un-sok looked puzzled as he spoke to his right-hand man Kwak Yung-chul. Why did they leave so early? Does it have something to do with the chairman? I don't know the reason, but I can confirm. Chairman Ra Tae Wong is also confused by this unexpected move. Are you sure? Positive. Kwak Yung-chul's confident answer dispelled Kang Un-sok's suspicions about the association. Really don't understand. It's still way before the scheduled time. What benefit could make them so eager to leave? Speaking of which, did you find out clearly about what I asked you to investigate? Coincidentally, just received a report. Here, Kang Un-sok browsed through the materials Kwak Yung-chul handed over. Santa Ren, a region even Brazil's association finds extremely troublesome. Hyeon Ju-yeon has already claimed this place. Confirmed. This time Kwak Yung-chul's answer was also full of certainty. This is really. Kang Un-sok placed the materials on the table like throwing them, smiling bitterly. Everything related to that Seo Du-jun guy is unpredictable. Yung-chul, you think so too, right? It does always exceed expectations. Yeah, that's right. Anything connected to this guy is so strange I don't know the intent or the reason. I've lived this long, and it's my first time meeting someone like this. Doesn't feel good, so why not just let go now? Honestly, I'd like to. In my life, anything that feels bad, I've never seen have good results. Kang Un-sok nodded, but said the opposite. My mood isn't great either, but what can I do? Finally found a decent partner. If I quit just because it feels bad, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Don't you think? Even with Kang Un-sok saying this, Kwak Yung-chul's expression didn't relax at all. Besides, it's not like I'm getting blood on my own hands. What's the problem? Perfect timing. I was already worried about attracting attention. Now they've hidden themselves in a remote place. Makes the job convenient. Contact Takashi. Understood. Despite his reluctance, Kwak Yung-chul could only comply. Making trouble for no reason is really annoying. The man in his early 40s frowned, obviously dissatisfied with the accelerated schedule. His brow couldn't relax. Just getting to Brazil was already no simple flight. Once in Brazilian territory, several more hours of flying, then driving day and night. How could he not be irritated? That's what I say. But for handling business, this couldn't be better. Master, entering the same rift zone anyway. It's all the same. No one can see. No one can hear. If not for my friend's earnest request, I wouldn't have specially made this trip either. The man looked around the desolate environment and clicked his tongue. If the blessing that descended here could be granted to us, we'd have become the world's strongest long ago. So you see, treasures must meet their true master. Master speaks truly. If such a fine rift zone appeared in our country, Master, you'd have trampled the world underfoot long ago. The man's tongue-like flattery flowed smoothly. His expression relaxed slightly. Before long, they reached their target location. Master, do you really plan to enter like this? They've only been inside for 3 days. Even for advance reconnaissance, they couldn't have reached halfway into the rift zone. We rushed here without rest, just to take this opportunity to eliminate them. There's no reason to delay further. Understood. As soon as the man finished speaking, the man who had been flattering him stopped arguing and began leading those traveling with them. Who's coming out? Just as everything was ready, and they were about to enter the rift zone, someone emerged from within the rift zone. Stay alert, ready for orders. With the man's command, dozens of people spread left and right like a single unit, taking positions ready to handle any situation. Then, a person walked out of the rift zone. Hyeon Ju-yeon. It was indeed Hyeon Ju-yeon, a celebrity known throughout the entire world. Hyeon Ju-yeon was equally startled. She had expected the area outside the rift zone to be empty, but saw a group of people arranged, like an encirclement in defensive formation. So she instantly showed a surprised expression, but her surprise lasted only a moment. Hyeon Ju-yeon immediately recognized their identity because in the entire world, only one country would proudly use a red circle on white background, with red lines extending in all directions, as their symbol. What are those guys doing here? Hyeon Ju-yeon's expression twisted subtly, though it wasn't particularly glorious. She was genuinely a descendant of independence activists. Though she couldn't be called a patriot, she at least had basic awareness. So regarding Japan's shameless economic retaliation measures, Hyeon Ju-yeon had actively participated in the No Japan movement that swept like a storm back then, and it had to be among Japanese heroes. The most disgusting type. Not all Japanese are bad, but some among them are the most ignorant and ill-mannered. No matter what you say, there's no communicating with them. The Imperial Guild, that worshipped Japanese militarism, even calling them vile, wouldn't be excessive. The Imperial Guild, that was them, and their leader, more beautiful than when I saw him in London. The man examining Hyeon Ju-yeon up and down, with snake-like chilling eyes, was Imperial Guild Master Ryoma Takashi. Never dreamed I'd meet you in such a place. To put it simply, when Hyeon Ju-yeon asked back why they were here, Ryoma Takashi showed a nauseating smile. I heard there were heroes acting earlier than us. I thought perhaps I could help, so I came over. What a coincidence, since it's you. Hyeon Ju-yeon saw Ryoma Takashi lying shamelessly, without even moistening his lips. She frowned, but her mind was racing. That beast in human form couldn't possibly have come without knowing. He definitely came because he knew we were here. Instantly, in Hyeon Ju-yeon's mind, appeared the image of Kong Un-sok chatting pleasantly in London. Could it be, thinking it wasn't someone else, but Kong Un-sok's face? An ominous feeling crept into her heart. Why so serious? Then Do-jun walked to Hyeon Ju-yeon's side and asked, "Who's being serious? Who are they?" Do-jun's sharp gaze began scanning the Imperial Guild members. Just from their clothing and appearance, Do-jun knew they were a disreputable Japanese hero guild, but couldn't quite remember their name. "Who are you?" Do-jun made eye contact with Ryoma Takashi, who was glaring at him. "This is too much. Showing hostility toward someone you've just met isn't easy. This can only happen when there's a clear reason." Yet toward Do-jun, who had said nothing and done nothing, he brazenly displayed hostility. "What are you doing?" Hyeon Ju-yeon was startled by Do-jun suddenly putting his arm around her shoulder, but she didn't shake off his hand. No need to make him uncomfortable. Besides, Do-jun's action didn't displease her. On the other hand, Do-jun clearly saw, the moment his hand rested on Hyeon Ju-yeon's shoulder, the boiling, killing intent in Ryoma Takashi's eyes. Fruit of the alley. Even for a hero with outstanding abilities, Ryoma Takashi's appearance was utterly terrible. Simply couldn't be described as good-looking. Short in stature, face covered with wrinkles. Couldn't tell he was in his 40s. Eyes like a snake, nose an ugly bulbous shape with a red glow, lips thin and sharp, giving off an aura of meanness and cunning. His appearance itself was bad. Worse still was the aura he emanated. This Ryoma Takashi had actually fallen for Hyeon Ju-yeon. Do-jun would bet money it definitely wasn't noble or deep love, just perverted possessiveness, casually putting hands on women based on looks alone. What kind of bad habit is this? Seo Do-jun had once had the chance to become heir to Korea's second-largest conglomerate. Being an illegitimate child, he received harsh education in childhood, so English was basic. He could even converse fluently in Chinese and Japanese, and Do-jun had inherited all of Seo Do-jun's memories, therefore could completely understand Ryoma Takashi's words. Regarding Ryoma Takashi's words, Do-jun let out a disdainful snort. Seeing Do-jun's arrogant behavior, his expression instantly turned ice cold. Seeing that scene, Shunchi burned with rage on Ryoma Takashi's behalf. "How dare you be so rude to master? Bow your head and apologize immediately." "Apologize?" Do-jun scoffed. Shunchi stepped forward. "You brat, whoever you are. This lord is from Great Japan. I don't seem to have any reason to know that." Do-jun interrupted Shunchi's words, as if deliberately showing Ryoma Takashi. He crossed his arms and ignored him. Meanwhile, Violet Guild members appeared one by one. Finally, Young In-ju also safely emerged from the rift zone, though it was a subtle standoff situation. No one felt nervous. Speaking of the Imperial Guild, within Japan, they prided themselves on ranking in the top 5 in combat power. Conversely, the Violet Guild could only rank 30th domestically in Korea, so the Imperial Guild looked down on the Violet Guild. But the Violet Guild, if this were normal circumstances, would be highly alert to their opponents. But because they had Do-jun, an immeasurable monster, in front, they could handle things with composure. What should have been a tense situation wasn't tense at all. Shunchi's anger reached its peak. "Damn brat, you must be crazy, wanting to die." Shunchi's crude shouting made Violet Guild members, whether they understood Japanese or not, all think the same thing. That Japanese monkey had gone mad. He had to be stopped. If this continued, a conflict would definitely break out between Do-jun and the Imperial Guild. Even with Ryoma Takashi, Young Inju hurriedly stepped forward. Both of you please calm down. After Young Inju intervened, Shunchi glared at him. There's no place for a sissy like you to butt in. Sissy, Shunchi's words crossed the line and Young Inju's forehead also bulged with veins. But Young Inju wasn't so emotional as to lose control from momentary anger, leading to irreversible regret. I'm Young Inju of the Violet Guild. He believed if he formally introduced himself, the other party's attitude would certainly change. It had to be so. The problem was he didn't know. The opponent was an incommunicable species. Violet has that kind of guild too. Right. That's where even people without self-awareness, sissies, hang out, so there's no need to know about it. The guild master being insulted to his face, Violet Guild members could no longer remain silent. Members who didn't understand Japanese, after explanations from other members, became even more furious and began cursing in Korean. What the hell are you babbling about, you monkey bastard? Hey monkey, come here, I'll knock all your teeth out. Talk about lacking self-awareness. Aren't you monkey bastards #1 in the world at that? Claiming other people's land as your own, doing all kinds of evil, then denying it outright. I always said not to associate with island monkeys. Unlucky bastards. Patui. Violet Guild members spoke one after another, beginning to curse with murderous intent. Imperial Guild members naturally turned red-faced and began counter-attacking. From personal attacks to historical issues, both sides' accusations grew louder and louder. Do-jun, who had been standing defiantly, moved. Do-jun. Hyeon Ju-yin quickly grabbed his arm. What, scared? Hyeon Ju-yin shook her head, responding to Do-jun's question. That's not what I mean. Just don't kill anyone. Though she said nothing, Hyeon Ju-yin also couldn't tolerate that Young Inju, who followed like an older brother, had received intolerable insults. Even the Violet Guild, which could be called her life, had been looked down upon together. Watch his performance, Do-jun said, walking toward Shunchi. What the hell, Shun? Kai knew nothing about Do-jun, so toward Do-jun approaching him, he had no vigilance whatsoever. He was even looking down on him, his mind full of thoughts about how to bully him, like legitimate self-defense. Monkey, what? From now on, I'm going to beat you up, whether you dodge or block. Use all your skills, no matter what beast you are. I'm going to kill you. Shunchi threw the first punch. Shunchi's fist struck Do-jun's face directly. Shunchi's fist hit Do-jun's face precisely. The Violet Guild members, who understood his strength better than anyone, all fell silent as if doused with cold water. On the other hand, Shunchi's expression relaxed considerably, speaking sarcastically, because he felt Do-jun had been putting on airs earlier, but was actually nothing. Koreans just know how to run their mouths anyway. Do-jun straightened his head, responding to the sarcastic Shunchi. According to the rules here, I took the hit first, so now it's legitimate self-defense, right? Do-jun asked, his eyes flashing viciously. According to the rules here, I took the hit first, so now it's legitimate self-defense, right? As soon as Do-jun finished speaking, Shunchi felt his entire body freeze as if paralyzed. Why, isn't he a Korean who couldn't even dodge my punch? Shunchi thought this was something that couldn't happen by common sense. What stupid thing is this? He's beneath me. I was actually scared by that kind of bluffing. Shunchi couldn't understand himself. His eyes wide, to relax his stiff body, Shunchi forced out his fist. I just need to smash that guy's nose. That kind of guy absolutely can't dodge, can't block my attack either. Suppress his ridiculous bluffing with force. Once his nose is smashed and face bloody, he'll understand reality. He'll definitely forget what he said, and desperately try to hide, to save his life. Shunchi quietly shifted his gaze toward Do-jun's back. Hyeon Ju-yin, obviously. This guy is just arrogant because of the S-rank hero. Hyeon Ju-yin is indeed a remarkable hero, but behind him is an even stronger power, a more remarkable hero, Ryoma Takashi. Even if I beat Do-jun down here, there won't be any problems. Shunchi's fist was full of power, full of conviction. This was a punch capable of smashing an ordinary person's face, even if they were the same rank of hero. If the level was C rank or below, their life would be in danger. Shunchi's punch, completely different from before, made Imperial Guild members all show cruel smiles on their faces, due to their hatred toward Korea being higher than any other Japanese. Just imagining Shun Chi's punch beating Do-jun into a bloody mess and collapse made them feel very happy. However, reality wasn't as easy as they imagined, nor as sweet. Crack, with a short, powerful striking sound. One body collapsed on the spot. One person stood proudly, another knelt before him with head hanging. Imperial Guild members couldn't believe their eyes, because these two presented completely different scenes. Shan Shunchi, what's happening? What just occurred? It happened too fast. No one could see that scene clearly. Only two people saw it clearly. Hyon Juyin and Ryoma Takashi. Especially Ryoma Takashi. His shock was greater than anyone's. Dujun's fist was several times faster than Shunchi, who punched first, precise to a chilling degree. Crash! Shunchi collapsed to his knees. Blood poured from his mouth. White teeth also fell to the ground. Dujun's fist had struck Shunchi's mouth with perfect precision. Shunchi's upper and lower 10 teeth were completely knocked out just like that. Shunchi's 10 front teeth were instantly cleared, but he had already gone mentally insane from the instantaneous blow. Dujun left Shunchi where he was, his gaze turning toward the back, because, from the beginning, the target was never a small fry like Shunchi. Dujun's gaze settled on Ryoma Takashi. Even so, Dujun wasn't impatient enough to immediately entangle with Ryoma Takashi. One more provocation was needed, and Dujun knew clearly who could play the role of this catalyst. Dujun gently pressed down on Shunchi's shoulder, even if not for provocation. Since Shunchi had specially taken a punch, Dujun had absolutely no intention of stopping there. That right shoulder that had struck Dujun's face, Dujun's gaze still remained on Ryoma Takashi. Just like that, he applied force with an expressionless face. Crack! Shunchi's shoulder blade was completely shattered, beyond recovery. He convulsed violently and collapsed. Bastard, you bastard! That's enough! Imperial Guild members stared in shock at Dujun's cruel methods, their whole bodies trembling, as if they might charge forward at any moment, even letting out crude shouts. However, Ryoma Takashi just lightly raised his hand and controlled the situation. This alone was enough to fully suggest the relationship between Ryoma Takashi and the Imperial Guild members. It's you. Ryoma Takashi stared intently at Dujun. Seeing Dujun didn't respond, Ryoma Takashi continued. I've been curious about who Korea's newly promoted S-rank hero was. So it was you. Called Seo. Dujun, right, won't live much longer, because your reactions are too slow. Hearing Dujun's response, Ryoma Takashi burst out laughing. Do you know what I think when I see you Koreans? Arrogant to an unbearable degree. Just makes me want to kill you all. Ryoma Takashi's entire body began emanating killing intent. Just because you defeated such a guy, you think you can even look down on me? This was how Ryoma Takashi mercilessly abandoned that person who had flattered him like his own tongue. Shunchi, seeing this scene, one corner of Dujun's eye twitched. In the world of destruction, Dujun considered the most despicable type of group. The person he least wanted to see again was someone like Ryoma Takashi, whether subordinates or companions, when desperately fighting for survival in the past. This was absolutely intolerable behavior. Dujun didn't want to say more. Walking straight toward Ryoma Takashi, Dujun, Hyon Juyin urgently called his name to stop him. I'll take responsibility. Dujun's resolute voice seemed to say, don't interfere. Hyon Juyin could only close her mouth. Haha, responsibility. What responsibility can a guy like you take? If you knew Korean, you should have said so earlier. Seeing Ryoma Takashi understood his and Hyon Juyin's conversation, Dujun frowned, as if finding speaking Japanese troublesome. From now on, I'll use Korean. There's nothing much to say anyway. Ryoma Takashi ignored Dujun's words, instead carefully observing his footsteps, then sneered mockingly, quickly gripping the sword hilt at his waist. Then, without warning, drew his blade. Sword energy flashed like lightning, flying straight forward. Ryoma Takashi's sword drawing technique was his signature skill, not only in Japan, but enjoyed top reputation worldwide. Ryoma Takashi's sword drawing was simple and fast, with tremendous power. Countless monsters had died under it before they could even react. This showed that while he verbally despised Dujun, when facing him, he absolutely wouldn't allow himself the slightest negligence. Dangerous. Hyon Juyin couldn't help warning Dujun, then closed her mouth. Even rank monsters would have their limbs severed by Ryoma Takashi's sword. However, that powerful sword energy dissipated powerlessly before Dujun's palm. The person who couldn't believe the scene before his eyes most was Ryoma Takashi himself. This time it's also legitimate self-defense. Dujun's cold voice made Ryoma Takashi feel weak in the knees for the first time. As soon as he finished speaking, Dujun's shoulder swayed slightly. The distance between Dujun and Ryoma Takashi was ideal for executing sword drawing techniques. Ryoma Takashi had executed his sword drawing technique without warning, precisely because he held the advantage in distance. At just such a distance, Dujun extended his fist. Ryoma Takashi's head shook violently, tilting backward. Blood droplets splattered in the air. At the same time, white particles like freshly popped popcorn exploded in the air. Ryoma Takashi stumbled backward, covering his mouth with his hands. Blood flowed down between his fingers. Cold wind rushed into his mouth, just like Shunchi. Ryoma Takashi's mouth had also been smashed. How is this possible? Ryoma Takashi was horrified by the fact that his mouth had been smashed by mere wind pressure. What shocked him was he hadn't even been able to properly react to an attack from a hero who had just been promoted to S rank. That guy is strong. Ryoma Takashi was considered strong among heroes, so he could understand the person before him was strong enough to overturn all his common sense. There was one more thing. Dujun also roughly broke convention. Dujun stepped forward, closing the distance with Ryoma Takashi, directly grabbing his collar. This time he couldn't even resist. Before being grabbed by the collar, Ryoma Takashi tried to break free from Dujun's grip. On his collar, however, an irresistible force lifted Ryoma Takashi's body. A force powerful enough to overturn the world made Ryoma Takashi's spine feel as if it would break, the excruciating pain making him scream. Dujun looked at Ryoma Takashi's face, twisted with pain, and directly punched down. Crack bang, crack bang. Dujun's fists made no distinction between face and torso, violently pummeling Ryoma Takashi's body. Imperial Guild members were completely stiff from Dujun's one-sided violence. That exceeded all common sense, though Ryoma Takashi, whom they absolutely obeyed and worshipped like a god, was suffering indiscriminate beating. No one could move. They were completely suppressed by Dujun's overwhelming presence and brutal violence. Ryoma Takashi barely grasped his sanity, pleading with a wheezing voice for him to stop. For Ryoma Takashi, who had tried to hunt a rookie S-rank hero, this was a terrifying situation he had never imagined. No, Dujun answered coldly, then swung his fist down once more. Because Ryoma Takashi constantly belittled Korean heroes and spouted all kinds of nonsense, the Violet Guild members also had very bad feelings toward him. However, some guild members couldn't bear to watch Dujun's one-sided violence, so they turned their heads away. No, this won't do. I have to stop him. Young Inju dragged his stiff body with difficulty, walking toward Dujun. Dujun, please stop. If this continues, he'll really die. We can't kill Ryoma Takashi here. Korea-Japan relations deteriorating is one thing. Dujun's image and reputation will fall indefinitely. Heroes around the world will definitely be angry at Dujun's actions and condemn him. Young Inju absolutely didn't want to see such a situation. A hero with powerful strength like Dujun should become someone that people worldwide, even other heroes, would respect and fear. However, if he killed Ryoma Takashi here, he would only become a hero known for cruel violence. He would no longer be a respected and admired hero, but merely an object of fear. Of course, Dujun wasn't the type to care about such political relationships. What's the big deal about just killing him? He simply wanted to eliminate people like Ryoma Takashi. Dujun's fist struck Ryoma Takashi's abdomen again, already like a torn rag. Ryoma Takashi now could do nothing except tremble from the impacts to his body. So Young Inju believed if he took a few more hits, his life might truly be in danger. Please, I beg you, please stop. Young Inju grabbed Dujun's arm. Hyeon Juyin also hurriedly tried to stop Dujun. Dujun, there's no need to harm yourself. For someone like this, please stop. Hyeon Juyin also joined in embracing him. Only then did Dujun's fist stop. These kinds of people should be eliminated completely. Otherwise, they'll always try to climb up, Dujun said in Japanese, as if speaking for the Imperial Guild members to hear. This was a warning, and a very strong warning, that threatened their very lives. The Imperial Guild members who met Dujun's gaze, all without exception, were trembling, hastily bowing their heads. They had definitely felt it to their bones today. Young Inju spoke more urgently than Hyeon Juyin. Hey, if you want to live, answer me properly. You'll never try to climb up again. Hearing Jung In-ju's shout, Imperial Guild members nodded in unison without hesitation. Even so, Dujun still looked at them with dissatisfaction. They all bent over and bowed respectfully without exception. This was complete submission. The one they worshipped as a god. Anyone other than Ryoma Takashi hadn't been able to make a single move before being beaten one-sidedly into a bloody mess. So besides fear and terror of Dujun, they had no other thoughts. They couldn't even think about resentment. And this appearance was the true face of Imperial Guild members, infinitely weak before the strong, but even more aggressive toward the weak. Despicable. Look, from now on every time they see Dujun, they'll bow 90 degrees like this, so please forgive them, okay? Jung In-ju's efforts at mediation were also commendable. Most importantly, the Imperial Guild members' pathetic performance with no resistance also made Dujun lose interest. If you dare climb up again. Dujun's words stopped abruptly, but this was already enough. From now on, Imperial Guild members would freeze in fear, just seeing Dujun's face. No, even just seeing his shadow. The terror Dujun brought them was that immense. Why has it come to this? Whose land is Dokdo? Of course it's Korean land. What about Tsushima Island? That's also Korea. Seeing Imperial Guild members answer with red faces, only Violet Guild members who understood Japanese couldn't help giggling. Dujun's original plan was to explore a rift zone for Blue Gator's heart. If he couldn't get it this time, he didn't know when he'd find another chance. Even though he had occupied the rift zones near Santa Ren to hunt as many Blue Gators as possible, Dujun wanted to get more in advance. But due to Ryoma Takashi and the Imperial Guild, he had to change his itinerary. No matter what, Dujun had beaten an S-rank hero half to death. He had to at least provide an explanation. That's how it happened. Hearing Jung In-ju's words, Chairman Daniel Lopez said nothing. His statement could be summarized as follows. Ryoma Takashi and Imperial Guild provoked first. 2. Fighting broke out. 3. Ryoma Takashi and Shunchi were beaten nearly to death by Dujun. Chairman Daniel Lopez's gaze naturally turned to Dujun, an expressionless person, a young man tasting Brazil's finest coffee. Is this believable? None other than Ryoma Takashi himself. Japan had a total of 9 S-rank heroes. Ryoma Takashi was a powerful hero who could rank in the top 4 by individual ability alone, if you considered the full strength of the Imperial Guild that worshipped him as a god. You could say he possessed power enough to compete for the strongest in Japan, and such a Ryoma Takashi and Imperial Guild had been completely defeated by a young Korean hero who had just become S-rank. Who could accept such a statement at face value? Hyeon Ju-yin and Violet Guild must have helped too. But even so, the fact that Ryoma Takashi and Imperial Guild were defeated was hard to believe. The power gap between Imperial Guild and Violet Guild was that vast. Of course, Korea had 2 S-rank heroes, so it wasn't without chance of victory. It's just, how could there not be a single injury on their side? Only Ryoma Takashi and Shunchi were hurt, even against 2 S-rank heroes. If it was Ryoma Takashi, at least Hyeon Ju-yin or Dujun should have sustained some serious injuries normally. But not only was Dujun, even Hyeon Ju-yin was completely unharmed. Ryoma Takashi was injured to near death, while his opponents didn't even lose a hair. This was simply unbelievable. Was Korea a hero specifically supported by Ra Tae Wong? Regardless of the situation, what was important was something else entirely. They were attributing all of this to Seo Dujun's actions alone. Their intention was obvious, a strategy to minimize responsibility, making only Dujun bear the burden. At first glance it might seem so, but judging from Jung In-ju and Hyeon Ju-yin's attitudes, it wasn't like that. It seemed they wanted the whole world to remember this newly emerged Korean S-rank hero. Chairman Daniel Lopez sighed softly. Whatever their intentions were, an unpleasant incident had occurred in Brazil anyway, even though it had nothing to do with him. Chairman Daniel Lopez couldn't help feeling responsible. So Ryoma Takashi and Shunchi were receiving the best treatment. All Brazilian healers who enjoyed noble treatment among heroes had been deployed. The medical team was also equipped with the finest. The problem was, Ryoma Takashi's injuries were far too severe, even for a hero with monster-like recovery abilities. To be able to walk on his own would require at least over a month. To engage in hero activities would take even longer. In fact, Ryoma Takashi couldn't participate in this Rift Zone closure operation. Not only that, Shunchi's right shoulder had reached an incurable state. To normally engage in hero activities would require at least 1 or even over 2 years. I knew Korea and Japan's relationship was bad, but I didn't expect such cruelty. Chairman Daniel Lopez frankly said he had no good feelings toward Korean heroes, although it was a problem caused by their internal emotional disputes. They always believed the victims were themselves. More detailed investigation will be conducted separately. This is Japan's business. After all, it's their own country's hero who was injured. Japan cannot just stand by. I understand. Hearing Jung In-ju's response, Chairman Daniel Lopez nodded. Setting that matter aside, this operation has become difficult. Saying this, Chairman Daniel Lopez looked toward Hyeon Ju-yeon. Hyeon Ju-yeon stared at Chairman Daniel Lopez, as if asking what he meant. Korea and Japan were the only ones to occupy the rift zones near Santorin first, so we hoped both countries' heroes could cooperate to blockade those areas. Between the two countries, Japan naturally had the highest expectations. If we evaluate coldly and objectively, Ryoma Takashi and Imperial Guild's combat power was indeed superior to Korea's. Korea has 2 S-rank heroes, but actually nothing else noteworthy. Of course, the power of S-rank heroes is enough to surpass over 100 A-rank heroes. This is an undeniable fact. It's just that even setting aside Hyeon Ju-yeon, Korea's poster hero, Doo-jun, who recently obtained S-rank status, has never had his combat abilities truly proven. So naturally Japanese heroes were given higher expectations, especially Doo-jun. He's a rookie S-rank hero, without any notable achievements. Therefore, inside rift zones where various variables emerge, he received particularly harsh evaluation. Hyeon Ju-yeon clearly understood Chairman Daniel Lopez's words. The meaning was, you guys beat up the Japanese heroes, so you'll handle the rift zone blockade operation yourselves. Perhaps sensing Hyeon Ju-yeon's gaze, Chairman Daniel Lopez continued, as if making excuses. I know this isn't an easy task. Even with Japanese cooperation, the chances of success weren't high, so what we hope for is to buy as much time as possible before other rift zones are sealed. Chairman Daniel Lopez believed this level was achievable, simply delaying time, that is, patrolling the rift zones near Santorin, just to reduce monster numbers. This is also the most realistic method currently. We'll do our best. Chairman Daniel Lopez smiled with satisfaction at Hyeon Ju-yeon's complaint-free response. What could there be to complain about anyway? Reaping what you sow. We'll also do our utmost to lighten your burden as soon as possible. The conversation ended there. Jung In-ju and Hyeon Ju-yeon stood up first. Doo-jun followed suit. Doo-jun hadn't said a word during the entire conversation, just drinking coffee. Chairman Daniel Lopez thought Doo-jun was tall and handsome, but his cold expression gave off a strange feeling. Chairman Daniel Lopez watched Doo-jun's back as he left his office, then rubbed his face with both hands. The rift zones near Santorin are also Brazil's problem, so no heroes in the world were willing to occupy there first. Fortunately, Korea occupied it first. Then Ryoma Takashi also joined. I had high hopes originally, but those hopes turned to bubbles. As a result, Santorin's problem can be postponed temporarily. No choice, reaping what you sow. Chairman Daniel Lopez thought, if other countries' heroes now expressed willingness to provide support, that would be fine. Otherwise, he could only watch Korean heroes bear the burden of rift zones near Santorin with their own strength. The problem with Brazil's association has been resolved cleanly. Japan will definitely be red-eyed with rage. After the economic retaliation measures, Korea and Japan's relationship had been in the worst state. Even without that, they could be considered sworn enemies. Now everyone in the world knew they had turned against each other. So, Ryoma Takashi's matter definitely couldn't be easily dismissed. Doo-jun easily resolved Jung In-ju's worries. Just settle it with the parties involved. What does that mean? If Ryoma Takashi and Imperial Guild admit their mistakes, won't there be no problems? How is that possible? That's true enough, but would Ryoma Takashi really do that? Jung In-ju felt it couldn't be that easy. Completely possible. Facing Doo-jun's confident answer, Jung In-ju felt he lived quite carefree. Imperial Guild members have intense fear and terror of Doo-jun, so perhaps they can be controlled. But Ryoma Takashi can't be like that. because of S-rank hero's pride. He'll definitely try every means to resist. Anyway, thanks to him, hunting in the rift zones became much easier. Facing Do-jun's completely different, carefree and relaxed manner of speaking, Young In-ju could only smile bitterly with resignation. Do-jun, let's have a chat. Hearing Hyeon Ju-yeon's words, Do-jun looked at her as if asking what about. Sister, sorry. Excuse me for a moment. Meaning you have something to say behind my back, right? Though Young In-ju spoke as if hurt, he still obediently stepped aside. After only the two of them remained, Hyeon Ju-yeon carefully opened her mouth. About Ryoma Takashi's matter, I keep feeling he seemed to be targeting you specifically. Perhaps Do-jun also couldn't be certain, but the situation was indeed somewhat coincidental. Ryoma Takashi, appearing suddenly with Imperial Guild. That's right, the hostility he showed toward you, though it wasn't clear if it was because of Hyeon Ju-yeon, was also suspicious. Just simple hostility, launching attacks that could kill opponents. If it was because Do-jun destroyed Shunchi, that would be understandable, but before that, Ryoma Takashi had coldly abandoned him. That felt very uncomfortable. So no matter how you consider it from his perspective, Ryoma Takashi's attack seemed too intense. Anyone would think he was either a sworn enemy or acting on someone's orders. Did you sense it too? Not sure, just a feeling. Hearing Do-jun's response, Hyeon Ju-yeon bit her lip and hesitated for a while, then opened her mouth as if making a decision. I have someone I suspect. Who? Do-jun asked casually. If it were someone else, they should have been glaring intensely by now, demanding answers. But Do-jun appeared so calm, making it hard for Hyeon Ju-yeon to read his emotions. Kong Un-sok has deep connections with Ryoma Takashi, right? Even when Kong Un-sok's name was mentioned, Do-jun's emotions didn't change at all. Did you anticipate this? No. Then why aren't you surprised? It's just suspicion, isn't it? I just want to know the exact truth, and I'll know it soon. How will you know? The guy acting on orders will confess himself. Do you think Ryoma Takashi will confess? Of course. Seeing Do-jun's matter-of-fact response, Hyeon Ju-yeon shook her head helplessly. Ryoma Takashi isn't someone easy to deal with. He won't easily submit to you, like Imperial Guild members. Moreover, if he believes he's currently under protection, he'll try every means to retaliate. Let's wait and see. Where does that confidence of yours come from? She genuinely wanted to ask why he was so confident. To Hyeon Ju-yeon's question, Do-jun didn't answer, just smiled. That night, Do-jun went to the hospital room where Ryoma Takashi was staying. It was a very luxurious place, with tight security as well. Brazil's association was obviously taking special care. Do-jun entered Ryoma Takashi's room without any obstruction. Though he was the assailant, Do-jun's identity was established. And besides, no matter how bad the feelings, one couldn't attack a patient lying in bed. The surveillance cameras installed in the room also served their purpose, since it was real-time monitoring. Even letting Do-jun enter the room alone wouldn't cause major problems. Ryoma Takashi was connected to various equipment, sleeping as if dead, making people forget his former arrogance as an S-rank hero. Though when Ryoma Takashi was brought to Brasilia, he looked like he could die at any moment under the healer's treatment. He was now recovering steadily. Ryoma Takashi. Do-jun calmly called his name. He immediately opened his eyes. After confirming Do-jun's face, Ryoma Takashi's eyes filled simultaneously with fear, terror and anger. As Hyeon Ju-yeon had said, if he confirmed he was under protection, he seemed ready to retaliate at any cost. Looks like you want revenge, but you won't get that chance. Ryoma Takashi's pupils were full of intensity. Though he didn't speak, he looked like he wanted to object. Do you know what this is? Do-jun pulled out 2 eyeballs from his chest. They were Lynx's eyes. Ryoma Takashi seemed to be asking what they were, with slightly worried eyes, looking alternately at Do-jun and Lynx's eyeballs. Do-jun silently injected magic power into Lynx's eyeballs. Originally, Lynx's eyeballs, emitting faint blood-red light, under Do-jun's magic power, began radiating intense brilliance. The surveillance cameras in the room, since Do-jun had his back to them, couldn't detect Lynx's eyeballs. Looking forward to your quick recovery, Do-jun left the room. Through surveillance cameras, Brazilian Association heroes, monitoring the room's interior, only saw Do-jun standing at a certain distance from Ryoma Takashi. Korean heroes and Japanese heroes had a conflict. The rumors spread rapidly. Even though Brazil's Hero Association tried to prevent it, it was futile, because the situation at the time was witnessed firsthand by Violet Guild members. This is something only you should know. Is that Youngjin? I'm doing well. Brazil's weather is better than expected. The food suits my taste too. But speaking of which, this is truly top secret. Top secret, so you absolutely can't tell anyone. Actually, we and the Japanese heroes. What? Those Japanese monkeys spouted nonsense again. These guys really should have been completely finished off last time. No, nothing special. A few days ago, we fought with Imperial Guild in Brazil. This can't be revealed. You know Hero Seo Dujun, right? That's right, the 8th S-rank hero. That person is really amazing. Amazing how? Well, this is what I witnessed personally. Only you can know this. It's a secret. You absolutely can't tell others. Violet Guild members confided this matter to family or acquaintances. Of course, secrets confided this way could never be kept. The news instantly spread throughout Korea. Soon even reporters knew. For reporters who would stop at nothing to pursue news, the story about Seo Dujun, shrouded in mystery, was undoubtedly exclusive news that made their mouths water. Reporters quickly wrote reports. Initially, this was just unverified rumors. But as fact-checking proceeded, Korea was flooded with information about Seo Dujun. How's domestic public opinion? Chairman Ra Tae Wong's question. Deputy Minister Min Hong Gi immediately answered. The public's interest in Hero Seo Dujun is higher than ever before. He's been at the top of online search rankings for 3 consecutive days. After all, online, everyone's saying he beat Ryoma Takashi to a pulp one-sidedly. No wonder, Ra Tae Wong said, with a faint smile on his face. Ryoma Takashi was exactly the core figure of those extremists who unhesitatingly made inflammatory statements. Every time Ryoma Takashi said those infuriating words, how many times had everyone clenched their fists, hearing that such a Ryoma Takashi was beaten half to death by Dujun? If Ra Tae Wong weren't in high position, he'd probably dance with joy, except for forces called the New Pro-Japan faction. All normal Korean citizens shared the same feelings. Therefore, the public's attention to Dujun was explosive. But has Japan's Hero Association really given up investigating the truth? Deputy Minister Min Hong Gi looked incredulous. Ryoma Takashi isn't just anyone. He is Japan's frontline hero. Such a Ryoma Takashi was humiliatingly defeated, not by another country's hero, but by Korea's hero. Japan's association should be holding on tight no matter what. As always, to cover up their own scandals and humiliating defeats. Aren't they the type who would persistently search for opponents' flaws, then stir up public opinion before they'd give up? So when Deputy Minister Min Hong Gi received news from Brazil rather than satisfaction, he worried more about whether Dujun and Hero Hyeon, Juyin, and others would fall into difficulties. The person involved said not to investigate the truth, so Japan's Hero Association has no choice. I heard that too. Did Ryoma Takashi really say that? I can't believe it either, but that's what they're saying. Chairman Ra Tae Wong's bitter smile made Deputy Minister Min Hong Gi's brow furrow. I'm worried they might be plotting something behind the scenes. Even so, there's nothing we can do now. What can we do anyway? We're in the position of parents whose child hit someone. Japan is in the position of parents whose child was hit. Unless Japan acts first, we can't step forward. That's absolutely right, because even when children fight, it's the side that got hit who acts first. If the side that did the hitting steps forward to explain first, the situation definitely won't look good, though I don't hope it happens. If Japan does something, we can't just sit and wait for death. So I want to say, let's compile what Ryoma Takashi and Imperial Guild have done. This way, if we're attacked, we can mount appropriate counterattacks. Understood. Deputy Minister Min Hong Gi showed confidence, believing that exposing Ryoma Takashi and Imperial Guild's scandals wouldn't be difficult. But can we really trust surface appearances? Hero Seo Dujun, that is. By my common sense, it's truly unbelievable. The fact that Ryoma Takashi was beaten one-sidedly. Not only Deputy Minister Min Hong Gi, but online, there was also fierce debate about authenticity. Speaking of which, there's more than one or two unbelievable things. Chairman Ra Tae Wong said with a slight smile, just confirming his intuition wasn't wrong. This incident for Chairman Ra Tae Wong was a huge gain. He even had a strange feeling that perhaps the entire world's hero landscape would shift. Damn. Kang Un-sok, lying in the airplane's first-class cabin, seemed unable to sleep at all, yanking off his eye mask. What the hell is going on? Ryoma Takashi was Kang Un-sok's hidden strongest blade. To wield this powerful blade, Kang Un-sok had paid a great price. Money was secondary. First, he transferred out some quality companies he'd been operating domestically. Of course, since Ryoma Takashi failed to complete the mission, that matter was dropped. The problem wasn't there. Takashi actually failed. Compared to losing money and companies, Ryoma Takashi's failure was more fatal to Kang Un-sok. One-sided violence. For Kang Un-sok, this was unbelievable and impossible to accept, because he knew better than anyone. Ryoma Takashi's strength, there must be something. Otherwise Ryoma Takashi couldn't have failed. He also couldn't have obediently attributed all responsibility to himself, and avoided investigation into this incident's truth. Something made even Takashi avoid it at all costs. The first thought was naturally the Hero Association, but Kang Un-sok understood Chairman Ra Tae Wong's personality better than anyone. Chairman Ra Tae Wong, even with compatriots, wouldn't easily compromise, nor was he someone who'd act beyond bounds. In other words, if the rumors were true, no matter what, it was Seo Dujun one-sidedly beating Ryoma Takashi, so he wouldn't protect Seo Dujun. That is to say, Chairman Ra Tae Wong hadn't exerted influence behind the scenes. Damn, I don't know anything. This is killing me. Anyway, one thing was certain. He had to get Seo Dujun's blood completely on his own hands, and due to Ryoma Takashi's failure, in Kang Un-sok's mind, was deeply carved the notion of needing more cautious and thorough action. Though things have become complicated, Brazil's sky will be the last sky. You bastard. Seo Dujun can see. This point won't change. Kang Un-sok was very confident, because he had the most reliable method that could definitely kill anyone, including Seo Dujun. The first Brazil Rift Zone blockade operation. Only 1 day left. 2 days ago, heroes from around the world gathered in Sao Paulo for this operation. The atmosphere was very chaotic. Even though Brazil's Hero Association had made full preparations, heroes from around the world, with diverse personalities gathered together, couldn't possibly be easily controlled. The fact that Korean heroes and Japanese heroes had conflicts also created impact. Originally concentrating efforts on the Rift Zone blockade operation wasn't enough. The subtle atmosphere between Korea and Japan distracted overall attention. Korea and Japan already had bad relations, and unpleasant things had happened. So whenever heroes from both sides gathered 3 or 4 people, they'd create an atmosphere like a time bomb that could explode at any moment. Under these circumstances, Brazil's Hero Association still maintained maximum calm and proceeded with the prepared schedule. Overall operation briefing, subdivided individual briefings, parties to boost operational success, etc. Brazil's Hero Association displayed everything they could prepare, but heroes from around the world weren't interested in this. They were interested in Korean heroes who had beaten the world-renowned and proven powerful Ryoma Takashi with indiscriminate violence. It was due to attention on Seo Dujun. Heroes weren't different from ordinary people. Rather, because they existed in the same world, their attention was even higher, stealing the spotlight everywhere. Young Inju shook his head at the heroes' concentrated gazes. Having come to the hotel buffet to eat, while dining, they also stared directly at Dujun. This had been bothering him for more than a day or two. It was already the 3rd day. Everywhere they went, the intense gazes around them made Young Inju's cheeks burn, even though he wasn't the person involved. Of course Dujun was different. No matter how many people watched him, he just held his plate and took the food he wanted to eat. That person isn't ordinary either, right? Young Inju poked Hyeon Juyian's arm beside him and said, this, indeed different from ordinary people like us. Ordinary, haha. Speaking of which, compared to him, we really are quite ordinary. Not knowing what was funny, Young Inju chuckled. Just then, Young Inju suddenly stopped laughing and frowned obviously. Juyian, that fox is coming again. Go stop her quickly. Stop what? Look, that fox is making eyes at Dujun. Look at her clothes. Half her chest is exposed. What did she eat to have such big breasts? E-cup. E-cup is also possible. Maybe even bigger than I imagine. Young Inju compared with her own chest and frowned for no reason. A slim, voluptuous, blonde, blue-eyed white beauty sat across from Dujun, who had just gotten food. Gloria Taylor. She was America's S-rank hero, and a woman who never missed the annual World's Most Beautiful Hero rankings. And Gloria Taylor is 1 year younger than me. Hyeon Ju-yin, as Yoonginju said, felt very uncomfortable with Gloria Taylor's chest that seemed about to burst. Oh my, that guy is definitely a man. Can't take his eyes off. Yoonginju confirmed Dujun's gaze wasn't on Gloria Taylor's face, but occasionally drifted downward. So she pouted disappointedly. What are you doing? Go guard him quickly. Seeing Dujun and Gloria Taylor talking about something, Yoonginju couldn't watch anymore, and pushed the back of Hyeon Ju-yin, standing there dazed, half pushed, half persuaded. Hyeon Ju-yin walked in front of Dujun and Gloria Taylor, to her just standing there awkwardly. Are you here to order? Dujun's first words made Hyeon Ju-yin's face turn bright red. What are you saying? Then why are you standing like that? Hyeon Ju-yin realized she was standing at someone else's dining table in the buffet area without taking a plate, and hurriedly turned to leave. Haven't eaten yet. You eat first, Dujun said, standing up from his seat, and began putting food on a new plate. Sit, Gloria. Taylor smiled and said to Hyeon Ju-yin, who hesitated to sit down. It would be somewhat embarrassing to just turn and leave. So Hyeon Ju-yin had to sit in the seat next to Dujun. The plate was neatly arranged with completely untouched food, evenly distributed by color and seasoning, like someone who ate buffets their whole life. Neat and beautiful. The more I look, the more he seems like a good person. Gloria Taylor said this while looking at Dujun, who was getting new food. Haven't you only met a few times? Hyeon Ju-yin asked back for no reason. Gloria smiled gently. Gloria's smile caused fanaticism, not only in America, but globally. Even Hyeon Ju-yin, being female, found it very beautiful. Some people you can understand with just one look. Some people you can't understand even after years. Castle appears cold and ruthless on the surface, but inside he's warmer than anyone. I can sense it, Castle. Hyeon Ju-yin tilted her head. Gloria immediately answered, it's his American name. American name. Hyeon Ju-yin didn't know why she felt bad, especially that it wasn't just anyone, but Gloria, who knew his American name before her. She didn't even know this name. This fact made her very unpleasant. Castle crunch. Crunch. Hyeon Ju-yin's fork movements seemed more neurotic than ever. 23.61%. It's rising quite fast indeed. The blonde man confirmed the values on his device and said with satisfaction, compared to when he first arrived here, the values had increased considerably. Though reaching the first target of 30% wouldn't take too long. The man's eyes twisted, with unclear wrinkles. Creatures inferior to insects have gathered. I really want to eliminate them all. But now isn't the time. First, before reaching the first target of 30%, drawing attention has no benefits. Can't continue like this. The blonde man muttered to himself, then began chanting in an incomprehensible language. About 30 seconds later, a pitch-black circle appeared beneath the man's feet. Soon the circle began filling densely with strange characters. Woo, accompanied by earth-shaking vibrations. A massive black beam of light shot up from the circle toward the sky, as if to pierce the heavens. Swish, 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 swish. Then, the black beam split into dozens, spreading in all directions. This happened in just 2 or 3 seconds. The surroundings returned to their former calm, as if nothing had happened. The blonde man also vanished without a trace. Ah, did you see that just now? A hero affiliated with Brazil's Hero Association pointed to the right sky not far away. What? He immediately answered another colleague's question. Just now a black beam, reaching straight to the sky, appeared there. Then it shattered. Black beam. The colleague looked puzzled. He impatiently began explaining what he witnessed firsthand. Really? I didn't see it. No matter how detailed his explanation, it was futile, because only he alone had seen the black beam. The two finally headed to where the black beam appeared. There was nothing at the place. His colleague asked if he really saw clearly. He felt very frustrated. I clearly saw it. If it wasn't an illusion, then let's report to superiors. Will they believe us? If there's evidence. Evidence. He began looking around. There were no traces to support his claim. With the rift closure operation approaching, the association's overall atmosphere is filled with tension. In this situation, causing unnecessary commotion over something without clear evidence would only be burdensome. I might have seen wrong. He finally decided to avoid this troublesome matter. Castle, hearing Hyeon Ju-yeon's words. Young In-ju stared intently at Do-jun. Do-jun, do you have a foreign name? Do-jun didn't answer, just nodded. Did you study abroad? If not for a youngest half-sister being born, he probably would have been like this. He should have taken the elite path that others would envy. But Seo Do-jun was driven away before that. Despite never living abroad, he had a foreign name. Anyway, he was very special. Young In-ju felt Do-jun was special to begin with, so she didn't think much of it. Speaking of which, Ju-yeon, why are you so angry? What's wrong with me? Well, so you heard about Do-jun's foreign name from that white fox. Young In-ju narrowed her eyes at Hyeon Ju-yeon, then nodded as if suddenly understanding. So that's it, just because Do-jun's foreign name was known by the white fox. Young In-ju struggled, as Hyeon Ju-yeon's hand covered her mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Hyeon Ju-yeon's ears turned red. She secretly observed Do-jun's expression, but he continued walking forward expressionlessly. Somehow, Do-jun's completely indifferent appearance made Hyeon Ju-yeon's brow furrow even tighter. Sigh, seeing Hyeon Ju-yeon sigh briefly. Young In-ju just shook her head. Who's the romantic novice? Oh, she wished she could personally guide her, but romance ultimately depends on oneself. Young In-ju silently supported Hyeon Ju-yeon from behind, hoping she could have a beautiful romance. After many twists and turns in Sao Paulo, everything finally ended, as Chairman Daniel Lopez had declared, including Do-jun, Hyeon Ju-yeon, and all Violet Guild members, headed to the rift zones near Santa Ren, without any support. The purpose was to buy time, while other heroes sealed rift zones in other areas. Their only task was to patrol the rift zones near Santa Ren, control monster numbers, to prevent the rift zones from losing control. Unlike Chairman Daniel Lopez, who thought this might be somewhat difficult, Do-jun's group believed, even if the purpose was to close rift zones, this wasn't an arduous task. It really was such a task, until they began formally hunting monsters in the rift zones. Is there something strange over there? A Violet Guild member pointed to the area around the rift zone entrance that had turned black. Generally speaking, rift zone entrances are blue, but not all rift zone entrances are blue, because sometimes they appear red or orange. A black entrance like this is unheard of, unseen before. It feels like black paint was applied over blue. As he said, it felt like a layer of black was covering the original blue. Therefore these two colors seemed incompatible, each going their own way. Are there entrances with two colors? As far as currently known, no. Maybe it's just a somewhat special place. So far, different colors at rift zone entrances haven't meant anything particular. Besides, there's an immeasurable monster Do-jun here. What does it matter? Violet Guild members thought nothing of it. Do-jun. Guild members entered the entrance one by one. Only Do-jun stood quietly alone. Young In-ju called his name. More than anyone, Do-jun, who should act most nonchalant, instead stood there frowning. What's wrong? Hyeon Ju-yeon also seemed concerned about Do-jun's behavior, and came over to ask, don't you feel it? Do-jun's sudden question made Hyeon Ju-yeon and Young In-ju look at each other. Feel what? Not at all. Don't feel anything. The two communicated with their eyes. Meanwhile, Do-jun took another step toward the rift zone entrance. He clearly sensed the different magic power concentration. The closer to the rift zone, the denser the magic power concentration. For comparison, it was like emerald-colored seawater that originally reached the ankles, suddenly turned pitch black, unfathomably deep. Let's go in and see. Do-jun walked into the rift zone. What exactly did he sense here? Young In-ju and Hyeon Ju-yeon, muttering incomprehensible words, walked into the rift zone, immediately felt that dense magic power that seemed to crush their entire bodies. And this wasn't just Do-jun's, Hyeon Ju-yeon's and Violet Guild's experience. Any hero entering rift zones within a 500-kilometer radius centered on Santa Ren could feel it. What's happening? My body suddenly became heavy. You too? Me too, huh? Isn't it just me feeling this? Why is it suddenly like this? Violet Guild members' experiences varied. Some felt gravity had increased more than usual. Some felt their bodies were submerged in water. Others felt like wearing several soaked winter coats. The sensations differed slightly, but one thing was common: heavy bodies. This was a weight never experienced since awakening as heroes. Do-jun felt the same. Due to the overly dense magic power, the oppressive feeling on his body was clearly perceivable. This magic power density had never been experienced even in Parthia Forest. Most importantly, the magic power quality was completely different. Even with high magic power density, it was difficult for the entire body to feel heaviness, because magic power itself is a natural force. So not only humans, any life form would be invigorated by it. But the current magic power quality was different. This magic power, Dujun's expression twisted. Murky, to summarize in one word, not magic power that could stimulate life vitality, but felt like it was binding life vitality, combined with that dark, damp aura. It even made one doubt whether this was really magic power, only experienced once, in that already destroyed world. That was the final moment. Why in a completely different dimensional rift zone would he think of that guy? Dujun's eyes turned ice cold and sank. He carefully scanned the surroundings. He mobilized all his senses and concentrated with all his might, but didn't sense that guy's presence. Was it just a purely similar situation? Even so, Dujun's mood couldn't improve. Is this what you meant, Dujun? To Hyeon Ju-yeon's question, Dujun just nodded. He had nothing more to explain. Is there some problem? No. Hyeon Ju-yeon swallowed the words. Could there be problems? With Dujun here, not just anyone else. What problems could there be? Hyeon Ju-yeon, to dispel baseless anxiety, approached Young In-ju. Young In-ju expertly corrected the chaotic atmosphere. Let's just consider it this rift zone's characteristic. Occasionally there are places like this, right? What's clear is, Brazil itself couldn't solve it. That's why they asked for our help. Remember this point. Everyone needs to stay alert. Hearing Young In-ju's words, guild members began jumping in place or stretching, to adapt to the environment and shake off the heavy feeling. Young In-ju first checked the map obtained from Brazil's Hero Association. This rift zone also has no boss monsters. However, there are 3 guys equivalent to sub-bosses here. Hearing about 3 sub-boss monsters, no one felt surprised, though they already knew in advance. More importantly, they trusted Dujun Blue Gator. We've already fought it. No need for me to say, you know. The remaining 2 guys are Nanoceratops and Belacrola. Nanoceratops looks very much like the dinosaurs children love, especially the 3-horned Triceratops. It's a monster easily found not only in Brazil, but also in Europe and South America. Belacrola is the guy called King Spider, can be found in Southeast Asia. A complete Nanoceratops horn is worth at least 3 billion, right? Belacrola's silk sac is also in short supply, right? Unlike Blue Gator, Nanoceratops and Belacrola were also monsters that made Violet Guild members salivate, because Nanoceratops horns had high utilization value as weapons, and besides combat suits, Belacrola's silk sacs were considered highly valuable as crafting materials, worth tens of billions of Korean won. I can also take this opportunity to create weapons made from Nanoceratops horns, and combat suits made from Belacrola's silk. Violet Guild members each harbored dreams one by one. They began the Rift Zone hunt in earnest, with such rosy hopes. The first monsters to appear were black orcs. Though reportedly 3 times stronger than regular orcs, they were easily manageable for rank heroes. There are so damn many monsters. Even at a rough glance, there were over 100 black orcs. Violet Guild members, even without Young In-ju's command, formed group battle formation. Leave this to us, Young In-ju confidently said to Dujun, and immediately called a guild member's name, Mi Ran. As soon as Young In-ju finished speaking, Violet Guild's only mage, Cha Mi Ran's ranged attack unfolded. A fireball, 10 times the size of a basketball, drew a parabolic arc, and landed in the center of the black orc group. Boom! Accompanied by a massive explosion. Sparks flew like arrows. She believed just one attack would kill at least 3 or 4 on the spot. The explosion's after effects would cause varying degrees of damage to more black orcs. Her expectations turned to bubbles. Not a single black orc was injured. Even the black orcs that took the fireball head-on were only slightly singed. No, impossible. Cha Mi Ran received the greatest shock. The fact that her attack had no effect made her face turn pale. Just then, the black orcs raised their blood-red eyes and charged forward in unison. Don't panic, no matter what, they're just black orcs. Young In-ju encouraged the panicked guild members and charged toward the black orcs first. Crack! Young In-ju's swinging sword pierced directly from the black orc's collarbone into its abdomen. It's holding what should have been a body-severing attack. But this black orc before her was different. The sword could go no further and got stuck, as if saying, he was different from previous black orcs she'd faced. Hiss! The black orc struck by Young In-ju with a murderous roar, swung the crude iron sword in its hand. Young Inju unhesitatingly dropped her sword, letting the iron sword slash down. Young Inju, with flexible movements, dodged the black orc's attack, leapt nimbly, and struck its face hard with her knee. Young Inju pulled out the sword embedded in the swaying black orc's abdomen, and swung again. Crack. The beheaded black orc's body crashed down. Definitely different. Young Inju's face hardened, due to the sensation felt in her hands. The black orcs appearing before them were different from previous black orcs they'd faced. Before she could issue a warning, Violet Guild members had already engaged in battle with the black orcs. The battle was more intense than imagined, no matter how strong black orcs were. For Violet Guild members, composed entirely of A-rank heroes, they shouldn't be difficult opponents. It had always been this way. It must continue to be this way. But now the atmosphere was strange. Crack. A black orc's chest was shattered in one blow. Killed instantly. On the surface, this was efficient technique without excess movement. Seemingly an inevitable result. However, Park Seong-ho, who delivered this blow with his spear, had a stiff expression. How are these guys? Park Seong-ho's voice grew weak. His face also twisted. Black orcs were representative monsters, found everywhere in rift zones worldwide. Precisely because of this, Park Seong-ho had fought black orcs countless times. He knew their weaknesses well, and methods to deal with them. So when black orcs appeared before him, he had no worries whatsoever. However, the black orc before him was somewhat different. No, far too different. Park Seong-ho looked at the spear in his hands. It was a grade 6 weapon, light yet well balanced, with an extremely small chance of explosion. As a special function, the enormous sum invested when purchasing this weapon could be said to be his entire fortune, and this choice seemed correct. The wealth he accumulated hunting numerous monsters far exceeded his investment. Black orc monsters should suffer fatal wounds from just a light scratch. It had always been this way. A black orc charged toward the motionless Park Seong-ho. In this black orc's eyes flickered the fierce light of human slaughter. It aimed at Park Seong-ho's back of the head, and viciously swung down with a steel sword. Park Seong-ho's spear appeared to be in a daze, but suddenly swung upward, batting away the black orc's steel sword. Park Seong-ho gripped his spear tighter than usual, swinging it as if using all his strength. The spear blade contained pale blue magic power, directly striking the black orc's chest. Bang! It exploded. The special explosion function beat the extremely small probability and triggered. However, the black orc only had its chest blown apart, spraying blood as it flew backward. Its upper body should have been pulverized, like being hit by a bomb. But it wasn't like that at all. These guys are really too strange. Park Seong-ho's face twisted. Other guild members' expressions were similar. How are they so strong? Should be dead but aren't dead. Damn, what's going on? Just die already. Getting frantic over mere black orcs. And he was out of breath and frustrated. Violet Guild members felt very confused. Those who should have died didn't die. Those who should have fallen stood and fought back. Even dealing with mere black orcs, monsters that should be easily swept away, had resulted in casualties. Young Inju's expression was more grave than ever before. When all 38 Violet Guild members' faces were filled with frustration, Young Inju, as guild leader, had to make a decision. Do-jun, she had confidently said, she would handle the black orcs. Shame and embarrassment didn't matter anymore. Guild member safety was the top priority, so Young Inju didn't care even if her pride was trampled. Originally, Hyeon Ju-yeon, who had been biting her lips, due to Violet Guild members being at a disadvantage, hearing Young Inju's call, immediately sprang into action. Crack, crack, crack. The moment Hyeon Ju-yeon's palm touched the black orc's upper body, it directly exploded. That was an S-rank hero's terrifying attack. Hyeon Ju-yeon's speed ranked second in Korea. No, now third. Incredibly fast, using speed as a weapon to approach opponents, then striking with magic power. This was Hyeon Ju-yeon's fighting style. In a word, she was a fighter type who engaged in ultra-close combat. People believed this hindered Hyeon Ju-yeon's progress in strength. For Hyeon Ju-yeon, who wasn't a muscular tough guy, but possessed beautiful appearance, this fighting style was unsuitable no matter what. Actually, she herself didn't like her fighting style. This was only because she had to make speed her specialty, so it became this way. But those who could disparage Hyeon Ju-yeon's fighting style were ultimately only fellow S-rank heroes. Even for rank heroes, Hyeon Ju-yeon was a powerhouse. They didn't dare have thoughts of opposing. As if to prove this point, Once Hyeon Juyin moved, black orcs died rapidly. In less than a minute, over 40 black orcs died at Hyeon Juyin's hands. However, no one felt happy about this. My body is definitely abnormal. Though I knew the body felt heavy, I didn't expect the impact to be this great. Hyeon Juyin had once swept 90 black orcs in 1 minute, so defeating only 30 in the same time this time shocked her. Why Violet Guild members would struggle. Why Young In-ju would request help regardless of pride. Hyeon Juyin only understood after personally fighting black orcs that something was wrong. This is wrong, even if Brazilian monsters were stronger than monsters from other regions. Such a drastic change couldn't occur within just a few days. Anyway, with Hyeon Juyin's intervention, the battle ended quickly, though no one was seriously injured. 5 guild members sustained considerable wounds. Is this reasonable? Are black orcs here special? Last time in the Rift Zone, black orcs were no match at all. Someone shouted in absurdity and anger. When they first arrived in Brazil and entered Rift Zones, black orcs were also handled by Violet Guild members. They hunted effortlessly and easily. Something's definitely wrong here. The Rift Zone entrance was already strange. Our condition is also definitely strange. It's like we're under some debuff. Is this a game? What the hell is a debuff? Is this a game or what? What does it matter? Reality is like this. Who could imagine this situation 10 years ago? It's an era where reality is more like a game. Guild members became nervous over trivial words and even got into arguments. Young In-ju had to step forward to calm them. Meanwhile, Dujun was examining black orc corpses. Castle, did you see it? I guess this is what made them stronger. It's a bit different from normal magic power. If I had to say, it should be called dark magic power. The name isn't important. Listen carefully. Monsters forcibly imbued with dark magic power like this become at least twice as strong as usual. Moreover, the flow of surrounding magic power also changes subtly. Feel it carefully. Dark magic power. This wasn't an official name. It was a name the great scholar Rentner came up with on a whim after discovering it. What mattered were dark magic power's properties. It could enhance monster strength by over twice. Dujun was surprised to discover traces of dark magic power on the black orc corpse. What are you looking at? Hyeon Juyin walked over to Dujun, who was carefully observing the black orc corpse. Here, do you see something like black ripples? Just as Dujun said, carefully observing inside the black orc corpse, she could see a layer of membrane like black ripples swaying. What is that? I don't know either, but it's because of this. They became stronger. This. Hyeon Juyin looked at the dark magic power again in surprise. If Dujun hadn't told her, she would never have discovered it. Obviously, dark magic power couldn't be detected without careful observation. Why would dark magic power appear here? Dujun's expression was more grave than ever. The world of destruction also accelerated its destruction with the appearance of dark magic power. No, from the moment monsters fell from the sky, their bodies contained dark magic power. Not only that, as time passed, even existing monsters began containing dark magic power. As a result, monsters that could be easily dealt with became so powerful they were hard to handle. Was this just coincidence? Dujun didn't think so. This doesn't feel good. Maybe Dujun tried hard to interrupt his thoughts. This was something he absolutely didn't want to think about, and absolutely couldn't happen. Can't draw conclusions yet, but I think from now on, even the smallest things can't be overlooked. Starting with black orcs, swamp gargoyles and delcarts also became stronger. Swamp gargoyles swinging their rotting fingers tore through solid combat suits. Stones thrown by delcarts could riddle things with holes. At this point, Violet Guild members' hearts filled with fear. Though they had Dujun as powerful backup, that was irrelevant. Fear of monsters began to emerge. What if not just here, but monsters elsewhere are this strong too? What if this change isn't limited to Brazil, but spreads worldwide? Even A-rank heroes would inevitably find monster hunting difficult. B-rank to C-rank heroes might have to change careers. No, the hero ranking system itself would need complete revision. Current ranking systems would drop significantly, at least 2 ranks down. A-rank dropping to C-rank. Most heroes would taste unbearable disappointment. All systems and order would collapse. This would obviously have enormous impact on worldwide security, because even the current Rift Zone monster waves were about to begin. That said, it won't reach that extent. This place is just slightly special. The entrance was already different, obviously, though we don't know the reason. Only this Rift Zone is abnormal. A guild member said this to dispel anxiety. Right, If everywhere else became like this, that would truly be the end of the world. Haha, he mentioned the apocalypse, trying to change the heavy atmosphere, but the reaction was unexpectedly cold. The speaking guild member scratched his head, looking embarrassed. S-rank really is different from us, teacher said. I used to think A rank and S rank were only slightly different, but after today, I completely understand. A rank and S rank are worlds apart. Don't say such things everywhere. If a bad-tempered S rank hero catches you, you'll really get beaten to death. I know, unlike Violet Guild members, who struggled every time they encountered monsters. Seo Do-jun and Hyeon Ju-yeon still displayed overwhelming strength. Seo Do-jun was beyond common sense to begin with, so it wasn't surprising. But Hyeon Ju-yeon was different. When fighting black orcs, her combat power was much lower than usual. So, some Violet Guild members thought, even Hyeon Ju-yeon couldn't perform like before in this rift zone. But Hyeon Ju-yeon, as if mocking such thoughts, hunted monsters one-sidedly. Hyeon Ju-yeon destroyed monsters completely, making it seem they'd shatter at a touch. Hero Hyeon Ju-yeon is also human like us. She also showed signs of fatigue. Hyeon Ju-yeon, who hunted countless monsters, showed weariness on her face. On the other hand, Hero Seo Do-jun really is. A guild member started to speak but stopped, shaking his head. Seo Do-jun hunted more monsters than anyone, but remained the same as initially. He never breathed heavily, showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Even so, his treatment of this situation's severity is the same as ours. His face has been serious throughout. Speaking of which, last time in the Rift Zone, even when confronting Ryoma Takashi, how to put it, that unshakable composure, an expression that wouldn't move even if the world collapsed. But here it really changed. This situation should be the first time. So, he probably senses the severity of the situation. While Violet Guild members rested and ate, Seo Do-jun just observed the surroundings with a stern face, not eating. Facing Hyeon Ju-yeon's question, Seo Do-jun shook his head. No appetite. Hyeon Ju-yeon wasn't hungry either. Even so, she only ate reluctantly, to prevent stamina decline, as much as possible. Eat a little. Hyeon Ju-yeon handed Seo Do-jun a convenient practical combat ration. Seo Do-jun had to accept it. That thing you mentioned, what is it? What exactly could make monsters so strong? She wasn't asking expecting an answer. She was just speaking out of frustration. Very simple, very simple. Hyeon Ju-yeon saw Seo Do-jun looking like he understood something. Her eyes widened. Manaus, Brazil's largest northern city, also a port city, along the Negro River, tributary of the Amazon. Even in the Rift era, Brazil's government tried every means to protect this city, but even after 10 years, this city's safety score remained low. Despite this, the official population living in Manaus reached 20 million. Unofficial estimates said at least 2 million more people lived there. This meant among northern Brazilian cities, no place was safer than Manaus. Brazil's Hero Association and government, after careful consideration, took the extreme measure of closing rift zones, actually to ensure Manaus's safety. Under these circumstances, rift zones near Manaus had so-called ACE, heroes and guilds conducting closure operations. The BA-035 Rift Zone east of Manaus, since Brazil's Hero Association was systematically managing monster numbers. Actually closing it wasn't difficult, because there were no boss monsters. Like other rift zones around the Amazon, there was only one sub-boss monster. Despite this, Brazil's Hero Association still deployed their most trustworthy people to completely seal the rift zones. S-rank hero Alvarado and the Rio Nino Guild he led were the protagonists. Additionally, 30 A-rank heroes were dispatched, so no one thought they would fail. Hey, spread out. The combat suits are melting. Take them off quickly. This is truly hell on earth. Rio Nino Guild suffered devastating defeat under attack by monsters called giant wasps. Besides being flying monsters that used poison stingers, these monsters weren't that terrifying. Even C-rank heroes, with high-performance combat suits and shields, could easily defend against them. They were only monsters of that level. But the Rio Nino Guild, composed mostly of A-rank heroes, fell helplessly under giant wasp monster attacks. The poison stinger attacks were especially powerful. Just touching them could melt ordinary shields and combat suits. Defense itself became meaningless. Don't rashly block them. You must dodge. Focus on using ranged attacks to shoot them down. As guild member casualties mounted, Alvarado roared and launched his attack. Alvarado's weapon was a long spear, though this spear was over 7 meters long. Since its length could be adjusted with a button, it had advantages in both combat practicality and portability. Whoosh 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 boos. Facing the flying giant wasp monsters, Alvarado made full use of the 7-meter length. Each time he swung the spear in place, nearly 10 giant wasps exploded like fireworks. Despite this, hundreds of giant wasp swarms showed no signs of retreating. Instead, as if their toxicity was unleashed, with buzzing sounds, they pounced toward Alvarado and Rio Nino guild members. This isn't normal. These guys being this strong is unreasonable. Alvarado saw guild members in crisis from the Rift Zone entrance and gritted his teeth. Heavy bodies, rapidly depleting stamina, monsters several times stronger, and people who needed protection. This isn't normal. This is a variable no one expected, yet enormously significant. The closure operation failed. No matter what, we must survive. Then, tell everyone the news that the Rift Zone situation has changed. Alvarado realistically modified his plan. Just to leave this place, he'd have to defeat countless monsters. How many people could survive? Alvarado's expression took on despair. BA-035 Rift Zone. This is 110 kilometers east of Manaus and 480 kilometers west of Santa Ren. Think of it as high concentration mana, surging uncontrollably into the body. High concentration mana. Hyeon Juyin stared intently at Dujun, as if those were incomprehensible words. Mana. Dujun wanted to explain further, but stopped and clicked his tongue. Heroes on Earth still had far too little understanding of mana. They awakened through this mysterious power called mana and were called heroes. But after 10 years, almost no one could effectively control and utilize it. Only S-rank heroes could partially control mana's power. Of course, in Dujun's view, that was only at a child's level. If mana could be properly mastered, weapon technology wouldn't be as poor as it is now. How could he explain to make it easy to understand? Dujun thought for a moment and found the most suitable analogy. When adrenaline is secreted excessively to an uncontrollable degree, what happens? Adrenaline. Of course you die from heart and blood pressure problems. Hyeon Juyin only mentioned side effects. Dujun frowned. I'm not talking about those side effects. I mean a kind of superhuman power, where excitement brings out strength you didn't know you had, or feeling like you can do anything. Of course, excessive adrenaline secretion doesn't actually cause this. Maybe that's why. Hyeon Juyin just wrinkled her nose, as if she couldn't understand at all. What if an athlete was injected with large amounts of stimulants? Can this be explained clearly? Going in circles. Dujun finally explained in the most understandable way. Fortunately, this time Hyeon Juyin immediately understood. Our Rift Zone monsters in that state now. Further explanation would only complicate things. And no matter how detailed the explanation, it wasn't at a level Hyeon Juyin could understand. So Dujun just nodded. Hyeon Juyin stared at Dujun and spoke. Dujun, how do you know all this? It's stranger that you don't know. With even a little understanding of mana, you could easily know the current Rift Zone state. For Dujun, the dense mana making bodies heavy wasn't entirely a bad thing, though the murky aura was strong. Nowhere on Earth could absorb such rich mana. Watching Violet Guild members complaining about heavy sticky bodies, Dujun sometimes found them useless. Mana cultivation couldn't be achieved overnight. According to Rentner's theory, dark mana especially had special effects on monsters. Therefore monsters could absorb mana better than humans, and faster too. So in areas rich with dark mana, they undoubtedly held overwhelming advantage. Moreover, humans on Earth had almost no ability to manipulate mana. In contrast, monsters instinctively contained and used magic power, so instantly strengthening by over twice wasn't difficult. But this dark magic power was still magic power. That point wouldn't change. So even for humans, with proper mana cultivation methods and appropriate refinement, there was no better environment. This was also fact. The problem was Earth had no such humans. Looking at you, Dujun, I feel like you're a different person. Teacher said, are you living a second-round life? After Hyeon Juyin spoke, she shook her head as if mocking herself. Second-round life, something like that. Dujun responded to Hyeon Juyin's words with a faint smile. After eating and resting, Dujun's group continued hunting in the rift zones again. Violet Guild members could no longer provide much help in hunting. Even Hyeon Juyeon's stamina declined rapidly. Her combat ability drastically weakened. Ultimately, Do-jun stood on the front lines hunting monsters. Even those monsters called Small Fry had been enhanced by over twice. So, how much had the sub-boss monsters' power increased? But even so, the powerful sub-boss monsters didn't have time to show off their strength before being instantly killed by Do-jun. Just now in the 12th custom storage box lay the 12th Blue Gator heart. Ordinary monsters didn't even dare approach. Even black orcs had become abnormally powerful. Yet Blue Gator could still be one-shot. Violet Guild members didn't finish speaking and looked at Do-jun with admiration. After Do-jun extracted Blue Gator's heart, the remaining Blue Gator byproducts were handled by Violet Guild members. Since they couldn't help with monster hunting, at least they had to take miscellaneous tasks seriously. But does this really have any effect? A guild member cutting Blue Gator meat into appropriate sizes asked with a serious expression, because Do-jun, every time he caught a Blue Gator, would taste the meat like a gourmet, as if wondering how this thing would taste. Now was the same. Do-jun was personally grilling and eating moderately sized meat chunks. Let's try it too. Maybe it might actually be effective. Probably. It's delicious. Finally, Violet Guild members also began grilling Blue Gator meat. Guild members took a bite of the cooked meat. Their expressions varied, because it had no distinctive fishy smell. The texture wasn't particularly strange either. But Blue Gator, being monster meat, this perception wasn't good. Fortunately, the taste was good. Seeing Violet Guild members reluctantly eating Blue Gator meat, Do-jun chuckled. They were treating the completely ineffective Blue Gator with only value as meat, as something special, looking quite comical. Thinking of something, he walked toward those who were eating Blue Gator meat. Delicious, right? When Do-jun asked, guild members nodded like they were eating dirt. Meanwhile, Do-jun's invisible magic power spread out like a spider web. The spreading magic powers target was guild members eating Blue Gator meat. Do-jun's magic power penetrated into those guild members who were eating meat with long faces. What's happening? A perceptive guild member tilted his head. Is it cold? In this hot weather, is it an illusion? He thought it might be an illusion, so he didn't pay much attention. Enjoy it well. Maybe something good will happen. After saying this, Do-jun leisurely walked away. From now on, they would absorb magic power faster than others. In the world of destruction, most mages and knights, before practicing magic cultivation methods, would go through this process to absorb magic power more easily and quickly. Like Do-jun, someone who had reached such a level, used magic power to open pathways in the body and expand them. The effect was very significant. In a place with such high magic power concentration, the effect would double. Speaking of which, Do-jun first approached Hyeon Juyeon, who had eaten Blue Gator meat. Violet Guild members, who ate later, also felt the changes. If Hyeon Juyeon didn't feel it too, that would be too strange. So Do-jun used the same method on her. But, as expected of an S-rank hero, she sensitively looked around, but no one could detect this was Do-jun's doing. Before long, the difference between those who ate Blue Gator meat and those who didn't would become obvious. Eventually, everyone would eat Blue Gator meat. Then Do-jun just needed to modify their bodies again. This wasn't difficult, nor was it anything remarkable, because no matter how much magic power they absorbed, it was meaningless if they couldn't make it their own. Additionally, dark magic power, even without proper magic cultivation methods for refinement, would be directly expelled from the body, therefore harmless to humans. Though I know quite a bit about magic cultivation methods, Do-jun believed he currently had neither obligation nor reason to tell them. Do-jun, Hyeon Juyeon, and Violet Guild hunted monsters. While advancing, soon they came to a place where monsters were tightly bound by silk threads, hanging from tree stumps or branches. Everyone be careful. From here begins Belacrola's territory, not to mention boss monsters. Even among sub-boss monsters, some clearly demarcate their territories. Among them, the most representative monster is Belacrola. Wow, though I've heard about it. Seeing it like this is still spine-chilling. Yeah, feels like entering some spider's home. Just looking at environmental creation ability, haunted houses can't compare. Violet Guild members spoke one after another. Do you know Belacrola? To Hyeon Juyeon's question, Do-jun nodded lightly. Even in the world of destruction, Belacrola was one of the troublesome guys. His characteristic was attacking all life forms, whether human or monster, as long as they invaded his territory. Then burn those first Dujun. Immediately condensed red magic power in his palm. You're not even a mage. How can you manipulate magic power like magic? Even S-rank hero Hyeon Juyin was curious about Dujun's magic power usage. This is basic, he wanted to say much, but wouldn't, because that way, he'd be treating all heroes on Earth as fools. Idiots. The red magic power forming in Dujun's palm began directly burning monsters bound by silk because he had absorbed eternal flame seeds. They burned quickly. They're just simple prey. To Hyeon Juyin's question about why burning was necessary, Dujun shook his head. That was true before, but not from now on. Dujun continued explaining, while burning another prey, like now, Belacrilla, who has accepted dark magic power, will manipulate those guys like puppets. Rentner called this Belacrilla's hidden ability. French heroes completely unaware of these facts were in crisis. The BA-027 Rift Zone, located 310 kilometers west of Belem. 027 Rift Zone. Belacrilla existed there, as well. Naturally, he had already firmly consolidated his territory. The decision. The French heroes who decided to close this rift zone entered the Eyrie. The French heroes entering Belacrilla's terrifying territory, according to their prior preparations, only focused on the suddenly appearing Belacrilla. The French heroes, who had already suffered massive losses due to monsters being much stronger than expected, were already suffering tremendous casualties aimed at the boss monster. Their tension toward Belacrilla reached its peak. Once caught by his web threads, escape becomes nearly impossible. Everyone must be careful. The threads Belacrilla shoots from his mouth are extremely sticky and resilient, just like in famous superhero movies. Sometimes he shoots thin threads like ropes. Sometimes he spreads circular thread balls, like nets in front of his targets. The dangerous one is the second type. If the team relaxes their guard or becomes distracted, their bodies will, without exception, be caught in Belacrilla's web without help from others. Even rank heroes would struggle to break free. Sweat flowed down several French heroes' faces. Sweat even dripped down their cheeks. They walked tensely toward the center of Belacrilla's territory. Clap, clack, 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 clack. The sound of multiple legs moving rapidly, to the French hero's ears, sounded like thunder approaching. Alert appeared. Any webs flying around must be blocked in advance. The French S-rank hero, David, felt a strong sense of responsibility. He couldn't lose any more guild members. Too many guild members had died. There could be no more sacrifices. The Rift Zone's difficulty was several times higher than expected. Their current forces couldn't handle it at all. I won't let you off when we get back, David believed. This was all Brazil's Hero Association's conspiracy. The Rift Zone's difficulty, if it wasn't extremely high, how could they decide to close it? His own mistakes were also obvious, but David felt extreme anger toward Brazil's Hero Association for their despicable behavior of not accurately informing them of the situation from the start. He felt utterly furious. He planned that once they left the Rift Zone, even if it meant getting national support, he would make Brazil's Hero Association formally apologize and compensate for the massive losses. However, even the weakest monsters had become more than twice as strong. Just how much had Belacrilla's power increased? David couldn't predict at all. What he first had to worry about was how to bring even one more guild member out of the Rift Zone alive. Thud, 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 thud. 4 thread balls flew toward the guild members behind David. Hearing David's shout, the guild members, as prepared beforehand, drew their daggers and accurately struck the thread balls. The thread balls hit by the daggers shattered before they could fully expand into complete webs. If you know in advance, he's not that much of a threat. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A giant spider with what looked like 10 red gem-like eyes, a spider-shaped monster, appeared before the French heroes. Using his 8 slender legs, David drew his longsword for rear support and walked toward Belacrilla. Even a sub-boss monster, before an S-rank hero's power, could only become insignificant. The Rift Zone's difficulty was too high. David couldn't estimate how much stronger the Belacrilla before him would be compared to his expectations. But he never thought he would lose to a monster that wasn't even a boss. As long as he didn't let his guard down, he wouldn't fail. David thought this way, just as he was about to charge toward Belacrilla. Rip, 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 something. The sound of something tearing began to echo. Over there, oh my god. The prey came back to life. Mi Ra Yao. Belacrilla's prey those monsters tightly bound by thread balls, one by one tore through the threads, and began to move. Some monsters had their heads torn beyond recognition, some had their entrails spilling out, some with broken limbs limped along, or crawled on the ground. What these monsters had in common was, their pupils were completely empty, and they were all moving toward the French heroes. Facing this sudden situation, David was equally shocked and confused, even as an S-rank hero, who had hunted countless monsters, and experienced various situations. He had never imagined that Belacrola's prey would come back to life. Belacrola's prey charged at them in forms more terrifying than ordinary zombies or gargoyles. The French heroes couldn't even make proper responses. David steadied his panicked emotions, just as he was about to act. Thud 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 thud. Belacrola instinctively knew the strongest enemy was David, so he launched an attack against him. Mere monster, David's longsword swung swiftly, cleaving Belacrola's thread balls neatly in half. Before an S-rank hero's blade infused with hazy magic power, the thread balls seemed so powerless. But Belacrola's attack was just beginning. Due to the power of dark magic, enhanced by more than twice, he found it difficult to fear Earth's S-rank heroes. David also quickly confirmed, through his battle with Belacrola, that his power was in no way inferior to his own. Meanwhile, the French heroes faced attacks from those monsters, who wouldn't stop moving unless their bodies were completely destroyed. Casualties increased one after another. No, impossible. At this moment, despair. David was entangled by Belacrola, unable to help his guild members. His face showed an expression of despair. 390 kilometers from Santa Ren in the Rift Zone. There, the French heroes encountered the greatest crisis of their lives. Crack. Choi Du-yom crushed a wriggling finger, and frowned. If it wasn't for hero Seo Du-jun, really Choi Du-yom seemed to feel horrified, just thinking about it, and shuddered. I'm just saying, imagine all those prey moving around alive. It would be this year's greatest horror. Wang Jinju also agreed, shaking her head repeatedly. But honestly, even if monster corpses came back to life, there wouldn't be any problem, right? Park Seong-ho said, pointing with his chin at the giant Belacrola ahead, both legs severed, crying in terror. Gurgle gurgle. If one could understand monster language, he was probably begging for mercy. But no one could understand monster language. Even if he could understand, Du-jun would never spare any monster. He stood proudly before Belacrola, HMPH. Belacrola's head exploded under Du-jun's kick, truly a weapon from head to toe. So even with a sword, he doesn't use it. Only something that could make hero Seo Du-jun draw his sword could be called a true monster. Before that, they're all just insects, aren't they? Park Seong-ho couldn't help but admire Du-jun's overwhelming martial prowess every time he saw him. At least within the Violet Guild, no one found Park Seong-ho's reaction strange. Obviously, if Du-jun started a religion right now, these people would at least become fanatical believers. Du-jun searched through Belacrola's exploded corpse, and found two things. One was a gray silk sack, about the size of a 5-liter portable beer keg. The other was a transparent salivary gland sac about 1/3 smaller. The liquid in the silk sac, mixed with the saliva from the salivary gland, becomes the thread that Belacrola shoots outward. Finally, Du-jun obtained a large magic crystal, befitting a sub-boss monster, and completely incinerated Belacrola's corpse. Other heroes should also know that those things they thought were prey had all come back to life. Belacrola, among the rift zones scheduled for closure this time, existed in considerable numbers, though not reaching half. They comprised nearly 40% of all Belacrola specimens. Therefore, if like before, they were merely treated as prey and ignored, massive casualties would inevitably result. However, there was no way to immediately inform everyone of this fact. So, Hyeon Ju-yeon could only pray that too many casualties wouldn't occur. Don't worry too much. They're also powerful heroes who can represent their nations. And you know, every rift zone must include S-rank heroes. What major problems could there be? No matter how strong Belacrola becomes, he ultimately cannot surpass the limits of a sub-boss monster. Therefore, Young In-ju believed there wouldn't be the serious problems Hyeon Ju-yeon worried about. Would it be like that? Young In-ju hadn't personally experienced Belacrola's power. Hyeon Ju-yeon was the same, because as soon as Belacrola appeared, he was subdued by Du-jun. That's natural. Though, not everyone can be as formidable as Du-jun. They can still fully play their roles. Teacher said, excluding Du-jun, Hyeon Ju-yeon and the Violet Guild. are the weakest among the heroes participating in this operation. Though Young-in-ju found that fact somewhat bitter, she believed it meant the other side's combat power was strong. So even if variables occurred, the worst-case scenario wouldn't happen. Even Belacrola has been caught. Now only Nanoceratops remains. After catching Blue Gator and Belacrola, the remaining sub-boss monster was Nanoceratops. Monsters like Blue Gator exist in varying numbers in each rift zone, so encountering them several more times wouldn't be surprising. But Belacrola only exists one per rift zone, so they wouldn't encounter another. And Nanoceratops is the same. Wow. When heroes face Nanoceratops, they fall into contemplation. Have I come to the age of dinosaurs? Nanoceratops is exactly that kind of monster, very similar to extinct dinosaurs. Nanoceratops has 2 giant horns on its head, and one much smaller horn compared to them, looking just like a Triceratops online, feeling more than twice as large as the guy I saw in Jeque last year. What exactly does Brazil have? All the monsters grow like this. Isn't there the Amazon? Knowing rift zones are completely different spaces, yet still unconsciously accepting this answer. The lungs of the earth, called the mysterious tropical rainforest, Amazon strangely, even though rift zones are also in the Amazon, even though they're different from other places, it seems completely understandable, even something that brings everyone back to the age of dinosaurs like Nanoceratops before Dujun received treatment worse than a stray dog on the street. Nanoceratops died with its long tongue hanging out. Its 3 horns were pulled out by the roots by Dujun, worth at least 3 billion each. Setting aside the monetary value, they're one of the materials that weapon makers can easily process. Therefore, heroes will use Nanoceratops horns to create the weapons they desire. But Dujun didn't even glance at them, directly handing all 3 of Nanoceratops' horns to the Violet Guild members. Dragon bones would be better. Before that, giant black eagle's fangs were also good. That is to say, the giant black eagle fangs given to Choi Chulguan were excellent. Otherwise, Dujun wouldn't have specifically come to Brazil to obtain Blue Gator's heart. Speaking of which, leaving behind endless troubles wouldn't be beneficial. Dujun's gaze stopped on the nearby core of the Rift Zone, Brazil Sao Paulo Hero Association Rift Monitoring Center, BBB. Rift Zone has been closed. The flashing red light on the large screen turned blue. The team leader who received the report looked at the large screen. The screen displayed an exact replica of Brazil's map, BA016. The team leader confirmed the point that had turned blue, then tilted his head. This was the most troublesome area in this operation. Even Chairman Daniel Lopez personally said, insufficient manpower. Only after closing other rift zones would they begin closing this one. This isn't a system error, is it? Facing the team leader's question, the team engineer answered with certainty, there is no error. What exactly is going on? This was supposed to be the last area to be closed. Due to complete lack of understanding of the field situation, the team leader's heart filled with questions. Could the situation have changed? Anyway, the rift zone that would eventually be closed has been closed. This means their workload has decreased. It also means the association's operation is progressing smoothly. Report to the Strategic Planning Division immediately. After the team leader finished what he needed to do, he stopped worrying about it. On the contrary, the Strategic Planning Division leader, after receiving the report from the Rift Monitoring Center, thought he had misheard. The BA016 Rift Zone has been closed. The Strategic Planning Division leader paused and asked his subordinate, who was reporting to him, why, The subordinate looked at him with a panicked expression. Only then did the Strategic Planning Division leader come to his senses. Is this absolutely true? Yes, impossible. This is impossible. The Strategic Planning Division leader muttered, like a madman, frantically searching through the files piled to the side. After the Strategic Planning Division leader found the document he wanted, he shouted, look, the BA016 Rift Zone is where the Korean heroes entered. So what? What do you want to do? The subordinate's cold expression seemed to be asking that. Can't the Korean heroes close rift zones? The subordinate asked, as if he really didn't know. That's not what I mean. The Strategic Planning Division leader was about to reveal facts known only to core figures, including the association president, but quickly shut his mouth. Again, abandoned pawns, nothing more than shields used to buy time. This was currently the situation of the Korean heroes who had closed the BA016 Rift Zone. Is there some classified information I don't know about? What classified information? The Strategic Planning Division leader raised his voice at his subordinate's question, then waved his hand. This was a signal telling him to return to his seat, because he found it troublesome. The Strategic Planning Division leader watched his subordinate's back as he returned to his seat full of questions, and fell into deep thought. Clearly the chairman had decided that the rift areas near Santa Ren would be closed after closing other places. By gathering the most elite forces from various countries, if the plan had changed, he would have at least been notified. Was it really closed by Korean heroes? The Strategic Planning Division leader found the files on the S-rank heroes who entered the BA-016 Rift Zone. Seo Dujun and Hyeon Juyeon. There's nothing special to see about Hyeon Juyeon. She was already famous. Her abilities were recently demonstrated definitively in Britain as well. Seo Dujun, though, a young man with an ordinary background, who suddenly became an S-rank hero. He seems to hide some secret, and Korea's Hero Association also seems to be desperately concealing information about him. This is understandable. Brazil also has heroes unknown to the outside world. You could call them trump cards, or secret weapons. Speaking of which, both sides consistently confirmed that he unilaterally beat up Ryoma Takashi. So perhaps in terms of real strength, he might lack nothing. If that's the case, then the combination with S-rank hero Hyeon Juyeon, who's acting with him, is also worth anticipating. Perhaps in the closed rift zone, there was some good fortune, since there's sufficient possibility that due to good luck, they didn't encounter too many monsters, and destroyed the rift core. The Strategic Planning Division leader nodded, and stood up. Regardless of the circumstances, a rift zone that was considered a troublesome area has been closed, just like no matter how you walk, as long as you can reach your destination. In this current results-oriented period, this isn't a bad thing. Speaking of which, those Korean heroes, who were originally seen as wives, actually achieved the first success in this operation. Thinking of this, the Strategic Planning Division leader couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Dujun planned to close the rift zone as late as possible. He planned to obtain as many blue gator hearts as possible, as well as monster byproducts difficult to obtain in Korea. So he intended to buy time, as Chairman Daniel Lopez had hoped. But due to the appearance of dark magic power, he changed his plan. Variables were never a good omen. Moreover, if this variable's true nature was dark magic power, that goes without saying. Fortunately, when they exited the rift zone, no traces of dark magic power were found. This meant it only took effect inside the rift zone. Teacher said, facing this situation, Dujun also had nothing to say, because in the already destroyed world, there was no such thing as rift zones. Could this be a phenomenon unique to Earth? Dujun's inexplicable irritation made his entire demeanor sharp. Shall we rest for a bit? Young Inju looked at Dujun's expression that was sharper than usual, finding it difficult to speak. Rest. Facing Dujun's question, Young Inju uncharacteristically explained at length. After hearing her words, Dujun concisely summarized. You mean you're tired and injured, and need rest, right? That's right. Young Inju's face showed exhaustion as she answered. Then let's do that. Hearing Dujun's response, Young Inju smiled gratefully, but her smile quickly twisted. You rest at the hotel. I'll go rendezvous on my own. What does that mean? I have some things I need to confirm, so I plan to look around near the rift zone. Alone. Dujun's face showed an expression of, can't I do it? Young Inju frowned. Even so, we're still a team here. Shouldn't we act together? No matter how strong Mr. Dujun is, he's still human. Hearing Young Inju say he should also rest, Dujun laughed. I'm just getting warmed up. Haven't finished warming up yet. Anyway, don't worry about me. You and the guild members rest well together. After Dujun finished speaking, he dumped everything from his backpack out completely. From storage boxes containing blue gator hearts to magic crystals and monster byproducts, everything was there. Dujun's backpack changed from completely full to completely empty. Dujun packed 10 empty storage boxes that could hold blue gator hearts into his empty backpack, along with a liquid nitrogen freezer. If only I could get a spatial storage pouch. Unfortunately, on current Earth, spatial storage pouches don't exist at all, because there are no materials to make spatial storage pouches, and there's also a shortage of people who can process them. No, people who can process them could be found somehow. What's important is the materials essential for creating subspace Have you heard of a monster called Lepaus? Lepaus. Young Inju seemed to hear this for the first time, and tilted her head. What about Brimnata? As expected, Young Inju shook her head, indicating she didn't know. In addition, he listed monsters capable of forming compressed space, but Young Inju knew nothing about these monsters, whether they were monsters never discovered on Earth, or monsters that simply didn't exist. He thought he knew intelligence inside and out. Dujun clicked his tongue, as if feeling regret, then requested an internal map of the rift areas near Santa Ren. Are you really planning to go alone? Young Inju handed over the map, her expression not good at all. Dujun acted as if asking was pointless, just nodded and put the map in his pocket, and turned on the GPS receiver. On the GPS receiver, provided by Brazil's Hero Association, the locations of rift areas that needed to be closed in this operation were marked in detail, even without a guide. With the GPS receiver, he could reach his destination very conveniently, so Dujun acting alone had no obstacles. Hyeon Juyin heard about the situation from Young Inju and hurried over. Hyeon Juyin strongly insisted that even she should go along. You look dead tired. Can you even keep up with me? I'm just taking a casual look. Go rest. Actually, among the companions, Hyeon Juyin was the most exhausted, because she hunted monsters tirelessly to be of some help to Dujun. Her fatigue had reached its peak. Even so, wouldn't going alone be dangerous? These words got stuck in her throat, because the word dangerous didn't suit Dujun at all. If you really want to help, then properly adjust your condition. Dujun gently patted Hyeon Juyin's shoulder, and just disappeared like that. What? Dujun's speed was so fast he seemed to vanish. Not only Young Inju, but even Hyeon Juyin received a shock, like being hit in the head with a hammer, fast enough that even eyes couldn't follow. What percentage of Dujun's abilities was the strength they'd known so far? Hyeon Juyin believed just the movement ability Dujun had shown made it difficult to measure his limits. Meanwhile, Dujun ran to his heart's content after a long time. The ability to make the human body explode with speed that even top sports cars couldn't match was completely the power of magic. The ability to lift dozens of tons, run faster than sports cars, and withstand bullets and even missiles. Humans are naturally most fragile, but what can make people stronger than any life form is magic power. A truly qualified hero should first strive to understand magic power. If there really were such people, they wouldn't live like this now. But Earth's heroes are only deceived by the power before their eyes, thinking that's everything, and continue living that way. In Dujun's view, this was too sad. This isn't my concern. Anyway, with that kind of power, they can live quite well. It's just that if this situation continues, then things will have to change, especially when he believes Earth's safety is threatened. Dujun will personally cause changes around him, even through forceful methods. When Dujun confirmed on the GPS receiver that he'd reached the Rift Zone entrance, he frowned. The Rift Zone entrance he'd arrived at was identical to the places they'd closed before, as if a layer of black had been overlaid on the blue entrance. The closer to the entrance, the denser the magic power concentration became. Dujun, just in case, looked around, then took out his phone and dialed a number. The signal rang for a long time. A voice that sounded like it was sleeping came through. There's a 12-hour time difference, so it's 3 a.m. in Korea right now. This was an extremely natural reaction. Hello, I have something I need to confirm. Is that okay? Dujun's voice startled the other party, sounding flustered. Hiroseo Dujun, sir. That's right, Hiroseo Dujun, sir. You're calling me at this hour. It should be afternoon there, right? You said you want to confirm something. I want to confirm whether Korea's rift zones have any special changes. What specifically do you mean by changes? Even very minor ones are fine. Isn't that too vague? The other party hesitated. Let me confirm if there are any special changes. Can I call you back? I'll wait. After hanging up about 10 minutes later, Dujun's phone rang. Go ahead first. Currently, there are no particular changes. Has there been any change in the color of rift zone entrances? Yes, reportedly no changes at all. Then yesterday or today, have any heroes completed rift zone hunting and returned? Because I needed to confirm this part. It took some time. 2 hours ago, Hero Yang Chong Seo, sir, returned from completing the Jinzhou rift zone hunt. I spoke with him personally and learned that inside the rift zone, he also found nothing particularly unusual. I see. If possible, I'd like you to also check changes in overseas rift zones for me. Even overseas rift zones need to be checked. It doesn't need to be too detailed. Just like I said earlier, just knowing whether rift zone entrance colors have changed, and if they changed, whether the color is black or something. Did something happen in Brazil? Facing the other party's cautious question, Do-jun hesitated whether to say, and finally answered, I haven't confirmed everything yet either. If possible, request intelligence from Brazil's Hero Association. Don't overlook even very minor rumors. Do-jun said this was all he could say, then hung up the phone. For Deputy Minister Min Hong-gi, who was sleeping soundly, this was undoubtedly a sudden disaster. But Do-jun believed, given the current situation, this would ultimately be necessary intelligence for him too. Do-jun hesitated whether to go to other rift zones, but finally walked into the rift entrance. Even if he had to go elsewhere, he couldn't just leave this unpleasant rift zone in front of him unattended. Do-jun, who entered the rift zone, as expected, hunted monsters strengthened by dark magic power. It's about the same level as previous rift zones. This was how Do-jun felt, as if someone had sprinkled dark magic power of a specific concentration in the rift zone. Though he had obtained an internal map of the rift zone from Jung In-ju, Do-jun didn't take it out to look. Closing the rift zone was for later. His primary purpose was to find the source of the dark magic power, so he just wandered around inside the rift zone as he pleased, without Hyeon, Ju-yeon, and the Violet Guild members. His speed was extremely fast. Every time this happened, monsters kept appearing before Do-jun. Do-jun didn't spare any monster, taking them all down. Just then, the strongest guy blocked Do-jun's path. Kuwa, an ogre with 2 red heads. Two-headed ogre. Though classified as a sub-boss monster, he possessed tremendous power. Even calling him boss level wouldn't be an exaggeration. Precisely because of this, even among S-rank heroes, few could successfully hunt him alone. What if such a guy had accepted dark magic power? It could be considered that he was stronger than ordinary boss monsters. He was on the shopping list. Do-jun, looking at the two-headed ogre roaring fiercely at him, only thought about his spine bone. Do-jun clenched his fist, then drew the sword from his back. Yang family swordsmanship. Second form, Gramagramora Bora, magic deployed in lines. Every time Do-jun's sword cut through the void, the blade saturated with magic power, left streaks of crimson lines. The lines cut straight through space, flying toward the two-headed ogre. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Sometimes fast then slow. Sometimes slow then fast. In short, unpredictable line movements. The two-headed ogre could not ignore the lines flying toward him. Instinctive warning. Terrible things would happen if touched. The two-headed ogre picked up huge trees around him and threw them. Also lifted rocks and threw them. The red lines silently cut through the flying trees and rocks, facing the horrifyingly sharp cutting power that cleanly severed everything. The two-headed ogre decided to leap over these lines and crush Do-jun. The moment he jumped, a slow red line suddenly exploded, cleanly severing the two-headed ogre's lower body. Rue. The two-headed ogre's wails, crushed by pain and terror, shook the rift's interior. The two-headed ogre's 2 arms were severed by red lines, falling miserably to the ground. His 2 heads were also cleanly severed by the red lines. Surprisingly, even with his head and limbs severed, not a drop of blood flowed from the cuts. Though the two-headed ogre had become much stronger due to dark magic power, before Do-jun, he was still just a fragile monster. Do-jun first collected the magic crystal, then directly from the two-headed ogre's severed head area, extracted the spine bone. This spine bone, about 18 meters long from the two-headed ogre, had considerable value as weapon material. This could be worth 5 billion. Moreover, if the condition was this close to perfect, its value would be even higher, because he couldn't carry around such an ugly thing as a spine bone. Do-jun casually cut off the ogre's skin. Do-jun used the cut ogre skin to wrap up the spine bone, casually stuffing it into his backpack, then continued forward. Various guys recklessly pounced at Do-jun and were instantly killed. This way Do-jun caught 3 blue gators and hunted hundreds of monsters. Before he knew it, his backpack was bulging, with no more space. Hunting monsters was incidental. Actually, Do-jun concentrated his energy on finding the source of the dark magic power filling the rift's interior. The result, it wasn't from inside the rift zone. Do-jun's expression became serious. If it were an internal factor, finding the cause would be easy. since energy generally is released from specific spaces or objects, and solving it would be simple. Even if it couldn't be solved, just sealing it up would fundamentally eliminate the anxiety factor. But what if it's an external factor like now? Could someone inject dark energy into rift zones? Looking at Earth's heroes' current level, this was simply fantasy. These heroes couldn't even properly understand and manipulate energy, yet they could understand and use dark energy. This was like a child who just learned to crawl, participating in a track meet. In other words, this was simply absurd. However, to think this was caused by specific monsters wasn't easy either. No, it was also possible. If it were an undead lord or imperial lich, then it would be possible. Dujun said this and chuckled. If an undead lord or imperial lich were active outside rift zones, then nearly half of Earth's life forms would have already become undead. But among Earth's current heroes, who exactly could stop an undead lord and imperial lich? So this possibility was also ruled out. What remained was it due to specific environment or circumstances? Dujun said this while clearly knowing how difficult it would be for such things to happen, especially considering Earth's conditions. The possibility was even more minuscule. But if forced to say which side had higher possibility, it would only be this. The most important point was that not only was the cause difficult to find, moreover, things happening outside the rift zones were also very unsettling. Dujun's intuition told him so. The current situation absolutely couldn't be easily overlooked. So, Dujun worried whether he had missed something. So once again at extreme speed, he swept through every corner of the rift zone. Dujun swept through the rift zone like a massive storm for several hours, and ultimately found nothing. External changes were certain. Before Dujun finished speaking, he shattered the rift core before him with one punch. Crack. Another rift zone was closed just like that. Beep 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 via. Another rift zone was just closed. On the large screen, once again a red light point flickered and turned blue. With this, the total number of closed rift zones reached 5. Where was it this time? Team leader Moru questioned. His subordinate staff immediately answered. It's the BA-013 rift zone, BA-013. Team leader Moru frowned, as if not believing which team had entered. I'm not too sure about this either. Which team went first? Team leader Moru shouted. His subordinate staff hurriedly confirmed. It's where S-rank hero Hyon Juyin and hero Seo Dujun, along with the Violet Guild, went first. After the subordinate staff reported, team leader Moru seemed to have no room for thought, and picked up the phone. Brief connection tones rang. Soon, the other party answered. Where is hero Hyon Juyin's team? Team leader Moru listened to the other party's answer, his face gradually stiffening. Are you certain? They returned to the Bellum Hotel 14 hours ago. Is it really hero Hyon Juyin's team? After the other party confirmed, team leader Moru said he understood, then hung up the phone. What's the situation? The advance team has already returned to the hotel, yet the rift zone has been closed. Team leader Moru couldn't possibly guess what exactly had happened. This won't do. Team leader Moru believed this wasn't something that could be settled with just reporting. So he decided to personally go to the Strategic Planning Division. The Strategic Planning Division was in chaos. What's going on here? Is there some problem? A Strategic Planning Division staff member, who was acquainted with team leader Moru, answered him. A red alert situation just occurred. Red alert. The level of unexpected variables occurring in this operation were classified into red, blue, and white based on their severity. Red level was naturally the most serious major incident. Where did Captain Edvaldo go? He just went to the association president. Team leader Moru said he understood, then left the Strategic Planning Division and headed to President Daniel Lopez's office. President Daniel Lopez, with a serious expression, and Strategic Planning Division leader Edvaldo were sitting across from each other. In the president's office, team leader Moru, is there something? Since the red alert situation hadn't been disclosed yet, Strategic Planning Division leader Edvaldo was puzzled by team leader Moru's sudden visit. Some strange things happened. That's why I came to the Strategic Planning Division. What do you mean by red alert? Please sit down first. Strategic Planning Division leader Edvaldo sighed, as if everything had collapsed, and offered him the seat next to him. What situation occurred that would trigger a red alert? Strategic Planning Division leader Edvaldo looked toward President Daniel Lopez. He nodded, indicating it was okay to speak. Well, Strategic Planning Division leader Edvaldo began explaining the reason for the red alert situation. Is that really true? How could such a thing happen? After learning the reason for the red alert situation, team leader Moru showed a shocked expression. The death of S-rank heroes. Brazilian S-rank hero Alvarado, French S-rank hero David, German S-rank hero Bern, Swedish S-rank hero Andrian, and Indian S-rank hero Parhan. Not just one or two people, but a full 5 S-rank heroes from various countries had died. Moreover, this happened in rift zones confirmed to be not difficult to close, making the impact even greater, and even triggered a red alert situation. Those who barely survived said, "These weren't the monsters we've known so far. What does that mean? I don't know what's going on either. From now on, we must understand the situation in detail. We must grasp the situation very thoroughly and carefully. It's not just anyone, but S-rank heroes who could be called pillars of nations have died. For Brazil's Hero Association, the situation is also very difficult. If Brazil's Hero Association is proven to be at fault, not only will they face international condemnation, the countries whose S-rank heroes died will never let this slide. I even think we should terminate the operation now." Hearing President Daniel Lopez's listless voice, both team leaders' faces were darker than ever. "By the way, what did you mean by strange things?" President Daniel Lopez thought. Now that a red alert situation had occurred, what could be worse than this? Though it's not a major problem, it's very strange. Before I came here, a rift zone was closed. Hearing the news of a rift zone being closed, President Daniel Lopez's expression brightened. What's so strange about a rift zone being closed? The closed rift zone is BA013. That's a rift zone near Santa Ren. You said to wait until all other rift zones were closed, like the BA016 rift zone, before closing that place last. Strategic Planning Division leader Edvaldo spoke before President Daniel Lopez. That's the place occupied by Korean heroes, right? Yes. Did they close another rift zone? No, I confirmed before coming here. Hero Hyeon Ju-yeon's team returned to the Bellum Hotel 14 hours ago, and has been resting since then. Hotel, Strategic Planning Division leader Edvaldo asked as if questioning something nonsensical, staring at team leader Moru. Then who exactly closed the rift zone? Facing President Daniel Lopez's question, the two team leaders just stared at each other blankly. First, we need to go see Hero Hyeon Ju-yeon's team. Meanwhile, where was Dujun? He had already arrived at another rift zone. You want me to believe that story? President Daniel Lopez looked at Hyeon Ju-yeon with a distrustful expression. Even if you don't believe it, I have nothing more to say. Before opening her mouth, she hadn't expected him to believe it easily, because she would be the same if she were him. Dujun's strength exceeded all common sense so far. Unless seen with one's own eyes, it would be absolutely impossible to believe. But she felt, now was the time to let them know the truth. Mr. Dujun is humanity's true hope. No, he has to be. She didn't think this was exaggerated. When rift zones first appeared, when even police and military couldn't solve it, people who awakened as heroes defeated monsters and became humanity's hope. But what about current heroes? These mediocre people, like comparing heights, fight each other for their rice bowls. Though there are those who truly dedicate themselves for humanity's safety, most have become corrupted. In this situation, Dujun's existence will bring tremendous impact. He's destined to cause tectonic shifts in the hero world and become humanity's true savior. Ordinary heroes cannot fight monsters with dark magic power. This was something Hyeon Ju-yeon had personally experienced, so she could guarantee even sub-boss level monsters, 1 or 2 S-rank heroes couldn't handle. But what if boss-level monsters had their abilities enhanced by more than double due to dark magic power? Even if dozens of S-rank heroes swarmed together, victory couldn't be guaranteed. In short, sub-boss level monsters would become current boss-level monsters, while boss-level monsters would become untouchable existences. More importantly, when all monsters' abilities are enhanced by more than double due to dark magic power, could the many rift zones worldwide still be managed like now? That would be impossible. Rift zone collapses and monster waves breaking out worldwide was an obvious thing. That would be the beginning of true disaster. Just thinking about it, Hyeon Ju-yeon's face stiffened, as if seeing a terrifying scene. So Hero Seo Dujun really closed the rift zone alone? Probably so, because Hero Seo Dujun possesses sufficient power for that. When President Daniel Lopez suddenly came looking, asking about the facts of Rift Zone closure, Hyeon Ju-yeon had somewhat anticipated it. Of course, when hearing that another Rift Zone had been closed, Hyeon Ju-yeon was genuinely surprised, but she believed with Do-jun's strength, this was completely possible. Moreover, President Daniel Lopez came personally. He was the overall commander of this Rift Zone closure operation. This meant there was no official record of heroes entering the closed Rift Zone. Actually, the reason I can't believe it is, President Daniel Lopez paused, then sighed, and continued, they'll find out sooner or later anyway. I'll be direct. We're currently in red alert status. There are rumors that many heroes have sacrificed inside Rift Zones. I see. You don't seem surprised at all. If it weren't for Hero Co. Do-jun, I certainly wouldn't be here either. What exactly happened? President Daniel Lopez's voice trembled like never before. Hyeon Ju-yeon told President Daniel Lopez everything truthfully. After hearing everything, President Daniel Lopez couldn't hide his despairing expression. According to Hyeon Ju-yeon, what was important was no longer the success or failure of the Rift Zone closure operation. This threatened Brazil's safety in the near term, and the world's safety in the long term. But I heard other hero teams besides us also closed Rift Zones. Yes, that means those Rift Zones were different from what we experienced. The Rift Zones where hero teams failed must be different from those that didn't fail. You mean the entrance color is different? Currently, there's no other way to confirm besides this. I'll immediately give instructions to confirm all Rift Zones. President Daniel Lopez immediately took out his phone. Do-jun entered his third Rift Zone without rest. It was by a river. A village turned to ruins and a huge river ahead. One of the Rift Zone environments heroes most disliked. Damn, it's a river. Looks like I'll have to go underwater. Nothing's worse than fighting monsters in water. I'd rather fight flying monsters on a cliff. How many people would bring underwater equipment? Hell, rivers and lake islands. The characteristic of these three environments is 50% chance the Rift Zone exit is underwater. The problem is very few heroes can display their true strength underwater. Globally, heroes skilled in underwater environments number less than 100. Among them, called the top, is New Zealand's national hero and S-rank hero Ivan Roper. As a professional diver and underwater breath-holding world Guinness record holder, 24 minutes 21 seconds, Ivan Roper, after awakening as a hero, gained the special ability of underwater breathing, therefore became one of the three highest valued heroes globally. Brazil had also repeatedly hired Ivan Roper for large sums, rather than letting heroes who couldn't display their strength underwater handle Rift Zones, leading to hero sacrifices. It was better to spend money hiring Ivan Roper. The Rift Core is in the water, Do-jun confirmed. The Rift Zone map he got from Young In-ju. Looking around, indeed rich dark mana aura hit him, and it would be even stronger in the water. That's the nature of mana. Even dark mana is ultimately natural energy. So in places rich with natural energy like water, both quality and quantity will inevitably expand further. Do-jun walked into the water like this. Surprisingly, Do-jun's body entering the water didn't get wet with a single drop from the mana barrier. Using mana to generate a film-like barrier around the body, whether in water or lava, as long as it can be maintained, mana won't suffer any damage. The buoyancy generated underwater also only requires using mana to shift the body's center of gravity to the feet, and can be easily resolved. If Ivan Roper, called the strongest underwater hero, saw Do-jun's current state, he would surely be extremely shocked. However, Do-jun also had one weakness, and that was breathing. Even mana isn't omnipotent, so Do-jun had to surface to breathe again. He held his breath as long as possible. Of course, Do-jun's breath-holding ability also exceeded common sense, so he could persist underwater for the longest time. Due to dark mana, underwater was somewhat dim, but Do-jun's vision remained bright. Whoosh! A massive water snake over 20 meters long cut through the current and rushed toward Do-jun. This was one of the underwater monsters, easily seen even in the world of destruction. Erakan, though he didn't have particularly powerful abilities, he was a typical monster with serpentine characteristics, able to move rapidly in water then coil around opponents, crush their bones and swallow them whole, as long as he could launch a quick assault, before the opponent made any moves, then wrap around their body. Even dark mana dwelt within his body. Arakan's confidence was more abundant than ever. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Arakan instantly coiled around Dujun's body like a small whirlpool, wrapping around Dujun, who was only 185 centimeters tall, from toe to head without problem. No, he just needed to crush all the bones in his body with force. Arakan began to tighten his body with force, but he couldn't tighten. Arakan's strength could easily crush even steel, but was completely ineffective. Before Arakan could think about what was happening, bang 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 bang, Arakan's body tore apart in all directions like firecrackers. How filthy! Dujun looked disgustedly at Arakan's scattered remains, extended his finger to take the magic stone, then continued walking on the riverbed. All kinds of guys pounced at him. In a sense, nothing was easier to deal with than underwater monsters. Most combat modes were biting, or coiling and constricting like Arakan. That was all. Despite this, the reason for avoiding underwater monsters was because heroes who could fight well underwater were few. Buoyancy and breathing problems alone would weaken half their strength, and most heroes who primarily used swords, once they experienced the difficulty of swinging swords underwater, would never think of fighting underwater again. Ivan Roper, called the first aquatic hero, also used a harpoon as his main weapon. Therefore, choosing what weapon to use in water was also a very important factor. How would Dujun, called the sword god, fight in water? Bang 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 bang. Dujun used his fists to kill dozens of piranha-like monsters, rushing from all directions. Swinging a sword in water, for Dujun, was also something he was reluctant to do. Though he could create barriers to protect his body, reproducing sword movements in water couldn't be like outside water. So even though he was the sword god, his abilities would inevitably be halved. Therefore the area around Dujun was simply gruesome. Since it was combat conducted in water, the monsters' corpses floated around carelessly. Blood and brain matter reddened the water. People with weak stomachs would surely vomit seeing it. When Dujun was sweeping the riverbed, his eyes widened in disbelief at that moment. Now let me organize this. President Daniel Lopez personally unfolded the rift area map and marked X's with a red pen. Swish swish swish, X marks appeared one after another. After marking a total of 24 X's, President Daniel Lopez finally put down the red pen. Doesn't this indicate he marked rift areas within a certain range centered on Santa Ren? Just as Jung In-ju said. President Daniel Lopez looked at his assistant beside him. The assistant immediately began measuring distances on the map. After a while, everyone understood rift areas within a 500-kilometer radius centered on Santa Ren, without exception, had all been contaminated by something called dark magic power, dark mana. After hearing the assistant's explanation, President Daniel Lopez, who had been silent, picked up his pen again and began circling some of the rift areas, marked with X's. This BA-035 rift area is where Alvarado died. This BA-027 rift area is where David died. Here, these are all places where S-rank heroes died. A total of 6 places were circled. The only place where no casualties occurred was the place Dujun's group closed. If, according to your speculation, Hero Seo Dujun was the one who closed this BA-018 rift area. Right. Facing President Daniel Lopez's question, Hyeon Ju-yin and Jung In-ju both nodded with absolute certainty. Phew. After roughly organizing the situation, President Daniel Lopez deflated like a punctured balloon and slumped in his chair. Though he didn't know why dark magic power dark mana would strengthen rift areas, what was certain was the deaths of S-rank heroes were due to variables no one anticipated. He had merely obtained reasons to avoid minimum responsibility. Daniel, President Lopez could breathe a sigh of relief, but all of this needed to be proven. For that, he urgently needed one person's help. Haven't you contacted Hero Seo Dujun yet? The assistant contacted once more and replied that he was still out of service range. Will also leave messages. Jung In-ju immediately sent a text message, rather than making a phone call. Hyeon Ju-yin also sent a text. If the rift zone situation had changed, that would be one thing. Otherwise, the only team capable of closing those marked places would be you. President Daniel Lopez smiled with a dejected expression. He had thought they were expendable pawns, just shields used to buy time. He never expected them to actually be savior-like existences. So President Daniel Lopez was left with only regret and shame. At first glance just a flat fish, since he had camouflaged himself with protective coloring from birth. He was very difficult to discover. Acremos clung close to the ground, observing the surrounding fish with slender eyes. This wasn't just a monster's name. Even in the world of destruction, he was a monster never easily seen, only about 10 centimeters in size, and only 1.5 centimeters thick. So if camouflaged with protective coloring and pressed against the ground, he was generally very hard to detect. He was even a guy who didn't move much. If he sensed something around him, he would remain motionless for days. Truly a stubborn fellow. Such a creature's habitat wasn't even clearly defined, sometimes discovered in the deep sea, sometimes found in small streams. To discover Acremos here, Dujun showed a brilliant smile, as if living on Earth had never made him this happy. No, even counting his life in the world of destruction. This was remarkably good fortune. Dujun efficiently dealt with the surrounding monsters, and walked toward Acremos. Dujun's steps toward Acremos were incredibly light. His face also wore an expression as if he might unconsciously start humming. To discover Acremos, without tremendous good fortune accompanying you, was an impossible thing. The 3 great saints Riatris, the 7 great emperors Rextomicon, the founder of the Golden Carriage, and Pekri, called the first god of wealth. What did they have in common? They possessed good fortune others couldn't even dream of. A castle, you know too, right? Speaking of which, among your ancestors, there was also someone who discovered Acremos. His name was Rapciphered Bandyong. He was the 12th generation head who elevated the White Baron Bandyong family to marquis status. Also, an outstanding ancestor called the Sword King of his era. When Dujun approached, Acremos's slender eyes moved very slightly. Attack or not attack? Dujun knew what Acremos was thinking. There was only one chance. If you discovered Acremos, you absolutely couldn't waste this opportunity. You had to aim for the moment he tried to devour. The heirs of the Bandyong family at age 10 had to read the legend books left by successive heads. This was the law of the Bandyong family. Diaries condensed from the secrets, or advice that successive heads wanted to pass to descendants throughout their lives. The family's most precious treasure. Of course, Dujun, as the family heir, also read the legend books. The legend books contained many words left by the 12th generation head, Rapciphered Bandyong, nearly half of which were about this guy, Acremos. Acremos, with his slender eyes, that even others could hardly perceive, didn't miss any of Dujun's movements. When Dujun's hand slowly approached him, Acremos opened his mouth first, though he only opened a mouth about 1 centimeter wide. You might wonder what was so remarkable about this. Whoa, space was torn, no, more accurately, space gushed forth from Acremos's mouth, just the right size to completely swallow Dujun's body. The most perfect subspace. Acremos had no natural enemies. No matter what the opponent was, he could create subspace of the required size, and then devour it. Dujun immediately released all his magic power, centered on Dujun and Acremos. A whirlpool formed, river water shot skyward. All surrounding water was sucked in and sent to the sky. That sight was like a massive water column connecting heaven and earth. Monsters were swept into the whirlpool, letting out strange cries, becoming part of the water column. Their bodies torn apart, exploding and breaking, severed without reservation and dying. Even in this situation, Dujun's and Acremos's power struggle continued. Acremos tried to devour with his subspace, while Dujun suppressed the subspace's power with magic. Both sides' power struggle was exceptionally fierce, stronger than I imagined. Using magic power to suppress Acremos's created subspace power, and seizing it, obtaining Acremos's subspace wasn't difficult. But the Acremos subspace known to the world was only an extremely small part. To perfectly control Acremos subspace's true power could only be done through pure magic suppression. Rapciphered Bandyong, during his period as Sword King, accidentally discovered Acremos. At that time, Acremos was already a very precious monster. Absorbing compressed space abilities wasn't difficult. However, Rapciphered Bandyong didn't choose the shortcut. He didn't hunt Acremos before he created subspace to easily obtain the ability. Instead, he decided to personally experience just how powerful subspace force really was. This was his confidence as the contemporary Sword King, and also curiosity. As a result, Rapciphered Bandyong successfully mastered the true power of Acromos's subspace ability. If I had my original power, this degree wouldn't be anything at all. Cold sweat seeped from Dujun's forehead. He had thought, no matter how strong the subspace power Acromos created, how strong could it really be? Even without the power called Sword God, he judged his current strength was sufficient. However, this was a misjudgment. The subspace power Acromos deployed was several times stronger than Dujun had anticipated. The problem was, if he retreated here, he would be devoured. He didn't even have time to regret. If he became distracted for even a moment and his magic ran out, he would immediately be trapped in Acromos's sub-space. Once trapped in that subspace, basically only death remained. For Dujun, this was undoubtedly a failure he absolutely didn't want to experience. Dujun felt his magic power rapidly depleting. He was certain that continuing like this would lead to his defeat. Absorb the dark magic power. There's no other way. Anyway, rather than having magic depleted like this, and being trapped in Acromos's subspace waiting to die, it was better to absorb dark magic power. Even if his body couldn't withstand it and exploded, it was better than that. Fructose from Sorrow Elephant. Dujun began using the magic cultivation method, passed down to Bandyong family heirs, to absorb dark magic power. Gloomy and rough, turbid magic power full of unpleasant sensations flowed into his body. As magic power filled the gaps that always filled his body, Dujun's power under subspace suppression was gradually being suppressed, then explosively increased again. But the joy was only temporary. Thump 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 thump. Dujun's blood vessels swelled as if they would burst. Not only his limbs and body, but even his face had bulging blood vessels, as if his entire body would explode with a bang at any moment. If it were a body from the world of destruction, it could withstand absorbing any amount of magic power. But Dujun's body was incredibly fragile. Natural laws would never be lenient. No matter how much magic power there was, if the body couldn't handle it, it would become poison. The body had to be gradually trained, or accept magic power over time. Therefore, the magic power Dujun's body could handle had currently reached its limit. Precisely because he knew this better than anyone, Dujun hadn't absorbed the abundant dark magic power, but feeling it surging upward, his whole body felt hot as if it would explode. At some point, blood began flowing from Dujun's nose. Hold on. When Dujun gritted his teeth and persisted, his consciousness gradually becoming blurred, the subspace's power rapidly weakened. In the battle about to end, Dujun held onto his consciousness no matter what, finally absorbing the subspace power as his own. Acromos, having exhausted all his power, had already shriveled and died before Dujun could confirm the subspace power he had obtained. He lost consciousness and collapsed. Splash 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 splash. The river water that had shot skyward poured down again. The river water calmed down. At some point, Dujun was floating on the river surface. Were acquaintances, forcibly pushing aside the Brazilian hero, who was blocking his entry. He walked into the hospital room. He first confirmed the condition of Ryoma Takashi, who was wearing a patient gown and staring blankly out the window. Takashi, hearing Kong Unsok's call, Ryoma Takashi's gaze slowly moved. Is this guy completely insane? Why don't his eyes look like before? Ryoma Takashi's eyes were characterized by scanning opponents sharply like a snake. The party receiving that gaze would inevitably feel very unpleasant, but Kong Unsok felt Takashi's eyes somehow suited him well. Just how badly was he beaten? A stubborn fellow who would never easily bow his head. This was how Kong Unsok saw Takashi, and he was also, like himself, using any means necessary to fight for what he wanted. You could almost call them kindred spirits. However, he couldn't sense a trace of vitality in Takashi's eyes. Kong Unsok, that's right. Do you recognize me? Though Kong Unsok was 3 years older than Takashi, the two got along like friends. Yeah, Kong Unsok. Fortunately, Takashi recognized Kong Unsok and nodded. I should have come earlier, but those damn guys said stabilization was needed. This and that were needed, constantly blocking me. Plus, public opinion was somewhat bad, so I'm only coming now. You won't feel annoyed over something like this, right? Kong Unsok said this while carefully observing Takashi's expression, as if not wanting to miss any detail. After Kong Unsok arrived in Brazil, he had wanted to immediately meet Takashi and understand the truth of what happened. However, Brazilian and Japanese heroes strongly prevented visits from foreign heroes, using the excuse that Takashi needed stability. Kang Un-sok couldn't ignore domestic and international public opinion, and couldn't forcibly break through to meet him. So after the rift zones were closed, when surrounding attention became blurred, he came looking. Fortunately, Takashi showed no signs of displeasure, just nodded. What exactly happened? Is it true that you were unilaterally beaten by that kid Seo Dujun? Kang Un-sok was afraid someone might hear, so when mentioning Seo Dujun's name, his voice was very small. That guy is nothing special. I just fell for their despicable tricks. Vicious killing intent flowed from Takashi's eyes. Kang Un-sok's expression also changed accordingly. Good, it seems he's not crazy. This is Takashi's true face. What despicable tricks exactly? I can't say, but I definitely have to kill that guy with my own hands. Seeing Takashi like this, Kang Un-sok felt the worries accumulated in his heart all disappear. That's right, in a direct confrontation, how could Takashi lose to that little brat? Kang Un-sok had originally thought the worst-case scenario was that he would have to kill Seo Dujun himself. But since Takashi was so filled with flames of revenge, he felt he could take a step back. What do you plan to do? No need to think about it. My body has recovered pretty well too. I'm going to blow that guy's head off, in front of everyone. Won't that cause big problems? I, Ryoma Takashi, have suffered the greatest humiliation of my life. No problems can stop me. Looking at Takashi, seeming to lose his reason, Kang Un-sok laughed inwardly, blinded by revenge. In this situation, the biggest beneficiary will be me. If Takashi really does as he says, and publicly kills Seo Dujun, then he himself cannot escape responsibility. Even under the banner of righteous revenge, the forces supporting him cannot compare to the strength of those condemning him, especially Korea's. Hero's anger will be beyond words. Ultimately, no matter how much Japan protects Takashi, it would be difficult to avoid punishment from the World Hero Association. That would cause tremendous damage to Takashi's hero activities. Takashi knew these facts well, yet still said he would kill Seo Dujun. This meant even bearing such losses, he was determined to have revenge. If Takashi really succeeded in killing Dujun, then Takashi and Korea would cross a river of no return. As long as that happened, even Takashi couldn't personally manage businesses within Korea. Then I could use the excuse of managing on his behalf to transfer away everything important, leaving only an empty shell for him. He could barely contain his laughter just from imagining it. If you need my help, tell me anytime. I'll do everything I can to help you. At Kang Un-sok's words, Takashi stared at him and asked, "There's something I'm curious about." Curious about what? Why did you commission me to kill Seo Dujun? Takashi's eyes flashed sharply. Kang Un-sok finally had to speak. Actually, when Dujun opened his eyes, he found himself washed ashore by the current. Luck was one aspect. More importantly, the backpack on his back had become his lifeline when Dujun lost consciousness. The backpack was filled with buoyant magic stones, so it was possible. Dujun, who regained consciousness, first checked his physical condition. Did I surpass my limits? Poison became medicine. Due to excessive absorption of magic power, his body had reached the extreme state of total body explosion. But after overcoming the limit, his body purified into a more powerful existence. But this wasn't a 2 or 3 times improvement. Roughly his magic power had increased by about 20% from before. Such improvement was certainly remarkable. But for Dujun, this change was absolutely not unfamiliar, because in the world of destruction, he had experienced this several times. It's just, the body then had been trained to some degree, and could overcome limits, plus to handle situations that might arise. Capable companions were nearby for protection, so there wasn't much risk. Thinking of this, Dujun felt that his past, called the Sword God, was absolutely not his alone. His past companions appeared one by one in his mind. Dujun, falling into brief reminiscence, began concentrating magic power. Even while unconscious, his body maintained magic cultivation methods for recovery. Therefore, he felt more abundant power than usual. Subspace responded to Dujun's will. The space before him distorted. Subspace was generated accordingly. This was perfect subspace generation ability. Its shape and size formed completely according to Dujun's will, being able to obtain Acromos's subspace. Though this was an adventure that required risking his life, Du-jun didn't consider its results insignificant. Du-jun stood up and placed his backpack into the subspace. He walked back into the water with light steps. Before discovering Acremos, he had already hunted many monsters, and in the process of suppressing subspace power, all underwater monsters had decomposed and vanished, so there were no living creatures in the river. There was nothing left to do in the rift zone. Du-jun immediately found the rift's core and destroyed it. Du-jun, exiting the rift zone, because his phone kept ringing constantly, took it out of his pocket. The phone had been in a signal dead zone. 39 missed calls, 15 text messages. There were also 7 messages from Hyeon Ju-yeon. Du-jun thought she was so urgent to find him, so he called Hyeon Ju-yeon first. Before the second ringtone sounded, Hyeon Ju-yeon answered, "Mr. Du-jun, did something happen? Since she was so urgent to find him, something must have happened. Where are you now?" Here. Du-jun was about to take out his GPS receiver to accurately explain his location, but Hyeon Ju-yeon urgently said, "Can you come to the hotel now?" "No, you must come to the hotel. It's urgent. President Daniel Lopez is also waiting for you." Hearing that Brazil's Hero Association president was also waiting for him, Du-jun knew this problem had probably become very big. "Then I'll go. If you give the exact location, they'll send a helicopter to pick you up." "No need, I'll be right there." Du-jun hung up after saying this. Waiting for a helicopter to arrive would be much slower than running there himself. So Du-jun confirmed his location on the GPS receiver, then began running in a straight line, though not officially announced. The hero's sacrifices are real. Hearing Deputy Minister Min Hong-gi's words, Chairman Ra Tae-wong sighed and closed his eyes. Lost talent that shouldn't have been lost. Reportedly, this only happened in some specific rift zones. The only ones there without casualties. Who came out after closing rift zones? Were Hero Seo Du-jun's team, right? Yes. Hero Young-in-ju said. She's now waiting at the Belem Hotel for Hero Seo Du-jun. He really is a more remarkable person than I imagined. Hero Seo Du-jun. Ra Tae-wong believed, no matter how happy he was, when facing other nations' hero sacrifices, he couldn't show it, so he cleared his throat and regained composure. Last time in Britain, Hero Hyeon Ju-yeon received attention. This time in Brazil, Hero Seo Du-jun will receive worldwide attention. Due to the incident with Ryoma Takashi, he was already in a red-hot state, so the impact will be even greater. That's natural. Perhaps he'll become a hero, representing our Republic of Korea. When Ra Tae-wong thought of this, his heart filled with pride. The president will be happy too. Ra Tae-wong believed this incident would completely dispel the president's concerns about giving Du-jun special privileges, because the president had always harbored such worries. Speaking of which, how is the situation with domestic rift zones? Fortunately, no abnormal signs have been discovered, but just like Brazil's situation, rift zone conditions could suddenly change, so we've greatly increased permanent staff and taken measures to ensure not even a second of relaxed monitoring. Well done. Also, make sure to clearly communicate with the gate control center. Right, even gates you consider safe could undergo changes. I'll personally go to the gate control center. Thank you for your hard work. Ra Tae-wong patted Deputy Minister Min Hong-gi's shoulder. I consider this natural. Hearing Deputy Minister Min Hong-gi's reliable answer, Ra Tae-wong smiled. Speaking of which, Hero Seo Du-jun is worrying. Worrying about what? Daniel Lopez is absolutely not someone who takes losses. He'll find ways to make Hero Seo Du-jun work for him to his heart's content. Hearing Ra Tae-wong's worried response, Deputy Minister Min Hong-gi's expression twisted subtly. My view is exactly the opposite. On the contrary, I'm worried President Daniel Lopez might have even his underwear stripped by Hero Seo Du-jun. What? Ha ha ha. This time Ra Tae-wong seemed unable to hold back and burst into laughter. You're right. Hero Seo Du-jun is absolutely not someone to mess with. Meanwhile, Du-jun was exactly as Ra Tae-wong and Deputy Minister Min Hong-gi worried, making President Daniel Lopez feel panicked. Your demand is too excessive. Too excessive, is it? Du-jun nodded, indicating he understood, then stood up. Where are you going? Since there's nothing more to say, is there any need to keep sitting? Don't you care about Brazil's safety at all? I don't know why I should consider Brazil's safety. As a hero, shouldn't you be responsible for civilian safety? President Daniel Lopez raised his voice. Dujun's expression turned ice cold. Responsibility and duty. I alone have already closed 2 rift zones, and you're still talking about responsibility and duty. The responsibility and duty you speak of is unconditional sacrifice. His tone changed. The aura emanating from Dujun also completely changed. For President Daniel Lopez, this was a vague fear he'd never experienced. Instinct told him the man before him was real. Let me tell you clearly, Brazil's safety. What does that have to do with me? Conversely, if Korea's rift zones became like that, could you force all Brazilian heroes to sacrifice themselves to protect Korean citizens' safety? That President Daniel Lopez couldn't answer, because he knew very clearly what he would think if Korea's rift zones became like that. Most importantly, the man before him wasn't weak enough to be persuaded with sweet words. I heard Ryoma Takashi was unilaterally beaten. The Imperial Guild members present at the time were completely terrified, didn't even think to intervene. Some even said, if Korean heroes hadn't stopped it, Ryoma Takashi would have been beaten to death on the spot. He believed these words contained much exaggeration. After all, a clear-minded person would never think of beating Ryoma Takashi to death just over an argument. However, seeing Dujun pressuring him like this guy could do it. President Daniel Lopez swallowed his saliva. Now rift zones within a 500-kilometer radius centered on Santa Ren have become inaccessible areas. Unless deploying all S-rank heroes gathered in Brazil, they could only watch helplessly. The problem was whether the mutations in rift zones would end here. If monsters increased dramatically, what if rift zones broke through? Just imagining it was chilling. So no matter what, Dujun's power was essential. I accept your demand. Dujun would receive $50 million for each rift zone closure, about 59 billion Korean won. This sounded like nonsense, but if rift zones really experienced monster waves, losses would easily exceed $50 million. Moreover, with dark magic power causing monster abilities to skyrocket, what if monster waves occurred, like dominoes, in succession? What happened in the Republic of Namibia, South Africa, would happen in Brazil. Such tragedy couldn't be allowed over money. Please pay $1.5 billion first. Dujun demanded payment for the 3 previously closed rift zones. Compensation. President Daniel Lopez shook his head in annoyance. Watching Dujun like this, Hyeon Ju-yin and Jung In-ju couldn't hide their shocked expressions. The demand seems too high, but then again, maybe not. What would people think if they knew about this? Wouldn't they worry about Mr. Dujun's image being fixed by money? As expected, having real strength allows such bold posturing, though I knew he wasn't ordinary. His boldness is truly that of Earth's overlord. As for Dujun, the safest house in Korea, I'll just build the world's safest house. Seo Dujun should be satisfied with this. If Seo Dujun's soul were nearby, he would surely be grateful. Dujun smiled, because he could perfectly fulfill his promise with Seo Dujun. Oh, Hung was supposed to be playing at a friend's house in the rain. When Dujun appeared on TV, his eyes lit up. Hung, is the person on TV now your brother? Yeah, that's my brother. Oh my, is hero Seo Dujun really Eun-young's brother? Ha-yu's mother looked at Eun-young in surprise. Yes, he's my brother. Perhaps because her brother appeared on TV, or perhaps because Dujun being her brother made her feel proud. Eun-young smiled innocently as she answered. TV was hotly broadcasting stories about Dujun. The program was introducing what kind of hero Dujun was, especially focusing on reporting the incident between him and Ryoma Takashi. Originally, Ryoma Takashi frequently made anti-Korean remarks, so public opinion about him wasn't very good, and Dujun emphasized that he had unilaterally defeated him through fair and square confrontation. This made viewers watch with immense satisfaction. Most citizens already understood these facts clearly through the internet. However, broadcasting Seo Dujun's story extensively on terrestrial TV news like this was the first time. Mom, is that uncle a bad person? Hearing Ha-yu's question, Eun-young shouted before her mother could, my brother doesn't fight with good people, right Ha-yu? That Japanese person is a bad person. So Eun-young's brother taught him a lesson. When Ha-yu does wrong, mom scolds her too, right? It's the same principle. Because she was a child, Ha-yu's mother used the gentlest wording possible to explain hitting people. Speaking of which, Eun-young's brother is Seo Dujun, isn't it Lee Eun-young? After meeting a few times at the apartment playground, Eun-young and Ha-yu became close, because they were the same age. Eun-young was pretty, and her innocent appearance was lovable. So Ha-yu's mother occasionally brought her home to play with Ha-yu. Therefore, what she knew about Eun-young was less than what she didn't know. She thought she had gotten Eun-young's name wrong. Eun-young's surname. Just as she was about to confirm the surname, the necklace around Eun-young's neck rang. Hello. Eun-young seemed to have completely mastered how to use it. Naturally, pressing the call button. Eun-young, it's your brother. Brother, where are you? Where are you? In Brazil. Are you getting along well with grandma? A young man's voice. And Brazil too. I think I got it wrong. Ha-yu's mother had mistaken Eun-young's surname as Seo, then looked at her curiously. She's actually an S-rank hero's sister, and not just anyone. Ha-yu's mother thought. She should treat Eun-young even better from now on. Is Eun-young doing well? Though Hyeon Ju-yeon clearly saw Doo-jun talking with Eun-young, she still asked. Her voice sounds good. On Doo-jun's face that was always expressionless, like a cold city man, a warm smile appeared. Hyeon Ju-yeon stared at Doo-jun, because she knew Doo-jun's love for his family was so deep. Does Stoneman also sell magic crystal powder? Hyeon Ju-yeon was brought back to her senses by Doo-jun's question, and asked back, magic crystal powder? You mean grinding magic crystals into powder? After Doo-jun answered matter-of-factly, Hyeon Ju-yeon shook her head. Generally, they don't grind magic crystals into powder. I heard grinding magic crystals into powder reduces efficiency, but scum like Kelzaman, to inhale magic crystals like drugs, still grind them into powder. But what about magic crystal powder? Is there a use for it? Hyeon Ju-yeon wanted to ask where he'd use it, but Doo-jun's atmosphere made her feel he wouldn't answer, so she couldn't speak up. Speaking of which, do you really charge $50 million every time you close a rift zone? $50 million for each rift zone closure. If you think it's a lot, it indeed might be a lot. But considering the losses caused when uncontrolled rift zones lead to monster wave outbreaks, this absolutely isn't expensive. Just look at Britain. How much material damage did Britain suffer from monster waves? Astronomical figures. Even though there are no major cities near Santa Ren, once monster waves begin, they can never be easily stopped, and the resulting damage amounts will grow exponentially over time. This is obvious. Moreover, Brazil has more rift zones than other countries, therefore more gates. Every year they earn enormous wealth through magic stones and monster byproducts. Setting aside urban losses, just damage to rift zones and gates alone would make $50 million insignificant. Therefore, rejecting Doo-jun's proposal would be foolish and unwise behavior. Of course, the problem is there's more than one or two rift zones. But worrying about this is entirely Brazil's Hero Association and government's business. Doo-jun, as the party involved, doesn't need to worry at all. Since I don't want to say why I'm proposing this. What do you need so much money for? First, to build a house. A house? Hyeon Ju-yeon couldn't understand. What kind of house would require hundreds of billions or possibly even more money? From now on, let's do rift zone closures 2-to-1. Hyeon Ju-yeon asked him, what does that mean? Doo-jun simply explained, we'll close one rift zone together, then while you and the guild members rest, I'll close two by myself. Of course, the compensation for rift zones closed together will be fairly distributed per person. Doo-jun's eyes seemed to ask, no complaints now, right? Hyeon Ju-yeon blinked. You're planning to share rift zone closure compensation. Since we came all the way to Brazil, we should take something back, right? Hearing Doo-jun's answer, Hyeon Ju-yeon could almost see how happy the Violet Guild members would be. President Daniel Lopez finished discussions with the Brazilian government and returned. The result was they would comply with Doo-jun's demands, though the Brazilian government opposed it. President Daniel Lopez's influence was too great, and actually, if not for Doo-jun, no one knew what situation would arise. This non-threat threat forced government officials to accept the demands. However, a confidentiality agreement must be signed first. Fine, money can be given, but Brazil's Hero Association and government wanted to hide their incompetence at all costs, the fact that they could only rely on one hero. What if I say no? Doo-jun coldly asked back, making President Daniel Lopez's face flush red. He hadn't expected Doo-jun to flatly refuse. That's the only way we can agree to your demands. If I'm not here, do you have the ability to solve this yourselves? President Daniel Lopez was speechless, just keeping his mouth tightly shut. Seeing him like this, Doo-jun sneered and continued, I'll sign, but the money must be transferred immediately, even 1 hour late, and I'll immediately withdraw and leave. Of course, whatever transactions we have, I'll also make completely public, so you'd better be prepared. If that's the case, you don't need to worry. As soon as we confirm the rift zone is closed, we'll immediately pay compensation." So Do-jun signed the confidentiality agreement. "When do you plan to close the rift zones?" This was President Daniel Lopez's honest question. He hoped the sooner the better. Fortunately, Do-jun felt the same way about this. "Starting immediately today." Do-jun meant what he said, and took action right away. While Do-jun first closed one rift zone, Hyeon Ju-yeon led Young-in-ju and the Violet Guild members to rendezvous at another rift zone entrance. Do-jun, having absorbed subspace power, was unstoppable, because subspace power was itself a terrifying weapon. A massive 15-meter-tall cyclops that looked like a cyclops, but whose abilities were far inferior to one, rushed toward Do-jun after spotting him, but directly fell to the ground. His lower body was gone. The monster's lower body had been directly severed by the subspace Do-jun created. Somehow confused, the monster stood there bewildered. Another subspace opened above his head, and the severed lower body dropped down with a thud. Just looking at subspace power alone, calling it an absolute divine realm wouldn't be excessive, but possessing such powerful force also came with limitations. First, placing all or part of living creatures into subspace consumed 5 times more magic power than inanimate objects of the same size, though it's 5 times, if accumulated. Even Do-jun couldn't easily handle monsters using only subspace power. Second, using subspace power on moving creatures or objects consumed more mental energy than on stationary objects. Subspace is another space opened within existing space. Opening subspace to place items wasn't difficult, but to hunt moving monsters, predicting their movement paths, and opening subspace at the required moment was absolutely not easy. Of course, subspace could also be used like a trap. However, due to subspace's characteristics, it was obviously visible and couldn't function as a trap. Plus, more than 2 subspaces couldn't be created, so major effects were hard to expect. Finally, subspace's biggest limitation was distance. The maximum distance for generating subspace was only 5 meters. Therefore, unless it was an emergency, simply abusing subspace power to hunt monsters wasn't efficient. Anyway, subspace had higher value as portable space, though occasionally used as a trump card. Do-jun didn't think he was weak enough to rely on subspace power. Do-jun crushed the head of the Cyclops monster whose lower body had been severed, then continued rapidly hunting monsters. Even so, he didn't relax. His careful investigation of dark magic power. Beep beep beep. BA008 Rift Zone has been closed. Team leader Moru of the Rift Monitoring Center quietly turned around. In the Rift Monitoring Center sat a heavyweight figure, hailed as Brazil's actual king, President Daniel Lopez. After learning the fact that the Rift Zone had been closed, President Daniel Lopez let out a brief sigh, then looked at his watch. Closed a Rift Zone in 8 hours. This was unheard of before, though he already knew Do-jun had independently closed 2 Rift Zones, but witnessing him close another Rift Zone within 8 hours with his own eyes made him doubt if this was reality. Transfer the money. As soon as President Daniel Lopez finished speaking, his assistant immediately transferred $50 million to Do-jun's account. The money had been prepared quite sufficiently. It's just, they hadn't expected the Rift Zone to be closed so quickly. What if Do-jun really closed all the Rift Zones that had been corrupted by dark magic power? Just closing 24 Rift Zones would earn compensation as high as $1.2 billion, though it's $1.2 billion for an individual to receive as compensation. This was far too enormous an amount. Can't let him take it all alone. President Daniel Lopez bit his lower lip and spoke to his assistant as if making a firm decision. Immediately gather the S-rank heroes from various countries who are currently resting, and gather as many A-rank heroes as possible too. What do you plan to do? Of course, form a special forces unit. Can't let that guy CO Do-jun monopolize everything. It's already been discussed with the Brazilian government. Gather S-rank heroes from various countries to form a special forces unit, then have them close Rift Zones. Compensation is set at $10 million. President Daniel Lopez thought. Compared to the $50 million given to Do-jun, this amount might be insignificant. But since a confidentiality agreement was signed, as long as secrecy was strictly maintained, there wouldn't be major problems. Even if they found out What was there to worry about? Demanding equal treatment with Doo-jun, who closed rift zones independently, was itself a laughable matter, so he instead resolved to be even more brazenly shameless. Now it's a race against time. Doo-jun closing rift zones versus the special forces closing rift zones. Since Doo-jun closed a rift zone within 8 hours, he calmly didn't expect the special forces could close more than 10 rift zones. 7 to 8 would be sufficient. Just the money saved alone would be approximately $2.8 to $3.2 billion. How exactly did Korea cultivate such a monster-like guy? This was someone more desirable to keep close than dozens of S-rank heroes. Could money keep him by their side? Then how much money should they give him? President Daniel Lopez began desperately calculating in his mind. Each time a rift zone was closed, the agreed compensation would immediately be deposited. So when the fourth rift zone was closed, Doo-jun learned from Young In-ju that President Daniel Lopez had organized a team called the Special Task Force. Rather than competition, it's more like being reluctant to spend money. Apparently, they promised to give them $10 million as rift zone closure compensation. Young In-ju said this while observing Doo-jun's expression. Better than doing nothing at all. Yeah, that's right. Mr. Doo-jun thinks so too. Truly a big shot. Doo-jun was sincere, though he roughly guessed President Daniel Lopez's intention in organizing the Special Task Force. That wasn't stabbing him in the back either. He believed the other party had done their best. The money was already sufficient anyway. Honestly, he was wealthy enough that earning more money seemed meaningless because he unhesitatingly closed rift zones rapidly. His desired shopping list was also being filled accordingly. From blue gator hearts to Belacrola silk sacks, two-headed ogre spine bones, lynx eyes, perlo wings, lentil vaca seeds. Before coming to Brazil, he had obtained everything he wanted. Of course, the biggest gain was Acromos's subspace. Having obtained everything he wanted and earned enough money, Doo-jun wanted to return to Korea one day sooner. Korea wasn't safe forever either. Just like Brazil's rift zones suddenly changed, Korea's rift zones could also change at any time. So Doo-jun wanted to build a safe home for Eun-young and Grandma as soon as possible. There were enough magic crystals too. He'd go by land immediately after returning. Doo-jun methodically made his plans. Before that, there was one thing that must be done, something temporarily forgotten due to the dark magic power incident. Something that must be completed before returning to Korea. Doo-jun's expression became cold again, just as President Daniel Lopez wished. The competition between Doo-jun and the Special Task Force was exceptionally fierce. Beep beep beep. BA-028 Rift Zone has been closed. BA-035 Rift Zone has been closed. Beep beep beep. BA-012 Rift Zone has been closed. Beep beep beep. BA-014 Rift Zone has been closed. Doo-jun closed one rift zone. The Special Task Force would soon close another. Conversely, if the Special Task Force closed a rift zone first, Doo-jun would immediately close another. This continued repeatedly. In terms of rift zone closure speed, Doo-jun was indeed faster. The Special Task Force was also active as expected. Despite rift zones being closed at such rapid pace, President Daniel Lopez's expression wasn't bright. Those rift zones that experienced variables due to dark magic power and such were being closed one per day. But conversely, other rift zones were almost all put on hold, so he worried variables might occur there. Every day he was anxious. Half a month passed like this. Beep beep beep. BA-022 Rift Zone has been closed. Centered on Santa Ren, all rift zones within a 500-kilometer radius had been closed. Wow! The Rift Monitoring Center staff had their eyes bloodshot red from monitoring rift areas, unable to sleep properly at all. At this moment, they unanimously stood up from their seats, bursting into cheers. Finally, it's over. Center leader Moru's voice was full of joy as he spoke, looking toward President Daniel Lopez. Phew, now we've barely extinguished the urgent crisis. President Daniel Lopez was the same, his body stiff from tension, unconsciously relaxed. No matter what, the mutated rift areas that devoured 5 S-rank heroes had all disappeared. But as the words literally meant, this was merely extinguishing the urgent crisis. According to the original operational plan, there were still over 40 rift areas that needed closing, but resting for one day should be fine. Team leader Moru seemed not to understand what he said, and asked back, but President Daniel Lopez ignored him, instead saying to his assistant, "Go prepare a banquet. to entertain the heroes who worked hard. In this closure operation, they've suffered quite a bit these days, and will continue to suffer in the future. So we must arrange the highest level of hospitality. Understood. Hearing his assistant's answer, team leader Moru felt bitter in his mouth. Our team also worked hard together. He wasn't hoping to receive the same treatment as those heroes who risked their lives on the front lines. It's just that for the Rift Monitoring Center staff who hadn't slept well for half a month straight due to work, not even a word of thank you for your hard work made him feel dejected. You can also leave just the minimum personnel, then have a grand dinner party. After President Daniel Lopez finished speaking from his palace-like, stood up from the chair he'd been sitting in for half a month. Thank you. Bang bang, you've worked hard. Until this operation ends, we'll need you to continue working hard. Team leader Moru deeply bowed to President Daniel Lopez, who was walking out of the Rift Monitoring Center. October 7, 2025. Heroes gathered once again in Sao Paulo, Brazil. This was after the official meeting, a general assembly about a month later. At the meeting, President Daniel Lopez first expressed condolences for the heroes who sacrificed themselves during the mission. At that moment, whether S rank, A rank or B rank, everyone was the same before death. President Daniel Lopez and those attending the banquet all felt grief and regret for their fallen companions. This was also the first official announcement regarding President Daniel Lopez's statement about why they sacrificed themselves, and why their deaths were only now being officially announced. Some expressed agreement, others raised criticisms, no matter who said what, since the deaths of S-rank heroes had already been communicated with their home countries and families. The official announcement could be completed smoothly, without causing major controversy. Those reporters, who had always read the Hero Association's mood, and only dared spread rumors, would now excitedly write their reports. And when people saw these rumors, whether they believed them or not, people worldwide would know the truth. That would surely cause a huge response. From then on, there would never be an unexhausting day. Even so, President Daniel Lopez still believed this was a burden he must bear, and was already prepared to bear it. It's just that you want to go back. However, Dujun's explosive statement about wanting to return to Korea was something President Daniel Lopez had completely not anticipated, and absolutely couldn't allow to happen. There are still many rift areas left. Even if you're going back, this operation should at least end. President Daniel Lopez stammered. Due to his panic, we decided, from the beginning, to only close rift areas near Santa Ren. So going back now is correct. Just from the words alone, this wasn't fallacious. But Dujun, who possessed power, rivaling dozens of S-rank heroes, couldn't just be allowed to go back like this. Could you talk with me alone? President Daniel Lopez's earnest expression seemed to be requesting permission for a private meeting. Dujun answered that it was temporarily possible. The private meeting was brief. President Daniel Lopez stood to the side looking helpless, while Dujun stood straight before him, expressionlessly shaking his head. This scene was simply shocking to reporters. Unable to take photos, they couldn't record this moment with cameras. This was truly an eternal regret. But some reporters still carefully watched the security personnel's expressions and captured that scene with their phone cameras. Ju Yian, doesn't he look like someone who got rejected after confessing? Young Inju tried hard to suppress her laughter, pointing at President Daniel Lopez, who hung his head looking dejected. Though Hyeon Ju Yian also found it funny, Dujun remained completely unmoved by President Daniel Lopez's sweet words. At this moment she felt immensely proud. Hyeon Ju Yian's face suddenly stiffened. Young Inju's amused expression also twisted instantly, because it was Gloria Taylor, that blue slim beauty standing before Dujun. Go quickly. Young Inju pushed Hyeon Ju Yian's shoulder. Go where? You fool. Go personally confirm what they're secretly meeting about. What secret meeting? Meeting in full view of everyone. What kind of secret meeting is that? Anyway, all men are the same, no matter how dull a man is. As long as there's an enviable beauty acting coquettish in front of him, he'll unconsciously puff out his chest, and his heart will be moved. Mr. Dujun is also a man. Do you want to be here, like a fool, and get stolen away? If you don't want that, go quickly and drive that white fox away. Soon Hyeon Ju Yian was pushed, and reluctantly walked toward Dujun and Gloria. Hello. Hyeon Ju Yian greeted Gloria first. Long time no see. seeing the other party greet with a composed smile. Hyeon Ju-yeon, unconsciously, first glanced at Doo-jun's expression. Please consider carefully what I said. This is also a very good opportunity for you, Castle. Consider carefully. Opportunity. What did she say? Though Hyeon Ju-yeon was curious about what Gloria's words meant, she wasn't shameless enough, nor urgent enough, to squeeze between the two and ask directly, but she was still very concerned, so it was difficult to manage her expression. I'll consider it. I hope you'll consider it favorably. Castle. Gloria smiled gently, staring straight into Doo-jun's eyes. If it were an ordinary man, just eye contact alone could make their mouths gape open. A beautiful and stimulating sight. But Doo-jun's expression remained the same. Could he be frigid? What am I thinking? Hyeon Ju-yeon quickly shook her head, dispelling the absurd delusion. Since we met like this, could you do me a favor? If it's Cassell's request, I'll agree to anything. There will be a golden market this time too, right? I'd like to visit and observe. Could you get me an invitation? Golden Market, every December 1st. A private auction held in Las Vegas. This auction, hosted by America's Hero Association, is very famous worldwide. Precious or special items have their prices determined through live auction. Ownership. The reason Doo-jun was interested in the Golden Market was an item that had only been sold there once, 2 years ago. Snow rockgrass with 8 leaves. Even in the world of destruction, it was very famous. Snow rockgrass simultaneously contained the breath of fire and the breath of ice, possessing unimaginably rich magic power. For Doo-jun, this was an indispensable item. Of course, snow rockgrass couldn't possibly appear again in the Golden Market as an auction item, but besides that, Doo-jun needed quite a few other things, so he made up his mind. While he had plenty of money on hand, he definitely had to go to the Golden Market, though with Chairman Ra Tae-wong's help, he could also obtain a Golden Market invitation. But since he had formed a connection with America's S-rank hero Gloria, she should be able to easily provide an invitation. So Doo-jun tried making the request. Golden Market invitations. I have as many as you want, but I have one condition. If the condition was absurd, he would unhesitatingly cancel this matter. 1 week before the Golden Market opens, come to my house for a week. Hyeon Ju-yeon, who had been quietly listening nearby, hearing the word house, her expression twisted. Doo-jun frowned. At the time frame of 1 week, Gloria looked at their different reactions, meaningfully looking back and forth between Doo-jun and Hyeon Ju-yeon. Nothing special about it. I just want to introduce some people to Castle. If possible, I'd also like to go hunting together in American rift zones. 1 week. Do I need to give an answer now? Hearing Doo-jun's question, Gloria smiled and shook her head. You can give your answer slowly, but I believe you'll give a positive response. I'll give you the Golden Market invitation now. After Gloria finished speaking, she extended her hand to Doo-jun. Give me your phone. Doo-jun unhesitatingly handed over his phone. Gloria immediately dialed a number and pressed the call button. Gloria's phone immediately vibrated. Gloria returned the phone to Doo-jun, then fiddled with her own phone. Ding dong, please confirm. This is a Golden Market VIP membership card. Just as Gloria said, a Golden Market VIP membership card had been sent to Doo-jun's phone, compared to a one-time invitation. This is better, right? Thank you. Having received not an ordinary invitation, but a VIP membership card, regardless of its benefits, Doo-jun was very grateful. Hyeon Ju-yeon knew how valuable a Golden Market VIP membership card was, and just looked at Gloria in amazement. She really wanted to ask Gloria if she could also give her one, but felt that would create a debt of gratitude, so she never spoke up. Can I contact you at this number? At Gloria's question, Doo-jun nodded without concern. Seeing this scene, Hyeon Ju-yeon felt inexplicably annoyed, but also felt it wasn't her place to interfere, so she turned her head away. Just then, America's and Korea's beautiful ladies have all gathered together. It was Kang Un-sok, though they had met once before the Rift Zone operation. He hadn't specifically come over to chat then, but this time he actively approached. Hero Seo Doo-jun is quite capable, able to chat and laugh with these beauties, having such pleasant conversations. Well, you're not only handsome, but recently, you've been incredibly popular online too. Even if you do nothing, people around you won't leave you alone. He smiled as he spoke, but his eyes held no trace of humor. His tone was full of mockery. Dujun silently crossed his arms and looked at him. Kong Un-sok didn't like even this attitude. This arrogant bastard. Let's see how long you can keep smiling. Everywhere it's Seo Dujun, though he was a suddenly appearing S-rank hero. Because there was no information about him, he circulated among people as a mysterious figure. During this time, he had a conflict with Takashi in Brazil, and defeated him. He became quite famous not only in Korea, but in other countries as well. But now, even President Daniel Lopez was protecting him, since he had ears. He roughly knew the ins and outs, closed rift zones independently. Kong Un-sok absolutely didn't believe it, no matter what people around him said. He himself had also been part of the special forces, and fought monsters strengthened by dark magic power, so he couldn't believe the claim that Dujun independently closed rift zones. There must be something between Korea's Hero Association and Brazil's Hero Association. There must be a deal. As Kong Un-sok, he could only think this way. I don't know what you're hiding, or what deals are happening behind the scenes, but if you lose face today, then public opinion about you will start to reverse. Kong Un-sok looked at Dujun, and quietly glanced at his watch. Just as he was about to say it should appear soon, someone entered the banquet hall. The banquet, because I closed all the mutated rift zones. Mutated, seems you haven't heard. Actually, I see. So that guy Seo Dujun will come to that banquet. Not only Seo Dujun, but heroes who participated in this operation, and even reporters will attend. President Daniel Lopez was already facing public pressure for forcibly closing rift zones, so this time he could take the opportunity to completely turn the situation around. In that case, in my view, there's no more suitable occasion for you to take revenge for the humiliation you suffered, but it's still quite difficult now. That's enough. I'm going to return the humiliation I received from that guy with interest, and make him know what's what. Footsteps as someone walked into the banquet hall. Everyone's attention focused on them. Has he already recovered? Even for an S-rank, can recovery speed be this fast? I heard Brazil's association spared no effort helping him recover. Seems the results were remarkable. This atmosphere is quite unusual. He's walking toward Seo Dujun. This has flavor. The flavor of exclusive news. Revenge. Brazilian Hero Association personnel. Heroes from various countries, reporters. Even the hotel staff in the banquet hall. Everyone whispered among themselves. Looking at your expression, are you worried some unnecessary commotion might occur? Contrary to his words, Kong Un-sok's face was full of anticipation. Hyeon Ju-yin, just as Kong Un-sok said, was seriously worried something might happen. Gloria also frowned, as the atmosphere became drastically heavy. Long time no see. Ryoma Takashi, standing before Dujun, spoke first. His eyes were chillingly cold. His voice dripped with killing intent. Anyone could see that was naked hostility and murderous intent. Your body's all better, right? Even so, not a trace of emotion could be found on Dujun's face. Ryoma Takashi's expression stiffened at Dujun's expressionless response. Thanks to you, I had a very good experience. Good then. Hearing Dujun's answer, Hyeon Ju-yin bit her lower lip. If something happens here again. Hyeon Ju-yin's gaze naturally turned toward the reporters. The reporters stared at their prey with bright, piercing eyes. Hyeon Ju-yin only hoped no pointless disputes would arise. Fortunately, President Daniel Lopez sensed the atmosphere was off, and quickly walked over. Hero Takashi, I heard your body has recovered considerably, but I was worried you might be pushing yourself. So I didn't invite you to attend this occasion. But seeing you so healthy, I'm relieved. President Daniel Lopez interjected. Kong Un-sok instantly frowned. Where are you trying to cause trouble? Kong Un-sok felt if left alone any longer, President Daniel Lopez would drag Takashi away, so he hurriedly interrupted. Even if his body has recovered, his heart must still be uncomfortable, so I think greetings should end here. It would be better to go back, lest the wounds that finally healed deteriorate again. Kong Un-sok spoke not in Japanese, but in English. Hearing this, Hyeon Ju-yin, President Daniel, Lopez and Gloria all scowled, because without deep thought anyone could tell. Kong Un-sok was deliberately provoking Takashi. Your pride was hurt, wasn't it? Don't hesitate. Start fighting quickly. Kong Un-sok hoped Takashi would quickly throw a punch at Dujun. He was certain that as long as they ruined the banquet like this, making Dujun and Takashi become headline news for reporters, no matter who won or lost, Both would look terrible, right? Uncomfortable. It's simply unbearable. Takashi's expression slowly twisted. Unlike Takashi, who seemed ready to explode at any moment, Dujun remained expressionless. Let me see. If that face you're so proud of gets covered in shit, whether you can still stand. Just as Kong Eun-sok was trying to provoke Takashi again. Ryoma Takashi, whose territory is Dokdo. Dokdo, why suddenly bring up Dokdo? Dujun's sudden question made Kong Eun-sok show an absurd expression. What nonsense is this kid spouting now? Talking gibberish in this situation. Is he trying to escape the predicament with a joke? What a complete lunatic. Not only Kong Eun-sok, but even Hyeon Ju-yeon, who was nervously standing nearby, President Daniel Lopez and Gloria, were all dumbfounded by Dujun's untimely question. However, what was even more surprising was, it's Korean territory. Takashi answered matter-of-factly, what's wrong with this kid too? What are these two doing now? Takashi should have roared. What nonsense are you spouting? But he answered so easily. Kong Eun-sok completely couldn't understand the current situation. On the other hand, Hyeon Ju-yeon thought, I've seen this somewhere before. Whose territory is Dokdo? Of course it's Korean territory. What about Tsushima Island? That's also Korea's. Exactly the same as what happened the day Imperial Guild members submitted to Dujun, only the subject had changed. Ryoma Takashi. The problem was this changed subject was an extreme right-wing among extreme right-wing forces. Ryoma Takashi, who hated Korea to his bones. Ryoma Takashi, who would never bow his head, even with a knife at his throat, was actually obeying Dujun's words, making one doubt if this was reality. Don't forget, Takashi nodded at Dujun's words. Takashi, what the hell are you doing? Kong Eun-sok asked Takashi in a whisper-like voice. Takashi didn't answer, but took out his phone and started doing something. Takashi, it's me. About that matter I mentioned to you last time. What I mentioned last time, that's what I asked you to do. There's a guy in Brazil who needs to be eliminated. I've been too busy recently. Temporarily forgot what that guy's name was. How busy do you have to be to forget even a name? Didn't I tell you it was Seo Dujun? Now I remember. That new Korean S-rank hero. Right, that's him. That was a recorded phone conversation file. The conversation content was played through the banquet hall speakers, so everyone could hear it. What conversation content? The expression of the person involved, Kong Eun-sok, was simply indescribable. Just seeing Kong Eun-sok's expression mixed with panic, surprise, betrayal, and anger, one could tell the content now being played through the speakers was ironclad fact. Everyone was equally shocked. Heroes from various countries had to doubt their own ears because of Kong Eun-sok's voice actually commissioning them to kill an S-rank hero from the same country. The reporters were different. This was exclusive news. My God, this was truly a monumental story. The quick-acting reporters recorded the content playing from the speakers. The entire world would be thrown into shock. Takashi had detonated such an astounding revelation. Many people also questioned Takashi's actions, even though this matter would bring enormous problems to his reputation. Though not to the same extent as the Commissioner Kong Eun-sok, he still unhesitatingly exposed the truth. The phone conversation was long and very detailed. During this process, Ryoma Takashi's name was also mentioned several times. Takashi and Kong Eun-sok discussed him in their conversation, with bone-deep hatred too shameful to speak of. Hearing the conversation content, Ryoma Takashi trembled all over with shame. That Brazilian bastard. As soon as Kong Eun-sok's voice ended, the call also terminated. The banquet hall was shrouded in shock. Only silence remained. This is a lie. This has been fabricated. The only thing Kong Eun-sok could do was deny it. Anyone could tell the conversation content wasn't fabricated, but Kong Eun-sok still shouted loudly that it was fake. What nonsense are you spouting? At some point, Young In-ju stepped forward, speaking these words with a voice full of killing intent. Without anyone noticing, the Violet Guild members had already surrounded Kong Eun-sok. You damn son of a bitch. Do you think everyone here are idiots? Young In-ju's commission to Dujun, and the fact that he treated Hyeon Ju-yeon even worse than a prostitute, made him display unbearable anger. Even though Kong Eun-sok was a hero incomparably stronger than himself, Young In-ju showed no fear, because Seo Dujun was beside him. He could crush someone like Kong Eun-sok with just one finger, even if he wasn't there. The other heroes all harbored the same feelings, looking at Kong Eun-sok like looking at an insect. Fabricated? I merely made the truth public. I even have the notarized documents you promised to give me. If I killed Seo Dujun, you would transfer to me the Korean domestic enterprise assets. If you want, I can make those public too. Due to Takashi's statement, no matter what Kang Un-sok said, no one believed his words anymore. You madman, what can you possibly gain from this? Kang Un-sok's shouting made everyone think the same thing. Why would Takashi do something so harmful to himself? To seek justice at this point was simply the greatest joke in the world. What can I gain? There is one thing. What is that? The chance to change my hypocritical life. What are you saying? Kang Un-sok blinked his eyes, seemingly not understanding Takashi's words. But this was only temporary. It seems now, after Seo Dujun beat you up, your brain got damaged. Otherwise you couldn't possibly say such bullshit. Change your hypocritical life. When everything you've done becomes public knowledge, do you think you'll still have that chance? Don't make me laugh. You and I are both irredeemable trash. Yes, maybe that's true, but I don't want to live as filthy as you anymore. Looking at Takashi, as if he had let go of everything, Kang Un-sok could do nothing but smile bitterly. The Takashi who just days ago was gritting his teeth saying he would kill Seo Dujun. Was this really him? Everything was a lie. The emptiness slowly transformed into anger. If he could, he really wanted to kill Seo Dujun, who seemed to have stepped back with that attitude. But would killing him benefit himself? It would only let that woman Hong Hee-ju gain all the advantages. That's right, this whole situation started entirely because of Hong Hee-ju. If Hong Hee-ju hadn't commissioned Kong Chol-woo to carry out the portal assassination, everything began there. Thinking of this, anger toward Hong Hee-ju surged in his heart. But before that, there was something more important to resolve. Takashi, kill that bastard, then get out of here. He's finished. Even if he's an S-rank hero, commissioning the murder of a hero from the same country is absolutely unforgivable behavior. Everything accumulated until now would collapse. Kang Un-sok admitted it, even resolved to start over, beginning with revenge, to live a completely different life. No longer a life cloaked in hypocrisy and lies, but a life living only for his own desires. To do this, the first thing was to leave here. Kang Un-sok made up his mind with an expression, as if everything was left to fate, and nodded. Damn it, fine, you've won. Just when everyone relaxed their guard against Kang Un-sok's words and actions. So what? Do you think I'm standing here to surrender obediently? Go to hell, you bastard. Kang Un-sok suddenly lunged at Takashi, gripping a short blade tightly in his hand, the final ace up his sleeve, a last resort that would never be brought out, unless it was truly a desperate situation. Kang Un-sok's short blade sliced directly across Takashi's throat, but the moment Takashi fell clutching his neck, Kang Un-sok smashed through the window and escaped. Quick, catch him. This happened too fast. There was no way to stop Kang Un-sok. There was one person who perhaps could have stopped him. Why didn't you stop him? Facing Hyeon Ju-yeon's question, Dujun merely showed a meaningful smile. What happened at the banquet instantly spread around the world. Everyone was shocked beyond belief. Among them, the impact on Korea and Japan was beyond imagination. Both countries' hero associations and even governments had to issue official statements, stating they would thoroughly investigate the entire chain of events. Crash, damn it, you idiots. Expensive decorations were smashed to pieces, torn apart. Hong Hee-ju's face flushed red with rage. She destroyed everything her hands could grab, everything her eyes could see. If she didn't do this, she would truly go insane. Only after turning the room into complete chaos did she stop. After barely calming her agitated emotions, Hong Hee-ju called in Mayor Lee, who had been waiting outside. What's the situation with Kang Un-sok? Brazil's Hero Association is pursuing him, but it looks like he won't be easy to catch. That bastard better resist to the death. Hong Hee-ju once again barely suppressed her erupting fury. What about what we left behind? First, we've taken all measures we could on our end. The accounts were set up untraceable from the beginning, just in case. All surveillance records of your meeting locations with Kang Un-sok and the surrounding areas have been completely deleted. But just like Kang Un-sok was betrayed, if we too have been caught with direct evidence by Kang Un-sok. Before Mayor Lee could finish speaking, Hong Hee-ju once again hurled the broken flower pot beside her. Yes, Kang Un-sok probably never expected Takashi to self-destruct either. This was being completely stabbed in the back. The problem is that Kang Un-sok, cornered to desperation, might also do the same thing. because he had received the call. He said if he didn't help him, he would expose the real reason for using Takashi to kill Seo Dujun. People were already full of questions about why Kang Un-sok commissioned Takashi for the assassination. Kang Un-sok is a fugitive. Seo Dujun remains tight-lipped, so suspicions will only grow larger with time. In this situation, what if Kang Un-sok mentions her name? Can't we kill Kang Un-sok? Facing Hong Hee-ju's question, Mayor Lee's silence served as his answer. Think of something, we must think of something no matter what. Even as Hong Hee-ju screamed like a madwoman, Mayor Lee couldn't say a word. You're all incompetent bastards. I don't want to see any of you anymore. Get out immediately. Hong Hee-ju shrieked at the top of her lungs. Mayor Lee judged it best to temporarily avoid the situation, so he grasped the door handle. Click. Before he could even apply force, the door handle turned and the door opened. Chairman. The door opened, and standing before Mayor Lee was the actual power holder of Daehan Group, the giant who shouldered Korea's economic burden, Chairman Seo Jong-chul. The president is getting old now, so I suppose I've arrived. Hearing Chairman Seo Jong-chul's words, Mayor Lee hastily stepped aside, bowing halfway. Yes, I apologize. Chairman Seo Jong-chul walked into the room, surveying the completely wrecked room. Smashed and broken, I see. This is Seo Jong-chul's sudden visit left Hong Hee-ju at a complete loss. Director closed the door. Hearing Chairman Seo Jong-chul's ice-cold words, Mayor Lee quickly and silently closed the door. Chairman Seo Jong-chul walked toward Hong Hee-ju and directly slapped her across the face. Smack. From birth until now, had she ever experienced being slapped by someone? Hong Hee-ju faced this situation she had never experienced in her life. Rather than anger, it was more panic that filled her. But she immediately looked at Chairman Seo Jong-chul with eyes full of resentment. At this moment, Chairman Seo Jong-chul's hand once again viciously slapped Hong Hee-ju across the face. I've been too indulgent with you. How dare you try to destroy Daehan Group, my life's work? What are you talking about? Do you think I don't know? You used Kang Un-sok to kill Dujun. That from Chairman Seo Jong-chul's expression, Hong Hee-ju understood that everything was over. This old man would abandon both her and W Group at any time, for the sake of Daehan Group. He even understood the fact that she wanted to bring Dujun back into his embrace. On the plane bound for Korea, Dujun shook off President Daniel Lopez, who was desperately pleading for him not to leave, clinging to his trouser leg, and boarded the plane to Korea. This was because the remaining rift zones, excluding those corrupted by dark magic power, could be sufficiently closed by the heroes from various countries currently remaining in Brazil. So he made this decision. The blue gator hearts, sufficient for his trip to Brazil, had been completely secured. Besides that, the items on his shopping list had been sufficiently collected, so Dujun had no regrets. The greatest gain was indeed the subspace, obtained through unexpected fortune. Acromos's subspace was the biggest harvest of this Brazil trip. Furthermore, the money earned from closing each rift zone was an astronomical figure. Each rift zone closure was contracted to earn $50 million. Among them, Dujun independently closed 11 rift zones. The compensation for this alone reached $550 million. Together with the Violet Guild members, he closed 6 rift zones, earning $300 million in compensation. The $300 million was fairly distributed by headcount. Therefore, the money Dujun received was $7.3 million. Just through closing rift zones, Dujun earned $557.3 million. Converting to Korean won, 653.7 billion won. Because it was all received in cash, through bank accounts, he could basically live a life no longer troubled by money. In this situation, Dujun didn't even need to sell the magic crystals obtained from closing rift zones and monster byproducts to Brazil's Hero Association. Magic crystals have fixed uses. The monster byproducts in my possession can be used when needed. If I were short on money, that would be different. Since there's more money than he could ever spend, he could just keep the magic crystals and monster byproducts stored in subspace. Please contact this person. Hyeon Ju-yeon, sitting beside him, handed Dujun a slip of paper. On the paper was written Park Seong-uk's name and phone number. This person used to be a secretary mayor for S Group. He'll be of great help to Mr. Dujun. Thank you. After returning to Korea, he planned to build a house first, so he needed someone to help handle various matters. He asked Hyeon Ju-yeon and Young In-ju if they knew anyone capable and reliable. They gave him this answer. Such opportunities don't come often. Why don't you stay in Brazil? Hyeon Ju-yeon shook her head. Thanks to Mr. Doo-jun's kindness, I also made quite a bit of money. There's also a lot to consider. So I want to go back and rest. Just as Hyeon Ju-yeon said, not only her, but Young and Ju and the Violet Guild members all made considerable money thanks to Doo-jun entering the rift zones together. The closure compensation was also substantial, but because Doo-jun gave up most of the magic crystals and monster byproducts, those sales proceeds also became a considerable source of income. As expected, if Doo-jun eliminated monsters and then left, the Violet Guild members could do little more than pick up magic crystals and byproducts scattered on the ground. Only Hyeon Ju-yeon assisted in hunting monsters nearby. Therefore the Violet Guild members felt nothing but guilt toward Doo-jun, who so readily handed over magic crystals and byproducts, but Doo-jun also didn't give up things he considered necessary, so he actually didn't feel shortchanged at all. I'm really curious why you let Kong Un-sok escape. That way it's more interesting. Kong Un-sok is quite a dangerous character, though he poses no threat to Doo-jun. But if S-rank hero Kong Un-sok is determined to cause harm, how many people could stop him? Moreover, Kong Un-sok has already hit rock bottom. No one can predict what he might do. Since Takashi targeted Kong Un-sok, who will Kong Un-sok target next? Isn't that interesting? You did this just for that, to make Kong Un-sok act personally. Hyeon Ju-yeon looked at Doo-jun in surprise. This was truly an unexpected thought. Hyeon Ju-yeon considered herself quite knowledgeable about Doo-jun, so she could completely guess who Kong Un-sok would target. It's Hong Hee-ju, isn't it? Someone who wholeheartedly wanted to destroy Doo-jun's life, making Kong Chul-woo act. Hong Hee-ju, who joined forces with Kong Un-sok, would she be Doo-jun's ultimate target? Could it be? Hyeon Ju-yeon's pupils trembled violently from the sudden thought that emerged. Seeing her reaction, Doo-jun showed the same meaningful smile as when Kong Un-sok escaped. If I'm not mistaken, he's playing a grand game of chess. Hyeon Ju-yeon felt that Doo-jun was not only physically powerful, but also terrifyingly intelligent. What was the first thing Doo-jun did after returning to Korea? Is it delicious? Yeah, it's so delicious. Watching Eun-young, with her mouth full of hamburger, eating with such relish, Doo-jun showed the purest smile in the world. Doo-jun refused Deputy Minister Min Hong-gi's offer to prepare a grand welcome ceremony, saying not to make such unnecessary gestures. The first thing he did was a hamburger date with Eun-young. Brother, aren't you eating? Just watching Eun-young eat makes me full, so eat more. When Doo-jun was with Eun-young, he would let down all his guard. This was a comfort he had never felt. Even in the world of destruction, it was his only sanctuary and place of rest. Suddenly Eun-young put down the hamburger in her hand. It would be nice if Grandma could come too. The moment Eun-young thought of hospitalized Grandma, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. While Doo-jun was in Brazil, Grandma was hospitalized due to back pain. She had been suffering from back pain for a long time. Her back had become curved because of it. In fact, according to modern medicine, she was already incurable. Every time Doo-jun saw Grandma's severely curved back, his heart ached. If her physical condition were good, if he used magic power, he could not only cure Grandma's curved back, but also heal the pain. But the prerequisite was, the body must maintain sufficient stamina and energy to accept magic power. For someone like Grandma, whose stamina and energy were depleted, rashly treating with magic power could actually become poison. So, he had never dared to easily treat Grandma's back. Therefore Doo-jun had specially prepared medicine beneficial for stamina and energy. But could eating medicine a few times cure it? Ultimately, it was still a race against time. The problem was Grandma didn't have enough time. Watching Eun-young missing Grandma, Doo-jun thought he'd have to find another way. Though her eyes were moist from missing Grandma, Eun-young showed a happy smile again and continued eating her hamburger. After finishing the hamburger, Doo-jun and Eun-young went shopping at the department store together, then returned home carrying armfuls of clothes and dolls that Eun-young would like. That night, Doo-jun made a phone call. Hello. A voice neither too low nor too high came from the other end. Is this Mr. Park Seong-uk's phone? Yes, I'm Park Seong-uk. Who is this? I'm Seo Doo-jun. Ms. Hyeon Ju-yeon introduced me. Seo Doo-jun, are you the hero who just returned from Brazil? Yes, Mr. Park Seong-uk said you could help me, so I contacted you. Can we meet tomorrow? I have an appointment in the morning, so that won't work. Around 3 p.m. would be fine. Then let's meet at a place convenient for Mr. Park Seong, UK. The morning appointment location was in Yongdeungpo. Could you come over? I'll come there. Then let's meet at 3 p.m. at the coffee shop in front of exit 6 of Yongdeungpo station. A blue gator heart in such pristine condition. This is my first time seeing one. Choi Chul-gwan looked in amazement at the blue gator heart Do-jun handed him. Since the condition is good, the effect should be excellent too. Of course, as long as nothing goes wrong, I can complete a work more perfect than I imagined. Starting production now. It can be finished in 3 weeks. Choi Chul-gwan displayed enthusiasm to begin crafting immediately. Though Choi Chul-gwan was already over 60, he remained passionate about blacksmithing work. Do-jun felt he had truly met the right person this time. Besides the sword, I have other things I'd like you to make. Is that possible? Of course, I must accept an S-rank hero's request. Choi Chul-gwan asked what he wanted. Do-jun began taking some items out of the backpack containing the blue gator hearts. The first thing he took out was Belacrylla's silk sac and salivary glands. Do you want to make armor? Speaking of which, if using Belacrylla's silk, not to mention the defensive power, the wearing comfort is also the very best. So there's no better material than this. Armor made from Belacrylla's silk cannot be pierced by ordinary swords and spears, and can greatly reduce external impact, possessing excellent defensive capabilities. Additionally, it can always maintain constant body temperature, and is not easily contaminated. Of course, it's not without drawbacks. The expensive price and difficulty in processing. The last point is that once damaged it cannot be repaired. So most heroes wear armor made from Belacrylla's silk under their combat suits to ensure it won't be easily damaged in any situation. This isn't for me to use. It's for my sister to wear. Sister, is your sister also a hero? Do-jun knew seeing was believing, so he immediately took out his phone to show photos. She's not a hero then. Then it needs to be made into regular clothing. Wealthy classes have also had clothes made from Belacrylla's silk to wear, so this isn't particularly surprising. It's just that, due to Belacrylla silk's special properties, there are limitations in design. At most it would be sportswear. The very high-end sportswear worn by a certain TV drama protagonist in the past, meticulously crafted stitch by Italian artisans, is the most common design that Belacrylla silk can produce. But using Belacrylla silk to make this, wouldn't that be too wasteful? After all, children's growth rate isn't as predictable as adults calculate. Simply put, sportswear made from Belacrylla silk can only be worn for 1 season, even if made slightly larger. At most it could be worn for 2 years, so Choi Chul-gwan felt it was too much of a waste. Precisely because of this, only those who consider money no object would make sportswear from Belacrylla silk, and the clothes they sell second-hand pass through many hands before showing wear. Facing Choi Chul-gwan's concern, Do-jun immediately took something else from his backpack, a water bottle containing blue liquid. Have you heard of Tarop essence? Tarop. Choi Chul-gwan had never heard this name, but his face was already full of anticipation. That's Cyclops blood. Extracting the blood cells from the blood separately, then applying it to giant black eagle fangs, can perfectly combine the two together. Just like the day Do-jun brought Cyclops blood, Choi Chul-gwan was certain, thanks to the blue liquid in Do-jun's hands, his weapon-making knowledge would reach new heights. Tarop essence isn't some rare material. It's just that no one knows about it. Actually, Tarop isn't a monster, but an ordinary plant. Tarop, this seemingly ordinary cactus, grows at most only about 1 meter tall, poses no harm to humans or monsters. Therefore, people just treat Tarop as a type of cactus, and don't pay it much attention. But Tarop essence isn't completely useless, to the point that no one cares about it, because when combined with textile materials, elasticity can increase at least 2-fold. At most it can increase nearly 10-fold. In the world of destruction, Tarop was most commonly used as a textile material additive. After hearing Do-jun's explanation, Choi Chul-gwan was even more shocked than the day he received Cyclops blood. If that's true, this would be a remarkable discovery. The clothing industry would undergo earth-shaking changes. Hero armor production would also be very different. How exactly do you know these things? Consider me living a second life. Second life. Choi Chul-gwan seemed not to understand what he said, and tilted his head. However, in Do-jun's view, he had already shown as much respect to Choi Chul-gwan as possible, so he gave an answer within his capabilities. This is truly puzzling. Choi Chul-gwan clicked his tongue, because Do-jun's expression didn't seem like he was joking. He only believed. If Do-jun really wanted to tell him the truth, he would tell him someday. I'm Park Seong-uk, 170 centimeters tall, with a seemingly thin but not weak build, hair slicked back meticulously, wearing a pristine black suit, without a single wrinkle to be found. What an impeccable style. Though he said he was 57 years old, in reality, his appearance looked like early 50s. If one were more generous, one could even believe he was only in his 40s. This also proved his outstanding self-management abilities. I want to know the reason you contacted me. He also didn't like wasting time. Do-jun also preferred simple, direct conversation. Even appearing businesslike was better than beating around the bush. I want to build a house. I need someone who can handle this matter properly. Park Seong-uk was the chief secretary, mayor of S Group, one of Korea's major conglomerates. For someone with such outstanding capabilities, simply wanting to build a house might sound like an insult, but Park Seong-uk didn't even blink, and asked in a voice devoid of emotion, "What kind of house do you plan to build?" "The safest and most secure house in the world." Do-jun's answer might make anyone scoff, but this time Park Seong-uk's expression didn't change in the slightest. Instead, he asked with an even more serious expression, "What location and budget are you considering?" "Location preferably in Seoul. Budget approximately 500 billion won." Hearing the figure of 500 billion, Park Seong-uk's expression wavered for the first time. With that kind of budget, what you want to build isn't a house but a castle. He had originally been joking. A castle. That would probably require an even larger budget. Do-jun seriously accepted this. Park Seong-uk's expression broke again. "I apologize. It hasn't reached the point of needing an apology. Haha, first of all, Korea's safest residential area, you should know, is Gangnam, and the safest residence also exists in Gangnam. Chairman Oh Young-jun's house, that's right, S Group Chairman Oh Young-jun's mansion, is currently rated as Korea's safest residence. That's a house built after the Rift incident, excluding all miscellaneous costs. Pure land and construction costs alone exceeded 80 billion won. Just from market value perspective, it's estimated at 110 billion won. But in reality, could you really buy Chairman Oh Young-jun's house with 110 billion won? Absolutely impossible. Even bringing at least triple the market value, or even more money, you still couldn't buy it. If Mr. Seo Do-jun's budget could build a residence more impressive than Chairman Oh Young-jun's home, it's just that whether you can easily buy land in Gangnam is key, because after the Rift situation, Gangnam land prices have continued rising. Even offering high prices makes it hard to buy. Moreover, to build a residence, you need to purchase residential land to the maximum extent. My judgment is that it's not realistically easy. Gangnam, Korea's safest region. In that era, if people had to choose between money and safety, anyone would choose safety. So Gangnam land, unless circumstances permit, no matter how much money you have, buying it is as difficult as plucking stars from the sky. There's no need to buy land that can't be bought. But in Korea, the safest place from rift zones is Gangnam. That's merely the wishful thinking of those who control that land. Do-jun wore a mocking smile. Gangnam's safety is nothing more than a fantasy created by political and business circles for the big shots who protect Gangnam. Of course, up until now, no rift zones have appeared in Gangnam. This has played a certain role, but rift zones are randomly generated, no matter what. What if a rift zone appears in Gangnam tomorrow? Then Gangnam's undefeated myth would be completely destroyed. Purchase land in the Guro district to the maximum extent possible. Guro district is also considered one of the safe residential areas. The reason is very simple. Because it's adjacent to Gasan Hero Complex. In other words, Gasan Hero Complex is the place with the highest hero population flow. So people naturally think, no matter what happens, the area around Gasan Hero Complex is safe, because there are gathered heroes who can respond most quickly. Gangnam is also densely packed with large hero guilds, and this is also guided by political and business friendship. What land area are you looking to purchase? Facing Park Seong-uk's question, Do-jun honestly laid out what he had roughly conceived in his mind. From land to building area, to living arrangements, and so on. This was just Doo-jun's personal idea. It needed careful adjustment, but as long as there was enough money, these problems could all be easily solved. What was truly important was residential area safety, Gangnam being the safest. Doo-jun just found it laughable. After Doo-jun returned from Brazil, he tried to spend as much time as possible with Eun-young, but he was simply too famous. Too many people wanted to see and find him. He couldn't allocate enough time to Eun-young as he had hoped. Then one day, an absolutely unwelcome guest came to visit Doo-jun. Long time no see. The sudden visitor was actually Seo Doo-jun's biological father, Daehan Electronics president Seo Jung-jung. If this were real, Seo Doo-jun seeing his father would definitely stiffen physically. Though he was his biological father, their father-son relationship was extremely strained, never having felt the slightest warmth. I've been hearing about you frequently lately. I suppose the fact that you're my son will soon become known. When Seo Jung-jung said these words, his face showed no trace of apology or regret. Doo-jun guessed that Seo Jung-jung hadn't personally revealed or leaked this fact. More people were probably curious about Doo-jun's identity, and then investigated further. Somehow they found out. Most importantly, Seo Jung-jung's emotionless expression let him know he equally disliked this situation. So what? Doo-jun's first words made Seo Jung-jung's expression twitch. You've changed a lot. Changed more than you can imagine. Doo-jun's answer made Seo Jung-jung shake his head left and right, as if he hadn't anticipated this reaction at all. Grandfather wants to see you. Have I become useful again? In Seo Doo-jun's memory, Chairman Seo Jong-chul, for him, humans were divided into two types, those useful to Daehan Group and those who weren't. It was precisely because of the outdated notion that women couldn't inherit the conglomerate that Chairman Seo Jong-chul brought Doo-jun, an illegitimate son, into the household. At that time for him, Seo Doo-jun as a person was useful enough, simply for being his bloodline. But after Seo Jung-jung had a son, Seo Doo-jun became completely useless. In Chairman Seo Jong-chul's eyes, just like that, Seo Doo-jun was miserably cast out. Even if he died out there, Chairman Seo Jong-chul wouldn't blink an eye. No, Seo Doo-jun had become Korea's 8th S-rank hero, so he had become useful again in Chairman Seo Jong-chul's eyes. I'll send someone again soon. When that time comes, you'll return home. Don't send anyone if you don't want to be embarrassed. Doo-jun's cold tone made Seo Jung-jung's expression twitch once more. Do you think the world is easy just because you became an S-rank hero? Even becoming an S-rank hero is merely individual strength. Come back according to grandfather's wishes. That way Daehan Group will give you wings. I'll send someone over in 2 or 3 days. Go ahead and send them. Let's see what happens. Looking at Doo-jun, expressionless yet wearing a smile, Seo Jung-jung felt a chill in his heart for the first time. The Seo Doo-jun who used to shrink his shoulders before him was nowhere to be found, though he had repeatedly ignored contact attempts. Doo-jun had completely drawn the line with them, making whatever expectations he might have held completely meaningless. Father was wrong. For that child, only resentment remained toward Daehan Group, because everything was their own doing. So Seo Jung-jung simply wore a bitter expression and turned to leave. 3 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Doo-jun encountered several matters. First was Doo-jun's identity becoming public. The grandson of Daehan Group Chairman Seo Jong-chul. Before the rift incident occurred, Daehan Group was called Korea's most premier company. The title of being its grandson shocked people and made people accept Seo Doo-jun as a person. I knew it. See, Daehan Group must have thrown astronomical amounts of money to cultivate him into an S-rank hero. The Middle Eastern hero Cap who became S-rank through money. Mori was now on equal footing with Doo-jun. No one said Doo-jun became S-rank through Daehan Group's money, but everyone speculated as much and quickly regarded it as truth. From the beginning, how could a wet behind-the-ears kid be S-rank? Does that make sense? Damn those born with silver spoons. As long as they awaken as heroes, they can go straight to S-rank. How unfair is this world? How can people live like this? The cheers for Doo-jun gradually turned into extreme jealousy and envy. At this time Doo-jun made his first public statement through the media. Rather than directly accepting reporter interviews, he publicly announced through the Hero Association that he had no relationship with Daehan Group. He didn't even hide the fact that he had been miserably abandoned by Daehan Group in the past. Is what Seo Doo-jun said true? That must be true. Testimonies were everywhere. Classmates who went to school with Seo Do-jun, and people who worked part-time jobs with him, all spoke about Seo Do-jun's situation at the time. Wow. So the illegitimate son really was abandoned by Daehan Group. Daehan Group talks about being some global enterprise. They're actually just bastards. You're only realizing this now. From age 18, Seo Do-jun had been caring for his sick grandmother and his 2-year-old half-sister from a different father, living very difficult lives. People around his neighborhood all knew at the time, last time when wanting to know the truth. They even did a special feature on Seo Do-jun's past. Right. When new rifts appeared in Mappo at that time, the national troublemaker who entered the rift zone to save his sister was Seo Do-jun. Right. That's right. The Hero Association even announced that Seo Do-jun awakened in the rift zone at that time and sealed the new rift zone. Wow. Seo Do-jun's life really was a complete reversal. Right, this is much better. Rather than becoming S-rank through money, this has more human touch, more fair. After Do-jun's statement, public opinion instantly reversed. Those who were jealous of him all became fervent supporters. Moreover, while supporting Do-jun, antipathy toward Daehan Group also grew stronger. This was exactly what Do-jun had hoped for, because after his identity as Daehan Group's heir was revealed, Daehan Group's value skyrocketed rapidly, even if people were jealous. As Korea's representative S-rank hero, the benefits Daehan Group could gain would inevitably be enormous. Do-jun couldn't tolerate this fact, so he exceptionally made his own statement. This amounted to a declaration of intent not to let Daehan Group gain any benefit from him. At the same time, Chairman Seo Jong-chul, ignoring Do-jun's warning, sent people. Chairman Seo Jong-chul sent me. Please get in the car, we'll make you comfortable. Do-jun opened the rear door of the luxury imported car, expressionlessly, and threw a punch at the respectfully waiting Daehan Group employee. Boom! Do-jun's punch smashed the luxury imported car beyond recognition. Do-jun's sudden action made the Daehan Group employee's face turn deathly pale. Collapsed on the ground. Go tell him this is just the beginning. Leaving these words behind, Do-jun turned and walked away, leaving the Daehan Group employee in panic, hurrying back in haste. Whether accepting Do-jun's warning or seeking other means, Chairman Seo Jong-chul didn't send anyone else from Daehan Group, nor made any response to Do-jun's statement, simply maintaining silence. The relationship between Do-jun and Daehan Group, with many people watching how their future relationship would change, temporarily came to a pause. Secondly, the weapon Do-jun had been waiting for was finally completed. I can confidently say, this is my finest work. Do-jun's sword was forged from 2 massive giant black eagle fangs. Total length, 177 centimeters. Width, 28 centimeters. Weight, 5.2 kilograms. The dark blue blade was engraved with the character Choi, appearing exceptionally elegant. I also tried engraving it. If you don't like it, I'll erase it. Choi Chul-gwan said he'd erase it, while observing Do-jun's expression. It's very fitting. Do-jun felt no need to hurt the blacksmith's pride in displaying his work, so he said it was fine. Good that it's fine. Ha ha ha. Choi Chul-gwan laughed exaggeratedly. Do-jun also chuckled softly. The magic absorption rate should satisfy you greatly. The blue gator heart you brought was top grade. Plus those additional magic enhancements you gave. The absorption rate is much higher than I imagined, Choi Chul-gwan said confidently. We can test it right here and now. Do-jun immediately infused magic into the sword. The sword greedily absorbed Do-jun's magic like a demon. As the absorbed magic increased, the sword's surface began glowing red, accompanied by slight trembling. The sword began resonating. That was a very pleasant resonance. After the world's destruction, Do-jun, for the first time, pleasantly felt the sword merge with himself. Good sword, better than expected. If this is the case, I can barely feel any need for replacement. The suffering in Brazil was worth it. After confirming the smile appearing on Do-jun's lips, Choi Chul-gwan's face also filled with pride and satisfaction. You've worked hard, haha. Worked hard for what? If you hadn't personally gone to get the materials, I never could have forged this sword. Do-jun took out his wallet, then put it back. Usually, the upper limit for weapon crafting fees is 50 million won, so he had only prepared 50 million won, but he changed his mind. He felt that the sword Choi Chul-gwan made was worth far more than 50 million won. Tell me the crafting fee. I'll transfer it to you immediately, Do-jun said, preparing to transfer money via phone. Forget about the money. Choi Chul-gwan flatly refused payment. I've gained too much through you. Though I've lived my whole life around molten iron, I've never felt so inadequate as this time. In other words, through this crafting process, the knowledge I gained was extremely valuable. Though I stayed up several nights, far from being tired, I felt joy and excitement instead. Didn't even feel fatigue. Thanks to you, I gained so much. So don't ruin my mood with money. Unlike Choi Chulguan's sincere, unrewarded expression, standing nearby, Choi Gangju's face was twisted and distorted, like he'd eaten dirt. Fine. Do-jun immediately put his phone back in his pocket. Really not giving money. Do-jun's immediate agreement made Choi Gangju speak with an absurd expression. You shut your mouth. Choi Chulguan glared fiercely at Choi Gangju. My dad is really something. That kid too. Do both of them have mental problems? Damn it, let's talk. Some common sense, okay? To make that thing. How many jobs did my dad refuse before? No, even if he refused those jobs, the advance orders were ruined one by one. How much money was lost? And you damn. When I say no money needed, you immediately say, okay. Are you even human? At least show some sincerity. Once Choi Gangju started speaking, he cursed without restraint, whether toward his father or the customer. Gangju, you little bastard. Choi Chulguan's face turned red with anger, even raising his hand, but his words weren't wrong. So what then? Choi Gangju dodged his father's hand and stepped back, while looking at Do-jun, including the lost amounts. And the amount I should be paid. How much money would satisfy you? Do-jun asked questioningly. Choi Gangju immediately shouted 100 million. No, 200 million, right, 200 million exactly. This kid is still like this. No, I didn't intend to take money, and have no reason to take it, so don't listen to this kid's nonsense. You little bastard, come here right now. Despite Choi Chulguan's fury, Choi Gangju wouldn't budge at all, directly giving Do-jun his bank account number. Already transferred. Check it. Before Do-jun finished speaking, Choi Gangju's phone received a deposit notification, confirming the deposited amount was more than he'd asked. After expressing surprise, Choi Gangju looked at Do-jun in amazement. Didn't I say no money needed? Why are you doing this too? Looking at Choi Chulguan's genuinely displeased face, Do-jun answered, there will be many places I'll need your help in the future, and I hope you can prioritize my requests, so please accept this. Choi Gangju's words weren't entirely lies, because from his first visit here, Choi Gangju had said there was a lot of work, not even having time to properly receive customers. If Choi Chulguan suffered losses because of him, and fell into financial difficulties, Do-jun couldn't just ignore it. Then I'll take 50 million and return the rest to you. Don't do this, it makes me uncomfortable. No, if you return the money, I'll also feel uncomfortable. Then we won't be able to do business anymore. Hearing the phrase about not being able to do business, Choi Chulguan could no longer be stubborn. Thank you. Perhaps because of his father's deflated attitude, Choi Gangju scratched his cheek, saying, I only asked for 200 million. The 300 million was what you gave. So don't blame me if even that's not enough. Just tell me, I'll give you more. Get lost, get out. Seeing Choi Gangju's flushed face, Do-jun couldn't help but laugh. Later it was heard that Choi Gangju, who asked Do-jun for money, was severely scolded by his father Choi Chulguan. The third matter was Do-jun's meeting with the president. In an era when heroes were national assets, as the highest-ranking S-rank hero, Do-jun could not be ignored under any circumstances, not even by the president. Not even by the president's grandfather could ignore him. In reality, the business card of S-rank hero possessed such great authority that even those arrogant National Assembly members had to step aside. Therefore, ministers of various government departments, deputy ministers and officials, even National Assembly members from local districts, frequently made contact, hoping to form connections with Do-jun. Though meeting with the president wasn't anything particularly remarkable, having fine dining at the Blue House and meeting privately, for ordinary people, was undoubtedly something to boast about for a lifetime. Besides this, Do-jun had to turn down TV appearance invitations and various advertising endorsements, spending 3 weeks busier and more irritating than ever before. During these 3 weeks, what Do-jun most wanted to do was select a suitable location for building the new house and prepare to formally enter the purchase process. This is indeed the optimal location, but calculating actual land purchase costs based on market prices, the result would significantly exceed the budget. How about considering reducing the purchase area? Doo-jun reviewed the materials Park Seong-UK had prepared. To purchase an area of 33,058 square meters would require at least 430 billion won. This was a budget estimated at actual transaction prices. But the problem was this 10,000 square meter land had different actual owners. If some of them demanded exorbitant prices, there was no telling how much more money would be needed. I'm quite curious why you need such a large plot of land. Park Seong-uk's question was reasonable. Buying 10,000 square meters of land to build one house. Anyone hearing this would think it was crazy. After rational consideration, Park Seong-UK simply couldn't understand, on that plot, large enough to build a small apartment complex of land, just what kind of magnificent house was to be built. You're not really planning to build a castle, are you? He secretly worried that this joke might become reality. No matter how worried Park Seong-UK was, Doo-jun's plan didn't change. I'll find a way to raise the insufficient budget. Let's start with the land that can be purchased. Understood. Park Seong-UK had no choice but to do as the client requested. If the budget was insufficient, additional budget would have to be raised. After Doo-jun parted with Park Seong-UK, he immediately called Deputy Minister Min Hong, GI. Hero Seo Doo-jun, why are you calling? I want to ask you for a favor. Could you tell me where there are rift zones? I can hunt right now. Rift zones. Why suddenly ask about rift zones? Because I need to earn some money. Are you serious? Deputy Minister Min Hong Gi knew clearly how much money Doo-jun had received from Brazil's Hero Association, so his words didn't sound sincere. He thought 500 billion won would be enough. No, if the location was slightly remote, it would be enough. Can't leave, even if I want to. Doo-jun clicked his tongue. If it were just him living alone, whether Seoul or provinces, it wouldn't matter. The problem was Eun-young. Next year she would have to start school. From now on, she would meet many people, make friends and enter formal group life. It's not that there are no people in the provinces, but for Eun-young to grow up healthily in a safer area, he had to choose to settle in Seoul. I think 10,000 square meters is too large. If you're just purchasing 10,000 square meters of land simply to build one house, public opinion will also develop in a bad direction. Please reconsider. Despite Park Seong-uk's repeated persuasion, Doo-jun didn't change his mind. The land must be that large. Just as Park Seong-uk had joked, he wasn't really planning to build a castle. He really only planned to build one house. It's just that Doo-jun had other ideas. That's why he needed such a large 10,000 square meter plot. If he had known his seemingly sufficient money wasn't enough, he would have stayed in Brazil a bit longer. Doo-jun had already returned, so he dismissed the foolish thought. Korea also had many rift zones. As long as he kept hunting monsters, he could earn a lot of money. Thus, Doo-jun spent 6 days a week hunting in rift zones. Only one day, he spent time with Eun-young and grandmother. Before he knew it, November 15th arrived. Just as Doo-jun was about to go hunt in rift zones, he received a call from Ra Tae Wong and went to his office. Do you know what people are saying about you lately? Doo-jun seemed to not care at all what others thought of him, just kept drinking coffee steadily. Every time he met Ra Tae Wong, this cup of coffee could satisfy Doo-jun completely. They're saying you're a vampire. In the past 2 weeks, you've hunted in 9 different rift zones. The rift zones were quite large in scale, so it took a lot of time. Conversely, if the rift zones were narrow, he would go to more places. This was an inconceivable thing for others, but for Doo-jun, it was a matter of complete indifference. So, Ra Tae Wong, who said these words, felt a sense of emptiness. I didn't call you here for anything else, just for this. Ra Tae Wong handed Doo-jun a bankbook. This is the payment for the magic crystals and monster byproducts you sent. The Caecilius you commissioned for sale last time, and the Cyclops magic crystals were also sold last week, all deposited together. Doo-jun first confirmed the bankbook balance. The amount was just under 80 billion. The Caecilius and Cyclops magic crystals were sold for 16 billion and 19 billion respectively, excluding the 35 billion. In the past 2 weeks, the magic crystals Doo-jun obtained in rift zones and monster byproducts price actually approached 45 billion. Earning 45 billion in 2 weeks, even for an S-rank hero, was absolutely not an easy amount. But Doo-jun could hunt rift zones faster than dozens of S-rank heroes, even for the same magic crystals. Doo-jun enjoyed the privilege of exemption from processing fees and taxes. You're not surprised at all. Seeing Doo-jun's still unmoved reaction, After confirming the bank book balance, Ra Tae Wong clicked his tongue. You should know how much money I made in Brazil. I know, that's why I understand even less. Just understand it as you see it, because I need money. That's the only reason I'm hunting in rift zones. I was just about to ask you, why buy so much land? I want to build a house on that vast land. According to what Ra Tae Wong knew, the scale of land Dujun was purchasing was enough to build a small apartment complex. I'm looking forward to it. Ra Tae Wong knew Dujun wasn't ordinary, so while answering this way, he also felt inexplicable anticipation in his heart, not knowing what kind of remarkable house it would be. This might be an opportunity for me. Ra Tae Wong thought it wasn't for any other reason. Simply living next to Dujun could better establish friendship. And it wasn't just Ra Tae Wong who had this thought. Is Mr. Dujun buying land? Hyeon Ju-yeon nodded, responding to Young In-ju's question. He said he wants to build a house. What about you? What's wrong with me, you fool? Are you going to let this opportunity pass too? What opportunity? What are you going to say now? Hyeon Ju-yeon was already troubled by Gloria's matter. When Young In-ju said such things, she frowned, thinking Young In-ju would bother her with useless matters again. Isn't Mr. Dujun going to build a house? Is there any better opportunity than this? What exactly are you talking about? Oh my, if Mr. Dujun builds a house, would he live there for just a year or two, then move away? I heard it's quite large in scale. Simply put, he's building a house to live in for a lifetime. Then you should also buy land and build a house next to his, living next door, a woman living next door, and a woman living alone at that. Young In-ju's words seemed to say there was no more tempting temptation than this. After hearing this, Hyeon Ju-yeon felt as if someone had hit her with a club. How hadn't she thought of this? No matter how much Gloria flirted, wouldn't she, living next to Dujun, have more advantage? Living next door, the number of natural encounters would also increase. Situations of eating together using neighbors as an excuse would also happen frequently. If it's a house where a woman lives alone, places where a man's help is needed, could provide various requests, then using this as an excuse to eat together again. In Hyeon Ju-yeon's mind, scenes of getting close to Dujun appeared continuously. Do you understand now? Yeah. Taking this opportunity, we also plan to move near Mr. Dujun's house. Sister is also moving. Why would sister move? Young In-ju looked at the confused expression on Hyeon Ju-yeon's face and chuckled softly. Do you think I would court Mr. Dujun? No, that's not what I meant. Let's say the Brazil incident was a catalyst. Our Violet Guild found a clear direction for survival. Honestly, the guild members also treat Mr. Dujun's words like gospel. Moreover, wherever our guild goes, we have to depend on the strong anyway. If that's the case, better to follow someone like Mr. Dujun. A sports car speeding on the highway. Hyeon Ju-yeon also nodded in understanding. Indeed, he's more capable than any S-rank hero, isn't he? Closing rift zones in Brazil and fairly distributing profits was the same. He might seem stern and unyielding, cold and distant, but actually, he's not harsh to people in his circle. It seems as long as you don't make some major mistake, he won't refuse to let people stay by his side. Are you planning to set up a guild office then? Taking this opportunity, I want to build a mixed-use commercial and residential building. Hyeon Ju-yeon thought. Young In-ju's plan to combine office and living space wasn't bad. However, you need to act quickly. I have a feeling hunting dogs have already caught the scent and are running over. Got it. From that day on, around Dujun's land acquisition area, land transactions also proceeded rapidly, starting with Ra Tae Wong to Hyeon Ju-yeon and Young In-ju's Violet Guild members, plus some heroes who somehow caught wind of this from somewhere, and real estate speculators also joined in. Therefore, Guro District's land prices suddenly skyrocketed. More importantly, real tycoons began concentrating in Guro District. This had far-reaching significance. Dujun was acquiring land. This kid thought of such things so early. Truly like father, like son. Haha. Chairman Seo Jong-chul felt immense satisfaction at how similar he and Dujun were. Purchase as much land as possible near that area. No matter how much one struggles, blood is thicker than water. Blood always recognizes blood. Chairman Seo Jong-chul believed this was an excellent opportunity to restore relations with Dujun. Just like that, Chairman Seo Jong-chul's rumors of purchasing land around Guro District spread throughout the business world. That old fox Seo Jong-chul that guy with a ghost-like sensitivity to money is actually buying land. No need to think anymore. We must also immediately purchase as much as possible. Land prices skyrocketed as a result, but Dujun had already acquired 10,000 square meters of land. Even Park Seong-UK, who had doubted whether Dujun would really acquire 10,000 square meters after completing all purchase procedures, couldn't help but be stunned by Dujun's scale. This is everything. Park Seong-UK was puzzled by the house design. Dujun wanted a 150 square meter two-story house. For ordinary citizens, this was a dream house, but for Dujun, who had acquired 10,000 square meters of vast residential land, this house seemed far too modest. If only building a 150 square meter two-story house. Why acquire 10,000 square meters of land? Though Park Seong-uk's face was full of confusion, Dujun thought a 150 square meter house was sufficient. What do you plan to do with the remaining space? Are you planning to install sports facilities or build walking paths? Park Seong-UK recalled those major corporation chairmen or successful tycoons who purchased large plots of land to decorate their homes. But the answer Dujun gave was something Park Seong-UK had never imagined. A guardian's nest, building a house. Guardian's nest, house. Park Seong-UK looked at Dujun in confusion. Dujun said he would understand soon, and drew a sketch of another type of building he wanted, like a dome-shaped soccer stadium, though the roof was open and the scale incomparably reduced. The building Dujun drew, indeed, reminded one of World Cup stadiums, or Rome's famous Colosseum. Simply put, it was a very simple building, with only circular outer walls. Construction should start from here. Just need to build the outer walls properly. Construction will finish quickly. No need for interior construction, so it won't take much time. But how should we apply for the building's purpose? It's neither an ordinary residence, nor a shop or factory. So Park Seong-UK was also troubled about how to obtain permits. I'll solve that. I need to find Ra Tae-wong anyway, to resolve this part of the problem. So Dujun immediately picked up his phone. Why did Hero Co Dujun suddenly come? Facing Deputy Minister Min Hong-gi's question, Ra Tae-wong raised his hand, indicating to give him some time. Tap tap tap. Ra Tae-wong tapped the table with his fingers, his expression more serious than ever. What did he say before leaving? Deputy Minister Min Hong-gi was very curious, but since he could only wait until Ra Tae-wong spoke, he sat quietly. After a long time, Ra Tae-wong finally spoke. Have there been any heroes who tamed monsters so far? You mean taming monsters? Countless attempts have been made, but currently, there are no heroes who have formally tamed monsters. Right, I remember, that's correct. Why suddenly mention taming monsters? Could it be? Deputy Minister Min Hong-gi's eyes widened. You think this is absurd too, right? You mean, Hero Co Dujun can really tame monsters? Yes, so he requested that I help him gain government assistance to allow him to keep monsters on his property. I can't believe it. Even if he's Hero Co Dujun, taming monsters is something. Deputy Minister Min Hong-gi shook his head violently, seemingly unable to believe it at all. Right, it's unbelievable. But do you know what's even more surprising? Just taming monsters is already surprising enough. There's something even more surprising than this. Deputy Minister Min Hong-gi let out a soft breath, touching his chest. He resolved, no matter how absurd the words, he wouldn't be surprised anymore. However, before Ra Tae-wong finished speaking, Deputy Minister Min Hong-gi suddenly stood up, shouting loudly, "No, this is impossible. This is simply nonsense. The monster Dujun wants to tame isn't an orc, nor an ogre. It's actually Caecilius. Not an ordinary monster, but a boss monster from Rift Zones. Caecilius." Dujun actually told Ra Tae-wong he wanted to tame that terrifying creature. How exactly should this be accepted? If ignoring Dujun's words, they worried about damaging relations with him, but if following what Dujun said, gaining government assistance to let him keep Caecilius at home, Ra Tae-wong had no idea how to persuade anyone. Therefore he was deeply worried. Not only Korea's, but the world's safest home. If he could tame Caecilius, at least he could ensure protection from monster threats. Caecilius would defend his territory to the death, so he could be trusted and relied upon. Even if the whole world was tainted by dark magic power, like Brazil's Rift Zones, Caecilius would become equally powerful, sufficient to guard one house. Of course, if like in the world of destruction, monsters that even Caecilius couldn't handle invaded Earth, then safety could no longer be discussed. In the current situation, there was no more trustworthy guardian than Caecilius. Having secured monster safety, the next step is securing the fissure zone. Although the rift zones suddenly appeared, without any warning whatsoever, Dujun knew how to completely suppress rift zones within a certain range. He never expected that even in this place he would receive. Although the rift zones suddenly appeared, without any warning whatsoever, Dujun knew how to completely suppress rift zones within a certain range. He never expected that even in this place he would receive Rentner's help. In the world of destruction, the greatest scholar Rentner knew everything, even when there were things he didn't know. Once he began his deep research, he possessed a terrifying obsession that could thoroughly investigate everything from beginning to end. It was thanks to this very obsession that Dujun also learned the method to suppress rift zones. From a theoretical standpoint, connecting passages between different dimensions wasn't difficult. It just required enormous amounts of energy, so ordinary people couldn't even attempt it, whether human or monster. The question was whether anything capable of such feats existed. But regardless, being able to connect and open passages between dimensions conversely meant that one could also prevent passages between dimensions from connecting in the first place. Dujun planned to carve a magic circle at his home. More precisely, across the entire plot of land he had purchased, he would inscribe a massive magic circle. The method for drawing magic circles wasn't difficult, but activating and maintaining the magic circle required vast amounts of magical power. Even Dujun, who once possessed the power of the sword god, found this no easy task. Therefore, to activate and maintain the magic circle, he needed a medium containing magical power. That would be magic crystals. The magic circle required the most magical power during its first activation, and depending on the magic crystals used during the first activation, the magic circle's efficiency would also differ. So if one needed to use a magic circle during the first activation, one should prepare the finest magic crystals as a medium, because once the magic circle was activated, maintaining it wouldn't be particularly difficult. Rather than that, drawing the magic circle directly with magic crystal powder would yield even better results. Recalling Rentner's words, Dujun headed toward the location of the creature that possessed the finest magic crystals he knew of, a 15-meter-tall cyclops. The Cyclops let out a monstrous roar at Dujun. The Cyclops emanated the terror that monsters inspired, striding forward with heavy steps, as if a weak human like Dujun would simply crumble if stepped upon, not even worthy of being an appetizer. He had no idea that before his birth, the ruler of this rift zone, his kinfolk, had already been hunted by the very Dujun before him. Therefore he felt no fear whatsoever. Dujun watched the approaching Cyclops, gently extending his right hand toward the space beside him, which tore open. A sword emerged from the subspace, gripped firmly in his hand. A sword forged from giant black eagle fangs. The sword that Choi Chulguan considered his life's masterpiece. As Dujun infused it with magical power, the sword resonated as if responding to him. When crimson magical power covered the entire blade, the Cyclops' massive single eye twitched. An instinctive fear welled up within him. He had thought that a human like Dujun could be crushed as easily as squashing a bug. Well then, the Cyclops let out an even more violent roar, as if finding this an impossible occurrence. This was behavior meant to shake off fear and boost his fighting spirit and killing intent. But why wasn't this human affected by his terrifying presence at all? Before the Cyclops could even form this question, Dujun stepped forward with his left foot and swung his sword. Banderas family swordsmanship, third form, spiral catastrophe. Spiral destructive power hidden beneath elegance. It appeared as though he had swung his sword only once, but in reality, it was different. Dozens of crimson lines appeared in the air, then began rotating like living creatures. It was a dazzlingly beautiful movement. The Cyclops' single eye also became mesmerized by the splendor created by dozens of spirals. At that moment, the spirals revealed their true, razor-sharp nature. Swish, 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 roar. Before the Cyclops could understand what was happening, his entire body was shredded to pieces, like puzzle fragments that couldn't find their proper places. The Cyclops' fragments scattered randomly across the ground. This was the tragic end of a Cyclops who couldn't even mount a single proper attack. Dujun retracted his sword back into subspace, then collected the Cyclops' blood into the large glass bottles. He had prepared beforehand. Then Dujun obtained the very reason he had come seeking the Cyclops today, the magic crystal, and leisurely departed the Rift Zone. Dujun, having left the Rift Zone, received an unexpected phone call. "Castle, can you help us?" "No, you absolutely must help us." Gloria Taylor's voice was filled with desperation. Dujun entered the Busan Rift Zone to obtain the Cyclops' magic crystal. 13 days ago, in the southwestern United States, Arizona, Phoenix City Rift Monitoring Control Center, a rift zone has collapsed. A rift zone classified as a Level 1 management target had collapsed, and Center Director Michael immediately reported the rift zone's collapse to the American Hero Association and personally dispatched heroes to assess the detailed situation. "Dear God, it's actually collapsed." Eric Jonathan, who leads the American Hero Association, facing the grave situation they encountered, covered his forehead with his hand. Before rift zones appeared on Earth, America was the world's most powerful nation. America could do whatever it wanted, while other countries busied themselves reading facial expressions. But with the arrival of the Rift era, America failed to maintain its title as the world's strongest nation. As the saying goes, heroes determine national power. America's number of heroes was also among the highest in the world, but the quality was regrettably lacking. The number of S-rank heroes was 31, possessing the world's second-largest hero count, but through external recruitment, that is, recruiting S-rank heroes from other countries, and granting them American citizenship, there were 7 such individuals, more than any other country. Therefore, regarding these recruited S-rank heroes, whether they would sacrifice their lives for America, naturally left many questions unanswered. Of course, there were no major problems at present. Regardless of whether they possessed patriotism, they hadn't caused any significant trouble. Instead, acting according to the American Hero Association's directives. What proved this point was, when the association issued the emergency summons for the Rift Zone collapse, they faithfully obeyed the call. East of Phoenix City, wasn't it? A burly black man, Gail Ruakani, after confirming the Rift Zone on the screen, spoke with an indifferent tone. "Isn't that the newly appeared Rift Zone from last time?" The Spanish man sitting beside him, Kobe Borgates, clicked his tongue. "That's the one." Gail Ruakani, finding something amusing for reasons unknown, began chuckling to himself. Kobe Borgates looked at him, bewildered by how he could still laugh in this situation, but couldn't make him stop laughing. These two men shared 3 things in common: age, illegal immigrant status, and S-rank classification. Gail Ruakani was a Congolese national, while Kobe Borgates was a Mexican illegal immigrant. Both were 37 years old, awakened after the Rift incident, and promoted to S-rank talent. The American Hero Association, naturally, hadn't overlooked them, so they became legal American citizens, and operated as members of the American Hero Association. Funny? You think the current situation is funny? The typical American white man, Chris Trevelman, couldn't understand how Gail could still be laughing when the Rift Zone had entered collapse state. Still laughing like this. Funny or not funny, what's it to you? Gail's expression turned beast-like. Chris had always looked down on Gail because of his illegal immigrant origins, despising him in every matter. Whenever Gail had the chance, he was ready to smash Chris's face in. If a monster wave occurs, do you know how massive the losses will be? You're still laughing. It's because of guys like you that we look bad. Guys like me. What am I supposed to be? You ask if I know. Well, I don't know. If the words "dirty illegal immigrant" came out of Chris's mouth, Gail would immediately charge forward. Gail made up his mind to punch that guy's mouth to pieces, but just before Chris could speak, the conference room door opened. American Hero Association President Eric Jonathan walked in with several others. TCH, Gail clicked his tongue in disappointment. Missing the opportunity. Illegal immigrant brat. I'll definitely stick a knife in your mouth. Chris also felt equally disappointed, no matter what they thought internally. Facing Eric Jonathan's stern expression, both Gail and Chris could only match the atmosphere. Is everyone who could be gathered here? The secretary answered President Eric Jonathan's question, saying that except for those currently hunting in rift zones or on overseas business trips, all S-rank heroes with American citizenship had assembled. Everyone knows why we've gathered here. 4 hours ago, 47 miles from Phoenix City, the new rift at Browns Peak, 75 kilometers away, entered an outbreak state. Was it a predicted outbreak? One hero asked. President Eric Jonathan shook his head, as if to say, how could that be possible? This was an unexpected situation. Could it be the same as Britain's situation? This was just a few months ago. Due to a monster wave no one could predict, Britain's capital London nearly became ruins. A rift zone outbreak beyond our expectations. The situation is similar. But fortunately, unlike Britain, we know exactly what monsters are there. Immediately, photos of rift zone monsters appeared on the screen. The heroes gathered in the conference room recognized some as familiar monsters, while others were creatures they'd never encountered. Among them, the three monsters that President Eric Jonathan was most wary of were the massive rock mass Dion Restless, the shadow black Atadam, and the giant form monster, composed entirely of mud, Harutan. President Eric Jonathan looked toward a composed white middle-aged man, American S-rank hero John Dae-chun's, who had previously visited the newly formed rift zone at Brown's Peak, so he began explaining the monster's characteristics and abilities. Hearing John Dae-chun's explanation, the expressions of the S-rank heroes gathered in the conference room varied greatly. Serious, rigid expressions, frowning expressions, dissatisfied expressions, as if unable to comprehend, and so on. So if those guys cause a wave, it would be difficult to resist. Ecuadorian National Maximo Obregon asked directly. John Dae-chun shook his head. If everyone here worked together wholeheartedly, perhaps we could contain the wave within a 3-mile, 5-kilometer radius. The problem is, Dae-chun's temporarily paused his words, looking toward President Eric Jonathan's secretary, who was controlling the screen. The secretary immediately switched the display. The photo on the screen captured a massive rocky mountain. The people in the conference room unanimously showed, "What the hell is that?" expressions. The reason this rift zone cannot be sealed is because of that guy. That mountain is a monster. As the saying goes, seeing is believing. Before Dae-chun could speak, the quick-acting secretary displayed another photo. No, impossible, dear God, my God. The photo captured the Rocky Mountain standing up. In the following photos, the Rocky Mountain transformed into a massive monster, launching hundreds of house-sized rock masses, like missiles. But even more shocking were the next photos. The Rocky Mountain, like a black hole, devoured the surrounding earth, growing larger and larger, while simultaneously using more rock masses to level the surroundings. He is this rift zone's boss monster. We don't know his name, nor do we know his true identity. If he breaks out in a monster wave, it will be the most severe disaster in American history. It goes without saying that this is completely understood. If a creature like that escapes from the rift zone, we're finished, because he is a common-sense defying boss monster from another dimension. Up until now, in monster waves, how many times have boss monsters escaped from rift zones? Not even once. However, since this is an outbreak situation beyond our expectations, we can't be blindly optimistic. Most importantly, Dae-chun's temporarily paused his words. President Eric Jonathan spoke for him. The rift's core is somewhere within that creature's body. In other words, unless we defeat that thing, the monster wave will never end. A heavy atmosphere filled the conference room, with suffocating oppression. Under normal circumstances, after a rift zone breakthrough occurs, from breakthrough to monster wave outbreak, takes a minimum of 1 week, maximum of 20 days. But the American Hero Association completely disregarded these statistics, because a rift zone that shouldn't have existed in the first place had actually experienced a breakthrough. Therefore, they had to treat everything as variables and prepare accordingly. We're setting the monster wave preparation time at a maximum of 3 days. In other words, this means they assumed a monster wave could occur within 3 days. 3 days, is that possible? Building barriers, assembling heroes to respond to potential situations, evacuating citizens living in Phoenix City. 3 days is ridiculously short. It must be made possible. President Eric Jonathan answered decisively. This isn't a question of whether it can be done. He clearly pointed out, this is something that must be done. Government officials rubbed their foreheads in distress, gulping down mineral water, their thoughts seemingly complex. We must mobilize every available force, from police to military, even including civilian airline aircraft. Even if America's economy temporarily collapses, there's no choice, because the rift zone where a monster wave might occur is only 75 kilometers away from Phoenix City, where 3 million American citizens reside. Only by applying Britain's monster wave experience can we minimize the losses. This was what President Eric Jonathan said. If the boss monster escapes the rift zone, what would you do? Although such a thing has never happened before, since all existing data is being ignored, we should consider this completely possible. The problem is, there's no countermeasure. If the heroes cannot stop it, in the worst-case scenario, shouldn't we also use that? A government official carefully suggested this opinion, that nuclear missiles, the atmosphere turned icy, deploying nuclear missiles within one's own country. This truly was a measure for only the worst of worst-case scenarios. But there's no guarantee nuclear missiles could completely end a monster wave, because in Britain's monster wave, modern missiles were also ineffective. Of course, the missiles Britain used weren't nuclear. What if even nuclear weapons prove ineffective? Even if the monster wave is barely stopped, that region would have to endure severe nuclear weapon aftereffects. Most importantly, nuclear missiles cannot destroy rift zones, so even heroes obviously wouldn't ignore radioactive contamination and head to the rift zone entrance. This means we could only wait for a second, third monster wave. Such a thing absolutely cannot happen, because it cannot become a fundamental solution. President Eric Jonathan bluntly interrupted the government official's words. I naturally think it should be that way, but isn't there no alternative? The government official asked back with dissatisfaction. President Eric Jonathan, as if knowing what the government official was thinking, his expression became serious. Even if nuclear weapons are used in situations requiring an end to monster waves, heroes must still close the rift zones afterward. So whether they suffer radioactive contamination or not is irrelevant to them. In other words, this was a blatant attitude, considering sacrifice for the nation as natural, just as uncomfortable glances exchanged between the two men. How about seeking help from other countries? We've already requested assistance, but exactly how many heroes will actively help America? Originally, America's behind-the-scenes efforts to recruit heroes from other countries had already caused blatant dissatisfaction in many nations, especially countries like China and Russia, that had competed with America before the Rift era, would obviously find various excuses to prevent their national heroes. Besides that, many countries might secretly hope for America to fall into difficulties. In many ways, the situation differs from Britain's. If it's him, he might help. Gloria, who had been silently listening, Taylor spoke for the first time. Who are you referring to? Castle, or by his Korean name, Seo Doojeon. America's situation rapidly spread throughout the world, although most people worried about a second Britain incident occurring, just as President Eric Jonathan thought. Those who considered this time a good opportunity to thoroughly crush America's arrogance were also numerous on America's vast territory. Even if only the tiniest portion became ruins due to monster waves, what would be so terrible about that? Of course, those people refused the American Hero Association's assistance requests for various reasons. But the American Hero Association was also a member of the World Hero Association Alliance. So many places extended helping hands. Among them, the Korean Hero Association decided to dispatch heroes. Among them, only Doojeon, at Gloria's request, against the association's wishes, was the first to board a plane bound for America. Doojeon recalled Gloria's words. Taylor had said on the plane, Castle, I've prepared special compensation for you. From the day you join, I'll pay you $10 million daily. Converted to Korean won, that's well over 10 billion. A monthly salary of 10 billion. Doojeon felt there was no better part-time job than this. Also, if you can perform like you did in Brazil, sealing the rift zone here, I intend to give you $1 billion as compensation. $1 billion. This scale is completely different. Compensation at an entirely different level from Brazil. Of course, Doojeon wasn't foolish enough to lose his mind over money. I'll be honest with you. With our capabilities, there's no way to deal with this rift zones. Boss Monster. Doojeon looked at the Boss Monster photo he'd received on his phone. Sungsun. He never expected to see this thing on Earth. Even in the world of destruction, Sungsin was one of the top-tier monsters. He remained vividly clear in Dujun's memory. Ultimate defensive power, long-range attacks with a maximum 1-kilometer range, inexhaustible stamina, and the ability to recover infinitely according to environment. Finally, the ability to generate legions. This was completely different from the boss monsters dealt with on Earth so far, not even in the same league. This could truly be called a boss monster. Although this guy has many strengths, his weaknesses are equally obvious. First, he's very vulnerable in terms of mobility. His massive body also limits the distance he can move each day, because even moving for an entire day, he can only travel 2 kilometers. Second, his massive body also means there are many places to attack. Of course, one needs to break through. Ultimate defensive power that ordinary attacks cannot damage in the slightest, but there are indeed many places to attack. Finally, his abilities vary drastically with environment. This point is crucial for Sungsin. Environment is one of the most important factors. If the environment favors Sungsin, then defeating him would be no easy task. But what if the environment is the opposite? A guy easier to deal with than imagined. In this regard, Dujun was fortunate, because sealing Brazil's rift zones, he had acquired power that was nearly catastrophic for Sungsin. $1 billion. Should I buy more land? First buy 10,000 pyong, then double it. How's that? Dujun laughed briefly, then closed his eyes. Fortunately, the rift zone that entered dormancy hadn't triggered a monster wave for over a week, although this indeed bought them ample time to respond. On the other hand, people were increasingly worried that a more powerful monster wave than expected might emerge. In this situation, heroes from various countries who accepted the American Hero Association's assistance request gathered together. Among them were naturally Japanese heroes. Are you Seo Dujun? A deranged Japanese hero suddenly provoked Dujun. Dujun was enjoying the American Hero Association's VIP treatment, resting more comfortably than anyone. He looked at this uninvited Japanese hero. Burly physique, fierce expression, black suit, a typical Japanese, Yakuza-looking man in his 40s. Is there something you want to say? Dujun answered absent-mindedly, as if finding it troublesome. Honestly, Dujun had no prejudice against Japanese people, because Korea and Japan's past was to Dujun nothing more than other people's business, completely unrelated to himself. Although he lived wearing the shell of the Korean Seo Dujun, his thoughts weren't like that. So for Dujun, no matter what country someone was from, he had no interest in such things. I thought you were some impressive guy. Turns out you're someone who's been severely overrated. He evaluated Dujun as someone who didn't meet his expectations, no matter what he thought. Dujun waved his hand. That was a gesture telling him to get lost. Dujun's action was enough to trample the Japanese hero's pride. I am Yamaguchi Haku. Remember my name. Japanese S-rank hero, one of Japan's big 3 heroes. Although Ryoma Takashi, with his individual abilities, was listed among the top 4, compared to Japan's big 3 heroes, the gap in power was obvious. Called a tier lower, Yamaguchi Haku was certain Dujun must know him, because Yamaguchi Haku was a hero representing Japan, a figure known to people worldwide. Of course, Dujun recognized Yamaguchi Haku's identity. The moment he saw his face, he just felt he wasn't worth fighting. I don't know what you did to Ryoma Takashi, but it won't work on me. The humiliation you brought to our Japan, I will return it tenfold. Yamaguchi Haku seemed to say, look forward to it. After unilaterally declaring war, he left. Racial characteristics. Dujun thought whether it was Yamaguchi Haku or whatever, there was no need to pay attention right now. Reckless provocations only needed appropriate treatment in return. Didn't Takashi come? Although Ryoma Takashi suffered a severe neck injury from Kong Un-sok's surprise attack, because he received emergency treatment in time, his life wasn't in danger, but he heard his vocal cords were damaged. His voice had changed. The problem wasn't just that voice regardless. Ryoma Takashi had once tried to do wrong, and brought shame to all of Japan. Therefore his status in his home country plummeted. Even so, for Dujun, he remained a useful puppet. Kong Un-sok was also without any news. It seems some time will be needed. Kong Un-sok, who disappeared in Brazil, was hiding better than expected. No one knew whether he remained in Brazil or had fled to another country. So if Kong Un-sok had any brains, he would definitely hide like a dead mouse for now. That way, Hong Hee-ju's breathing room would grow smaller and smaller. Those problems were for later. Do-jun now focused on what was about to happen. Energy surging from the rift zone was gradually intensifying. At most 3 days, at least tomorrow, the monster wave would begin. Although thousands of heroes had gathered, only Do-jun alone could confidently predict the monster wave's start, just as Do-jun predicted. 2 days later, the monster wave began. Monsters poured out from the massive rift zone entrance, 70 times wider than the original entrance. ROOOOOAR, with 2-meter-tall werewolves leading the charge. All the rift zone's monsters, all followed the materials prepared by the American Hero Association. Without exception, they stepped onto American soil. After the tsunami began, the American government's long-prepared attack also commenced. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat. Pew-pew-pew, crack-crack-crack-crack-crack. This was to confirm whether modern weapons were effective against the monsters first rushing out from the rift zone. It's unclear. Half the monsters could be hit, half could not. Modern weapons could hardly block the monster wave. After modern weapons proved ineffective, the American Hero Association immediately launched their attack. Originally, when preparing for this monster wave, Do-jun had been very interested in the Mage Guild. The Mage Guild was composed of heroes with the rarest magical abilities. The Mage Guild's activities were not only spectacular, but also overwhelmingly destructive. They could create fireballs in the air, summon lightning, or hurl water bombs to hunt monsters. Due to the Mage Guild's large-scale activities, the monster wave was more subdued than expected. Nothing to worry about. Haha. A white hero belonging to the Mage Guild, looking at the monster that turned to ash and fell in his hands, burst into laughter. Let's see how long you can keep laughing. Before Do-jun finished speaking, at the rift zone entrance, new monsters appeared. Those were massive rock masses over 6 meters tall. The so-called puppet Dion Restless made his entrance. You die too. That white hero, who had been laughing, hurled a massive fireball at Dion Restless. He thought Dion Restless would also be like the many monsters before, unable to withstand his attack, and turned to ash. Boom! The fireball exploded. Flames spread in all directions. But what the hell? What the hell? Dion Restless stood motionless in the flames, as if suffering no damage whatsoever. Just like that, throughout the entire tsunami, the Mage Guild's firepower that had overwhelmed monsters completely cooled with Dion Restless's appearance. November 28, 2025. News of the monster wave triggered by the rift zone, 75 kilometers from Phoenix, Arizona, USA, quickly spread throughout the world. No, they used pre-prepared drones and began global live streaming. Although there was much controversy about why the American Hero Association and government would livestream the monster wave situation, there is much controversy. What mattered was, this was the world's first monster wave livestream, especially those networks supporting real-time chat, livestream channels. Their servers were about to explode. We can actually livestream and watch a monster wave. Look at those monsters pouring out. Crazy, crazy. Don't get shocked now. This is just the beginning. Exactly right. When monster waves occur, monsters keep pouring out for 10 days. So if you're shocked now, that means you're admitting you know nothing about monster waves. Despite concentrated firepower attacks, so many of these guys survived. Isn't that too many? If modern weapons worked, why would so many countries be destroyed by monster waves? Even kindergarten kids know modern weapons are useless against monsters. Even so, about half seem to have died. Doesn't this count as successful defense? What if the remaining half go crazy and rampage? It'll only worsen the chaos. Monster waves from the beginning are battles between heroes and monsters. Modern weapons only get in the way, even under concentrated fire from the U.S. military's tanks and helicopters. Too many monsters survived unscathed. As the text in the chat window said, modern weapons not only yielded no results, but scattered debris everywhere, narrowing visibility. Rather than helping, they were just a hindrance, replacing the embarrassingly retreating modern weapons. Personnel, prepared by the American Hero Association, began formally hunting monsters. America really is a hero superpower. The monsters are all melting. Melting. Is the Mage Guild's firepower real? As soon as they come out of the rift zone, they immediately melt. Now the purpose of the live stream is confirmed. Isn't this just blatantly showing off America's greatness? Speaking of which, the Mage Guild is America's representative guild, and America's face. That's actually true. That's all because of Kane Lester. for heroes who awakened magical abilities. Kane Lester is practically a god. Seeing this scene, heroes who awakened magical abilities will definitely buy lots of plane tickets to America. I see. This is why America live-streamed the monster wave, although it's spectacular. But are monster waves originally this lacking in tension? Tension my ass. This is a matter of life and death. Want to find tension? Then listen to the sound of coffin lids closing. What the drone cameras captured were only the overwhelming figures of American heroes. Over 100 drone cameras switched views in rotation, but all scenes were largely the same. Only America's proud mage guild heroes maintained a certain distance, using spectacular and powerful magical attacks. It was simply a scene of bombing monsters. Such scenes continued for about an hour. Then inappropriate messages appeared in the chat room. I might get called trash for saying this, but go monsters, fight harder. Watching this makes me feel sorry for them. You are trash. You're actually cheering for monsters. Are you even human? If guys like this mixed in with monster hordes, you definitely couldn't tell who's monster and who's human. So I'm not the only one who feels sorry for the monsters. Haha, so like this. Are we watching 10 days of monsters getting melted livestream? How boring. When people's lives are at stake, why distinguish between interesting or not interesting? Bastards like this should be thrown to monsters as food. This guy is that same asshole who was looking for tension earlier. There are people cheering for monsters, and people selfishly pursuing entertainment, blaming each other. Endless streams of curses and profanity poured out. Another hour passed. Ah, what's that now? Some weird guy came out. It's a rock giant. In novels or games, isn't that what they usually call a golem? Did you see just now? Hit by a fireball without even a scratch. Those guys are real. Now the real monster wave begins. Everything up to now was just probing. My god. Look how the Mage Guild heroes are panicking. Just one appeared. A massive rock mass over 6 meters tall. Dion Restless. He could only be encountered in America's new rifts, but the atmosphere began to change, especially those Mage Guild heroes who had been melting monsters. Their magical attacks were completely ineffective against Dion Restless. His abnormal defensive power made their faces go rigid. Dion Restless was just the beginning. Look at those pitch black things. What are they? Shadows came to life. It's like the symbiote from Spider-Man. Rather than sand, it's more like mud. Sand or whatever. Mud or whatever. You idiot. Pitch black shadow forms. Added them in various shapes, twice the size of Dion Restless. The mud giant Harutan. The American Hero Association's new monster trio marked as vigilance targets appeared one after another. Their numbers weren't many, but their appearance immediately reversed the situation where American heroes held a one-sided advantage. The monster wave began changing drastically. Originally unable to withstand American heroes' firepower, they had fallen easily. The Mage Guild's firepower no longer worked, so other heroes on standby took up weapons and charged toward the monsters. This was the beginning of close combat. That's right, finally the real battle begins. Now we can start eating popcorn. Fighting should indeed have give and take to be interesting. So many scumbags, really so many. It's Brian Lin. His spear danced at his fingertips. When it comes to spears, isn't China's Chen Xiaolin #1? He's from Shaolin Temple. Bare-handed fighter, Gale Ruakani, shattered rocks with one punch. Real men rely on fists, unlike those sneaky guys with weapons. They're not in the same league. Shaolin martial arts master Guo Ziquan isn't in the same league as Gale Ruakani's brutal fists. Chris Trevelman's sword swings are truly art, tearing everything apart. When it comes to swords, China's Zhang Yang is the best. Even before awakening as a hero, he won at Chinese martial arts competitions. This bastard is a China shill. Since earlier, why keep praising Chinese guys? Even when other countries are in danger, they don't help guys like that. Have fundamentally flawed character. No matter how skilled such guys are, who would look twice? You guys eat sandstorms for life. Don't come out, you cockroach-like bastards. Rough wildness, hidden beneath elegance, and combat scenes where fighting spirit exploded like flames were enough to heighten audience tension. Even the Mage Guild's magical attacks couldn't harm the massive rock mass. Dion Restless. His body was split open, broken and carved apart. Whether human or beast, or the grotesque shadow form added him, all were severed under spear points and blade edges, cut down and fell screaming. The massive mud giant Harutan was the same. Dozens of heroes rushed forward, mud scattered and splashed. That seemingly indestructible body was finally smashed hard to the ground. Intense duels giving no quarter. People watching the live stream had their palms sweating with nervousness. That sense of urgency was palpable. But as time passed, the situation gradually became unfavorable for American heroes. Monsters from the Rift Zone kept pouring out endlessly, while American heroes' stamina was being lost bit by bit. Every small wound gradually expanded, threatening their lives. This atmosphere feels a bit off. At this rate, won't it become like Britain? Oh come on, how's that possible? They must be confident to even launch drones for live streaming. Look at the Americans' faces. Does that look like confident expressions? Reinforcements have arrived. Heroes from other countries who had been on standby also began formally entering combat. See, I told you, they definitely held something back. We just need to grab popcorn and watch the show. The American Hero Association's battle plan was simple. First, confirm whether modern weapons are effective. 2. Mage Guild heroes conduct long-range bombardment. 3. After star monsters appear, American heroes on standby begin close combat. 4. When American heroes are at a disadvantage, heroes from other countries deploy as reinforcements. 5. Heroes take turns in 4 shifts, getting stamina recovery time in between. This was a very simple, but necessarily universal, ideal battle plan to help exhausted and wounded American heroes. The first wave of reinforcements charged into the battlefield. The situation again favored the heroes' side. Originally, heroes from other countries felt uncomfortable about American heroes showing off their prowess in front of the world. Now it was their turn. Heroes from other countries fought with more fighting spirit than usual, making audiences' blood boil. The chat room exploded as a result, especially when heroes from their own countries performed excellently. Their typing speed increased. Everyone saw just now, right? Our Bento split that shadow brat in half. Did you see? This is the average level of Portuguese heroes. Bento, who was just rolling around after being hit by rocks. Other heroes almost killed it. Bento just delivered the finishing blow. Bento could only deliver finishing blows earlier too. Originally a dove-flying expert in soccer, an expert at putting on airs as a hero. Ha ha ha, under Chakrat's elbow strike, even boulders were pulverized. Muay Thai is the best. Look at Sebastian's spirit, the soul of German tanks. When it comes to art, first look at Nabri's fighting. That's true art. French heroes can turn even fighting into art. Yamaguchi Haku, Japan's hero, a globally recognized true S-rank hero. Former island nation Yakuza haha. Look at the way he fights. Who says he's not Yakuza? Is he only carrying a sashimi knife? Disgusting. Sashimi knife or whatever. Anything's fine. Didn't you see him charging forward killing monsters? So what are you Koreans doing then? Especially that Seo Doo-jun guy. What the hell is he supposed to be? Standing in the back putting on airs. Korean heroes are all bubbles to begin with. What are you saying, you island monkeys? Did you forget? Your beloved Ryoma Takashi got beaten to a pulp, even thinking with your toes. You'd know he used despicable methods. No, he definitely had some despicable behind-the-scenes deal with that Kong Un-sok guy. Otherwise, Ryoma Takashi could never lose to that wet behind-the-ears brat. Of course, in a fair and square duel, Ryoma Takashi would definitely crush Seo Doo-jun underfoot. When it comes to being despicable, who could beat you Japanese pirates? Arrogant Koreans. Screw you, little Japan. Japanese hero Yamaguchi Haku slaughtered monsters on the front lines. Japanese audiences made the chat room boil. Of course, Korean audiences wouldn't just sit and watch. Just like that, the chat room instantly became heated because of Korean and Japanese audiences. Regardless of the chat room situation, drone cameras occasionally captured heroes on standby in the rear, each time perfectly catching Doo-jun, standing expressionlessly. Seeing this scene, Japanese audiences busily belittled Doo-jun. Korean audiences mentioned Ryoma Takashi's incident to refute, but Japanese audiences wouldn't back down because of this, instead mentioning Kong Un-sok, dragging Doo-jun into it too, making people's hearts burn with anger. Just like that, one-sided mockery and accusations from Japanese audiences continued for 2 hours. One drone camera captured a fallen Japanese hero, and Dion Restless swinging down both fists at him. There were no other heroes around to help this Japanese hero, just as Dion Restless's swinging fists were about to smash his body into meat paste, turning him into a pile of minced flesh. At this critical moment, someone charged into the frame at lightning speed, so fast even cameras couldn't capture it, directly blowing off Dion Restless's head. Not only that, with one punch, Dion Restless's massive body unbelievably shattered into pieces. In the scattering stone dust, the person who saved the fallen Japanese hero's life was none other than Korean hero Seo Do-jun, who had been standing in the rear from beginning to end. After this scene was broadcast live, the chat room instantly fell silent, because no other hero could turn the powerful Dion Restless into stone dust with just one punch. After about 10 seconds of silence, someone finally posted a message in the chat room. That's how it is. The protagonist always appears last. Starting with this, Korean audiences, who had been burning with anger, rushed to send messages. Where did those Japanese monkeys go? Who were saying Korean heroes are bubbles? Are they peeling bananas to eat? Oh my, he had to save an island monkey. Do-jun bro, those guys will bite the hand that feeds them. They say from now on, hero Seo Do-jun will show Korean power. Wow. Did you see how heroes from other countries were stunned? So satisfying. Korean audiences excitedly sent chat messages. Then, someone instantly calmed the noisy chat room. All you bastards kneel down before me. Seo Do-jun is the boss of this area. This was a shout that felt good in the heart. Just like that. Starting with Seo Do-jun's formal activity, the American Monster Wave livestream achieved unprecedented viewership worldwide. Crunch. A man eating crispy scented potato chips stared intently at the large TV. His hat was pulled very low. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but he was a man over 180 centimeters tall, with a slender build. He's too different from other heroes, isn't he? That's right, turning monsters to powder with one punch. He's a Korean hero, right? The one who one-sidedly beat up a famous hero in Japan. Didn't the Brazilian Hero Association president beg him not to leave? Didn't you see the photo? In that photo, that snooty Hero Association president was bowing and scraping before this hero. Is there such a photo? Want me to show you? One young man took out his phone. The remaining 3 young men gathered around. People nearby were chattering noisily, but the man paid no attention, just stared at the TV screen. At the Korean hero featured close-up, turning Dion Restless to powder with one punch. Not bad for someone in a pile of insects. Unlike the world shock, the man just sneered disdainfully. Unlike the man's sneer, TV stations worldwide began presenting the Korean hero like a protagonist. On screen, crunch, the man took another potato chip and ate it, his gaze still fixed on the TV. Among the noisy young men nearby, one was pushed while playing with his companions and bumped into the man. Sorry, the young man casually said to the man, then returned to his companions, talking and laughing. Insect-like things. Dare to, the man threw the chip bag he was holding to the ground. Then he quietly muttered something under the feet of the talking and laughing young men. Crimson flames suddenly erupted, instantly devouring them. The sudden situation caused surrounding commotion, but the man paid no attention, as if it had nothing to do with him. He turned and disappeared. While on TV, Korean hero Seo Do-jun officially began his activity. The Mage Guild hero's magical attacks were indeed barely watchable level. Among Earth's heroes, only very few possessed magical abilities, so the people around all portrayed them as incredibly remarkable beings. But in Do-jun's view, that was only barely watchable level. Not high, not low, the most basic strength. Even in the world of destruction, mages were precious beings. Among 10,000 people, only one was born with magical talent, and among them, only 1% could become mages, because just possessing magical talent was already extremely difficult. In an ordinary person's lifetime, they'd rarely encounter a mage even once, let alone catch a mage's eye. To formally cultivate magical power required breaking through minuscule odds, but if one could break through those odds, life as a mage could truly be called bright with prospects. Actually, to properly wield a sword, one needs to swing it hundreds of thousands of times, undergoing arduous training. But magic doesn't require that, because even just one magical incantation can unleash magic more powerful than swords wielded by ordinary knights. Magic is like that. Even simply manipulating the 4 elements, fire, water, wind, earth, can easily hunt ordinary monsters. The problem was that this time in the Rift Zone, the first appearing Dion Restless, Atodum, and Harutan happened to be monsters with quite high magical defense. But this doesn't mean their physical defense was low. Overall defensive power was all above standard. But defensive power, after all, is ultimately only relative. Crack. With Dujun's one punch, Dion Restless's hard body turned to powder, scattering everywhere. Dujun's casual kick tore Atadam's body apart. Each time Dujun's palm slapped the air, Harutan's body exploded like a bomb. Audiences worldwide had marveled at the spectacular magical attacks of America's representative Mage Guild. Now they were stunned by Dujun's overwhelming force. Of course, heroes who witnessed Dujun's power firsthand at the scene had even worse expressions. How is this possible? Or no, impossible. These were the words heroes said most. Facing Dujun's unreal force, heroes realized how much they were frogs in a well. How insignificant was the power they had once been proud of. Everything from the past made them feel ashamed. Among them especially, Yamaguchi Haku, representing Japan's big three heroes, facing Dujun who was slaughtering monsters, kept hiccuping. That guy is such a person. What have I done? I just came to see how impressive he was, only to find he'd been severely underestimated. I don't know what you did to Ryoma Takashi, but it won't work on me. The humiliation you brought to Japan, I will return tenfold. He had actually declared war aggressively against that guy more monstrous than monsters. He really wanted to go back in time, grab himself by the collar for saying such things, make himself sober up, keep slapping himself. Fool, actually wanting to provoke that monster. It's a miracle he didn't die. Yamaguchi Haku made up his mind to give Ryoma Takashi a thorough scolding when he saw him. He just wanted Ryoma Takashi to physically feel how much danger his dull judgment had brought to all of Japan. Yamaguchi Haku and Dujun's eyes accidentally met. At that moment Yamaguchi Haku was cursing Ryoma Takashi nonstop. Just brief passing eye contact. Yet Yamaguchi Haku let out the biggest, ugliest, most foolish hiccup of his life. Taking this as an opportunity, Yamaguchi Haku was left traumatized. From then on, no matter when or where, he would hiccup just by looking at Dujun, developing an extremely shameful habit. Do you still think Cassell's treatment is unreasonable? Hearing Gloria Taylor's words, the white man standing nearby frowned. That man who somewhat resembled Gloria Taylor was named Patrick Taylor. They were the world's only S-rank hero siblings, brothers and sisters, or family members. Awakening as heroes wasn't uncommon, but cases like the Taylor siblings were not just one, but both became S-rank heroes, were unique. The first to propose Dujun's daily salary of $10 million was Gloria Taylor, of course. Many people opposed it, saying it was simply nonsense. To break through people's opposition, Gloria Taylor had only one choice. That was to immediately call Brazilian Hero Association President Daniel Lopez. She put the call on speaker so everyone could hear. President Daniel Lopez said $10 million is definitely not a small amount, but if a monster wave occurs due to variables, I would never hesitate over $10 million. If it's Castle, he's someone we must invite, no matter how much money it costs. If he hadn't left early, our business would have ended long ago. President Daniel Lopez's voice was full of regret. Though his voice was full of regret, the Brazilian Rift Zone closure operation was nearing its end, because after Dujun returned, President Daniel Lopez formed a special task force to rapidly close rift zones. Of course, due to America's sudden problems, many heroes had to go from Brazil to America, but now Brazil's heroes alone could complete the mission. So actually, President Daniel Lopez's mood was more relaxed than ever before. In any case, President Daniel Lopez's words made those voices of fierce opposition gradually weaken, but there were still people who doubted Dujun's abilities. They are very dissatisfied with giving him $10 million daily, and one of those dissatisfied people was Gloria's brother Patrick Taylor. He wasn't a heartless person when he unhesitatingly accepted the $10 million daily salary. Patrick made up his mind to see just how capable Dujun really was. He swore that if his abilities were even slightly unimpressive, he would definitely cut the money in half. No, even less. Such nonsensical strength. How could someone with this kind of power be hidden in a small place like Korea? He wasn't even wearing Hero's essential combat suits, had no weapons in his hands, using only hands and feet. He had defeated Dion Restless, Atadam, and Harutan, monsters difficult to handle, without being an S-rank hero. Patrick watched Dujun's battle scenes, unconsciously clenching his fists, his hands covered in sweat. They say above those who can crawl are those who can run. Above those who can run are those who can fly. Looking at Dujun, he was simply an existence that towered above all heroes. Gloria knew better than anyone. Patrick's words didn't match his heart. He was extremely shocked by Dujun's strength. And Gloria, encountering Dujun's strength for the first time, felt the same. She hadn't expected this. Gloria finally understood why President Daniel Lopez was so obsessed with Dujun. If Castle could stay in America, Gloria thought, then shook her head, because this was something no one could steal, nor should anyone steal. But couldn't she at least try to persuade him? If he could immigrate, that would be perfect. But she felt that was also wishful thinking. Gloria thought to herself, if only he could stay in America. No, if only she could get an answer that he'd consider America after Korea. That would be a huge success. Then, setting aside nationality and patriotism, Gloria personally found her romantic curiosity and interest in Dujun growing larger and larger. They don't seem to have any relationship yet. As a woman, Gloria could completely sense that Hyeon Ju-yin looked at Dujun unusually, but Dujun's reaction was somewhat different. Of course, between men and women, with just a small opportunity, relationships can develop rapidly, so she couldn't be completely at ease. Then this was her chance. Love is something to fight for, not something for mutual courtesy and consideration. Though she felt somewhat sorry for Hyeon Ju-yin, Gloria decided to make Dujun her man. The moment Gloria decided to reveal her feelings to Dujun, Hyeon Ju-yin was watching Dujun's active performance on TV. America. He received quite a good commission. Could it be that Gloria contacted him? That's right. Must he go? There's no reason not to go. Then I'll go with you. Didn't you say you wanted to focus on absorbing hero magic crystals for now? Hyeon Ju-yin had bought all of Dujun's hero magic crystals and was waiting for the right time to maximize the efficiency of hero magic crystals. Physical condition must be good, though she couldn't explain it precisely. Heroes could sense by feeling when their bodies were in optimal state for absorbing magical power. From the time she started closing rift zones in Brazil, this feeling had been very strong, as if craving hero magic crystals. Therefore, as soon as Hyeon Ju-yin returned to Korea, she planned to absorb hero magic crystals in an undisturbed space. However, coincidentally, Dujun went to America at this time, even if it wasn't Gloria's request. The American Hero Association had formally issued an assistance request. Therefore, the Korean Hero Association also accepted applications from heroes supporting America. Hyeon Ju-yin could have gone to America with Dujun, but because she didn't know what changes her physical condition might undergo, she had to give up this American trip. Just at this time, the TV carried stories about Dujun slaughtering monsters. This was the behind-the-scenes story of how Dujun went to America. When the fact that Dujun was called to America was revealed, surprisingly, Gloria Taylor's face naturally appeared on television. That was captured by one of countless drone cameras on the TV screen. Dujun and Gloria Taylor's images were even split-screened. Even people who didn't know them could suspect their relationship. At such a moment, Hyeon Ju-yin anxiously bit her lip. The globally broadcast American Rift Zone Monster Wave was already past halfway. Monster waves lasted 10 days. For 5 days, broadcasting had continued day and night. Most people couldn't suppress their curiosity and watched the livestream, but some audiences were different. Especially streamers who made money through online broadcasting had been streaming for 5 straight days. They focused on editing scenes people might find interesting and constantly uploaded videos to their channels. Of course, those who couldn't watch live streams due to their main jobs to find those hero battle scenes that had once caused heated discussion played the role of increasing streamers' profits. The most popular video among them was, "Did Seo Dujun fight?" Park Chul, who had just woken up, immediately asked his cousin and colleague Park Young-gi whether Seo Dujun had fought. "No, he fought 2 days ago. After that he's been resting." "Really? Hey, why isn't that Seo Dujun guy fighting? Isn't this slacking off? What is the American Hero Association doing? Didn't they say they'd give lots of money? Shouldn't they make him work constantly?" Park Chul irritably spat out these words, then walked into the bathroom. After a while, Park Chul, who had finished showering, sat in front of his computer. "Awesome, so cool. King of Monsters. Seo Dujun battle video. Number 5 2 days ago, 9.74 million views. The growth rate of views had indeed greatly decreased, but reaching 9 million views in 2 days was also a great success. Park Chul couldn't believe a video uploaded just 2 days ago had exceeded 9.74 million views. A streamer with 700,000 subscribers, who had been streaming for 10 years. His highest viewed video only had 1.7 million views, yet Seo Do-jun's 5 battle videos surpassed 10 years of effort, achieved greater success. The 5th video uploaded recently had 9.74 million views, while the first uploaded video had already approached 100 million views. For streamer Park Chul, this was something dreamlike and unreal. However, his only worry and dissatisfaction was he was gradually returning to reality. If only there weren't those latecomers. In this industry, Park Chul was the first person to edit and upload Seo Do-jun's battle videos. Initially, he had no special intention. He just thought Seo Do-jun's battles were very cool, and editing and uploading them would be good. The result was tremendous success. Seo Do-jun's battle scenes shocked the world. No matter how many times you watched, they were amazing. Therefore, the videos Park Chul edited and uploaded were played globally. Even Park Chul's name made it onto real-time search rankings. However, the sudden fame disappeared like lightning when other streamers followed Park Chul's example and uploaded Seo Do-jun's battle videos. Each time battle videos were uploaded, view counts dropped dramatically. Guys with no business ethics. If I could monopolize video copyrights, I'd instantly become a world-class streamer. This is literally sitting on a gold mine. But such things can't happen to Park Chul. But this isn't bad either. Thanks to him, I made a lot of money. Subscribers also increased several times over. Park Chul immediately acknowledged and accepted reality. Of course, he knew better than anyone that as time passed, this was just temporary bubble. Even so, Park Chul was still grateful to receive so much attention, because he knew if he worked hard, he could retain even one subscriber. Why not take this opportunity to directly rename it the Seo Do-jun channel? Park Chul thought, if he could get Seo Do-jun's permission, if he could officially monopolize his videos under his name, he could develop it into a huge channel. A tingling itch came from his lower abdomen. Just imagining made his whole body stand up. Should I try to contact him somehow? Park Chul, thinking there was nothing to lose, decided to try contacting him no matter what. At that very moment, it's Seo Do-jun. Seo Do-jun is preparing for battle. You bastard. What? Seo Do-jun? Call him Lord Seo Do-jun. Call him King Seo Do-jun. And make the editing high quality for me. We need to differentiate ourselves from those common people. No, wait. Check all the previous videos again too. Make them more high class than anyone. From now on, Seo Do-jun is our rice bowl. Amid Park Chul's spirited shouting, his cousin Park Young-ji thought, did this guy take some wrong medicine? Oh, Young-ji, what's that? Park Chul pointed to a network livestream, Monster Wave livestream, broadcasting through over 100 drone cameras, but not exclusively aired by one TV station, American 5 Network, with permission from the Hero Association and government, according to their preferences, was broadcasting footage from over 100 drone cameras. Even so, that was 3 days ago, at the world's request, to watch live streams from multiple angles. Now even America's local TV stations and network TV stations could separately rebroadcast drone camera footage. Therefore, audiences could very vividly watch every corner of the monster wave. Of course, streamers like Park Chul, to grab more content, had to monitor as many different live streams as possible. One screen captured a strange sight. Looks like a monster. Should be. Didn't it come out of the rift zone? So is our King Seo Do-jun going to catch that monster? Our King Seo Do-jun and all that. Park Young-ji, hearing Park Chul's exaggerated title, just felt goosebumps all over, and involuntarily frowned. But Seo Do-jun in the footage indeed moved. This foreshadowed a battle with a new monster was about to come. Young-ji, edit that footage together with our King Seo Do-jun starting to move. This is simply a huge hit omen. 100 million clicks, let's go. Do-jun participated in the monster wave in a way that conserved stamina to the maximum. In fact, rather than his own will, it was more the American Hero Association's request. Your abilities have been sufficiently proven. Therefore, we plan to protect you as much as possible. These were the words of American Hero Association President Eric Jonathan. Protecting the verified Do-jun had a very simple meaning. have him deal with monsters other heroes couldn't handle. For Dujun, this was also a good condition, because fighting tediously with monsters other people could easily handle was definitely not pleasant for Dujun either. So Dujun was much more relaxed than other heroes. Since the monster wave occurred, he had only fought 5 times. Castle, thanks to you, the monster wave could be stopped so smoothly. Gloria approached Dujun and said with a smile, no matter when you looked, it was such a beautiful smile. Dujun also couldn't help feeling attracted. Rather than attraction, it was rational appeal. Even in the world of destruction, it was hard to find such a beautiful woman. Speaking of which, both of them are globally recognized beauties. Korea's Hyeon Ju Yeon and America's Gloria. They were women with different charms and beauty, evenly matched. If the monster wave ends like this, only one thing remains, closing the rift zone. The problem is to close the rift zone. They must hunt the unknown boss monster. Gloria even felt this wouldn't be easy even for Dujun. I plan to form the strongest team, all American S-rank heroes, and among the S-rank heroes gathered here, as many as we can invite, not leaving out a single one. This will be the strongest team in history, although different nationalities, but they plan to form the strongest single team, under America's banner, to close the rift zone. Though Gloria confidently said, this should give Dujun sufficient power, Dujun showed no emotion. Strangely, once wearing the colored glasses of affection, even this cold demeanor became an advantage. What a charming man. Gloria fell one step deeper into Dujun's cold charm. Dujun observed the battlefield with an expressionless gaze, then began to move. That castle guy is starting to move in earnest. What's that thing? Before Gloria could finish her words, a sharp, eardrum-piercing, monster shriek echoed out. Screech. The new monster that appeared outside the rift zone was grayish all over, its body composed of wood and stone, reaching 10 meters in size. Its 12 legs supporting the body evoked spiders. Its face was in the center of its body, more precisely, from what could be considered its back upward, on a long neck gurgling. Its head rotated 360 degrees, surveying the surroundings in an unnaturally eerie way. What is that thing? Seeing a new monster appear for the first time, everyone was shocked. Over 100 drone cameras busily filmed the monster from every angle. If we don't know what it is, we'll kill it first, then figure it out. Gail Ruakani, from Congo, a robust man, was first to charge at that thing. He rushed forward like a wild bull. Some surrounding monsters were knocked flying left and right. Gail's entire body was enveloped in azure, magical power. Without hesitation, he swung down his fist. Boom! A sound like a small bomb exploding echoed around. Direct hit. Even the hard Dion restless. If struck, his stone-composed body would crack. He thought that thing would be the same, but surprisingly, that thing was completely unharmed. Gail looked up in surprise, seeing the monster looking down at him unscathed, as if mocking him. What is this thing? Crack crack bang. From that thing's body, a thick tree trunk suddenly emerged, so thick an adult man could barely wrap his arms around it, then viciously whipped at Gail. Gail's body flew like a ball, hit by a pitcher's bat, flying away and crashing heavily to the ground. Cough cough hack hack. Gail struggled to get up. Each cough brought up bloody phlegm. His trembling lower limbs looked like they could barely maintain balance. His crookedly collapsed left shoulder showed he was completely wrecked. Gail, Kobe, Borgates, like a partner, supported the collapsing Gail. With his friend's help, Gail barely stood up, his face pale as he muttered, "I've lost face, before the whole world. Heh, crazy. You can still laugh. Only this way won't be so embarrassing." Kobe helplessly shook his head at Gail's nonsensical rambling. Though he'd lost face before the whole world, an S-rank hero being blown away by a monster in one hit made the surrounding atmosphere turn icy. The audiences also became tense at the new monster's power. In that moment when everyone froze, only one person moved. It was Dujun, the Korean S-rank hero, who had turned Dion restless to powder with one punch. Even among S-rank heroes, Dujun's power was completely different from Gail's. When he moved, everyone's attention focused on him. Cladium, others didn't know, but Dujun clearly knew his identity. He was one of the monsters under Sungzan's command. Even in the world of destruction, he had killed countless people, using them as nourishment to grow stronger. Dujun began approaching Cladium, using the same branch that had blown Gale away in one hit. It stabbed toward him like a spear. Whoosh! Even though the branch was fast enough to pierce air, Dujun didn't blink an eye. Thud. Jun's body shifted slightly to the side. The branch stabbed directly into the ground, embedding itself deeply. Crack. Jun's hand grabbed the branch. At the same time, Cladium's mocking face contorted. Rumble, 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 rumble. Jun twisted his wrist. The dried branch twisted and shattered into pieces. Fragments scattered everywhere. The branch crumbled away. Ah! Cladium let out a shriek mixed with pain and rage. Immediately, vines composed of branches and stones, like scenes from horror movies, gushed out from his body, freezing everything around. The new monster Cladium's power could be called boss level. Powerful defense and even stronger offensive power, especially those constantly regenerating vines composed of branches and stones. Each individual one was an extremely powerful weapon. Cladium's battle mode was simple. He just stood in place, continuously stabbing and smashing with tree stone roots extending from his body, vines composed of branches and stones. However, no one dared underestimate Cladium's simple battle mode. It was like being trapped in a cage of weapons wielded by a monster with dozens of arms. Thud thud, thud thud. The incoming branches were sharper and harder than spears. Whoosh crash. The power of 10 vine masses falling from 15 stories high was devastating. The ground was overturned. Vibrations could be felt dozens of meters away. Such attacks, dozens of them in uninterrupted fierce assault. No hero could rashly enter the battle. Only long-range attacks on Cladium to assist Jun. This was the best approach. Bang thud thud thud. Fireballs flew and struck the torso. Powerful arrows that could penetrate dozens of centimeters of steel plate stabbed in. Different sword energies flew, carving out wounds. What should have been minor attacks, but with accumulated damage. Even Cladium couldn't help but suffer. Even so, Cladium could only single-mindedly kill this human before him. Crack crat, crack bang. Even in gaps where space was completely invisible, he could dodge all attacks. But he wasn't just defending. While dodging, he found ways to swing his hands in counterattack. With each counterattack, vines would break and be destroyed, crushed, compared to those minions who couldn't even defend, yet openly attacked him. He was more threatening. Because of this otherworldly guy, Cladium had no time to spare for those minions. Die die, die. If Cladium could speak human language, he would surely shout like this. While Jun dodged Cladium's attacks, while severing and destroying vines. For other heroes, Cladium was a boss-level, difficult monster to handle. But Jun, if he made up his mind, could take his life at any time. He never expected to fight a non-lethal battle with a monster if he easily hunted down even Cladium. Now, people's perception of Jun would change once again. Even so, the current Jun was walking a tightrope in an extremely precarious situation. Though powerfully intimidating, this kind of power was to some extent acceptable to people, and to a degree that could someday be caught up to. Even if strange now, it was to a degree that could be recognized and accepted. But what if they discovered he was stronger than this? Jun would become an existence beyond human category, especially if he was an individual that even groups could hardly handle. Then people's attention and curiosity toward him could very likely transform into discomfort, rejection, jealousy, and most importantly, fear. If this were a world already destroyed, that wouldn't matter. But this place was different. This place didn't have like that world. Sword gods who could traverse continents with just one sword, nor great mages who commanded everyone's awe with magic, much less existed. Great emperors who trampled all continents underfoot. Earth's history proved this. Never had there been people with absolute power, rising above humanity. To overthrow yesterday's enemies, they would join hands with today's companions. Tomorrow, they would also become enemies, overthrowing those with absolute power. Although he didn't fear these people like a pack of hunting dogs, but now having people who needed protection, there was no need to create more enemies. Precisely because of this, Jun wasn't trying to defeat Cladium, but to make him lose fighting ability. Crack crat. As vines were destroyed in Jun's hands, Cladium's stamina was also depleted. Though he seemed able to create vines infinitely, Cladium also had stamina. If stamina couldn't keep up, recovery ability would also decline. Seems about at the limit. Cladium's endless attacks using dozens of vines had obviously become slack. At a rough glance, the vines had also decreased to under 20. He seems unable to create more vines, doesn't he? I think so too. Could that guy be tired too? If a few more vines disappear there'd be a chance to enter the battle. The heroes who could only watch Jun and Cladium's battle began to show livelier expressions bit by bit. Until now, Du-jun being able to tie up Cladium was undoubtedly remarkable. No one could easily do that. But that was the limit. Now it was their turn to become protagonists. Thanks for the hard work as a meat shield. Leave the finishing to me. If I defeat that guy, under the whole world's gaze, I must grab him with my own hands, before other guys catch him. Originally, the one who catches him last gets to monopolize the spotlight, right? Just like Du-jun did. Du-jun seemed to say to those heroes, watching eagerly for opportunities, now it's your turn. He destroyed Cladium's remaining 5 vines in one go, then stepped back. Yahaha hyah la la haha. The heroes, like traffic signals, immediately rushed toward Cladium after Du-jun stepped back. For Cladium, this was infuriating to death, because even being collectively attacked by minions, he could no longer counterattack. Finally, Cladium's head was mercilessly shattered by American S-rank hero Chris Trevelman's sword, meeting his end. Got that guy? Wow. Chris Trevelman stood on Cladium's corpse, raising high his sword stained with that thing's brain matter, shouting loudly. Over 100 drone cameras, without exception, captured Chris Trevelman in the frame. People worldwide watched his proud expression and applauded for him. Why is it like this? Gloria approached Du-jun, who was watching the roaring Chris Trevelman from afar, asking in confusion, "What, Castle? If it were you, you clearly could have finished it yourself, couldn't you?" "I'm human too." Du-jun smiled, as if saying, what can you do when stamina drops? You want me to believe that? Gloria held back what she wanted to say, though she couldn't completely understand Du-jun's intention. She could roughly guess, if you monopolize everything, problems will eventually arise. Du-jun had already made people worldwide firmly remember his name, world's strongest hero. This was a title no one could deny, and a throne no one currently dared challenge, no matter who looked. Du-jun was a flawless person, without any regrets. If such a person shared nothing, and continued grasping everything tightly, resistance would arise. Those jealous of him would also increase. Gloria deeply understood this human tendency, and past history, therefore could vaguely deduce Du-jun's behavior. Overwhelming power plus wisdom. Castle, you really are something. Gloria's gaze upon Du-jun grew even deeper, filled with meaning. The joy of capturing Cladium was fleeting at best, because the monster tide was far from over, and due to Castle, the rift zone that had briefly quieted, once again surged with monsters. Yet the heroes' morale was soaring, because they had already hunted down a creature close to boss level thanks to Castle. So the monsters spilling out of the rift were quickly exterminated before the rift zone could evolve into a full-blown monster nest. The American Hero Association had braced themselves to endure some degree of loss, but when the nest finally began, and by the 9th day drawing near its end, the first defensive line still hadn't been breached. Instead, it held strong, blocking the monsters completely. This was an unprecedented, flawless defense, and because it was broadcast live worldwide, America's pride swelled higher and higher. Of course, the greatest credit belonged to the Korean hero, Seo Du-jun. This stung America's pride, at least a little. Even so, the American Hero Association never once considered hiding or diminishing the truth with foolish lies. This was proof they had acknowledged Seo Du-jun's power. Tomorrow, the monster tide will end, if nothing unexpected happens. Not one person here wished for an accident, so no one objected to Eric Jonathan, the association president's words. All right then, now, we must discuss what comes next. Hearing the words from a U.S. government official, Eric Jonathan, the association president, immediately took over. The rift zone where the monster nest has formed will be shut down at once. Fortunately, the hero who stopped the nest from advancing declared that he could resolve this problem. Could it be Seo Du-jun? You mean Castle, don't you? Hearing Eric Jonathan's words, the American government representatives remembered that in this monster tide, the one who prevented any major damage was indeed Castle. Yes, Castle joining the boss monster raid party would be the best news imaginable. The U.S. officials placed the highest priority on having him join, and once the rift is sealed, the promised compensation of $1 billion will still be honored. And if Du-jun refused, they were already prepared to pay even more, whether through persuasion or pleading. They needed his strength to shut the rift for good. Such was the U.S. government's evaluation of Du-jun's ability. They placed him on the highest pedestal. Not quite. What we first discussed about the boss monster raid party still stands. But Castle, the hero himself, declared that he would not be joining the team. What did you just say? He said he would not join, that he would not take part in the party. The U.S. officials furrowed their brows, feeling his words were completely contradictory. More precisely, Castle demanded that he be given the chance to seal the rift alone. What did you say? The U.S. officials and everyone else present widened their eyes, as if they could not believe what they had just heard. It's Highway Mountain. Highway Mountain. Hearing Doo-jun's answer, Eric Jonathan's eyes filled with suspicion, as if asking silently, how could you possibly know the identity of the monster in that photo? Facing those doubtful stares, Doo-jun calmly opened his mouth without hesitation. Because the boss monster of the new rift that appeared at my doorstep is none other than Highway Mountain. Is that true? Doo-jun replied. Why would I lie about this? Eric Jonathan immediately nodded. A colossal mammoth-class boss monster, lucky me. Lucky? What do you mean by that? The mammoth class. Even if America poured out every ounce of power, they couldn't be confident in taking it down. They didn't even know how to approach it. And yet seeing Doo-jun call such a thing lucky, Eric Jonathan became certain Doo-jun had a way. The reason I'm here, and the reason I sealed the rift zones before, for those reasons alone, I believe I've proven myself enough. Doo-jun's unwavering confidence made Eric Jonathan feel as though he was staring at a savior. Are you saying you alone can hunt such a terrifying boss monster? Looking at the photo of the mammoth-class beast, government officials and others all shook their heads. I'm not belittling Castle's ability, but he didn't even fully finish off Cladium. And this beast is far more powerful than Cladium. How could we believe he can hunt it alone? That's nothing short of contradictory talk. He said he knows the mammoth's most fatal weakness. A fatal weakness. The conference room erupted in noise. For a monster so terrifying, to think it even had a weakness. Of course everyone wanted to know what it was. Someone couldn't hold back and asked. Eric Jonathan shook his head. He said it's a trade secret, and he cannot reveal it. When it's worth $1 billion, that's completely understandable. Even if more money were offered, would Castle reveal it? Everyone present was convinced he would not, because if they were him, they wouldn't either. He said, once you know the beast's fatal flaw, even an ordinary S-rank hero could bring down the mammoth class alone. Really, can that be trusted? So what are we supposed to do? Eric Jonathan shot back. If you don't believe, then what choice do you have? The man who questioned him coughed awkwardly and turned his head away. For now, we can only put our trust in Castle. I believe he knows the name of this mammoth-class monster, and I believe he knows its fatal weakness. Therefore, by the authority of my office, I will grant him the chance to hunt it alone. The decision is made. The American Hero Association now had no choice but to believe in Doo-jun's words and wait. In truth, it was a bluff. Doo-jun had lied to Eric Jonathan, but only by doing so could he ensure he faced the mammoth class alone, without even the minimum of support or help. To Gloria's worried question, Doo-jun simply nodded. But how could that be? Those who had seen the mammoth class firsthand all spoke with one voice, that it was the strongest boss monster, impossible for anyone to face alone. Didn't I already say so?